Hey guys, and welcome back to another sleep video. Now, for those who haven't tuned in one before, I always give a little disclaimer where I basically say that this is essentially a compilation of my short form videos I've previously released on the channel. So if anything ever sounds a little outdated or out of context, that's why. It shouldn't affect the plays within as they exist in a vacuum, but it is at least worth acknowledging. Thank you guys so much for the support you've shown on content like this throughout the season, and I look forward to continuing to put it out going forward. I hope you enjoy, and have a good night's rest. Cross-ups are an unfortunate thing that used to be a relatively common problem in Major League Baseball. Every couple games, there would be a misunderstanding that would involve the pitcher and catcher not being on the same page with a certain pitch type being delivered. But this has largely gone the way of the dinosaur after the introduction of PitchCom, as these two parties now communicate directly, making it hard to cross up anyone. But we not only just saw one of these nearly extinct instances, but it seems it may have been done intentionally as a means of a hurler getting revenge on his game caller. Framber Valdez was on the mound in a 2-0 game, with the bases loaded and 1 out, and on a 2-2 to Giancarlo Stanton. He would punch out the righty on a racing changeup or sinker, I'm not exactly sure which, putting him 1 out away from getting out of trouble entirely. But it was then on a 1-0 to a player that's been clutch all year, Trent Grisham, that Valdez grooved a fastball right down the middle, seeing it crushed out to left field into the Crawford boxes, extending New York's lead to a much safer 6-0. That was Grisham's third grand slam of the year so far, by the way. Now, on the surface, this seems like a pretty routine sequence, right? A pitcher just missed with his spot. But if you go back to the Houston broadcast, you can see his catcher, Cesar Salazar, telling him to step off before he even delivered the offering. Yet the lefty just went ahead and did so, and paid the ultimate price. This is obviously a stubborn move on his part, but if this is where things ended, nobody would be talking about it. But, you see, just one pitch later, we would see Salazar get handcuffed by a 93-mile-per-hour sinker right down the middle of the plate, with the catcher's immediate reaction being a stare out to the mound, which prompted Valdez to turn with an exasperated look on his face and walk behind the mound. Look at Cesar's reaction as he goes to deliver a new ball to the hurler. It certainly seems to me like he was peeved. And it's not like Framber was apologetic either, never even approaching his catcher to check if he was okay. And in case you might think this is a little soft of a request, consider what former professional catcher and current quality content maker Eric Sim had to say, being, quote, "If he did this on purpose after the catcher told him to step off, but instead refusing, then giving up a grand slam, F him. Especially when off-speed is called and throwing a sinker. I had a torn ligament on my thumb from one of those and was out for a year. Especially when you have the kind of movement Framber does, you absolutely cannot be doing things like this in any circumstance. Period. True psycho behavior." And of course, he would claim after the game that it wasn't intentional because, what was he supposed to say? I had an outburst and hit my catcher with a pitch intentionally? Of course not, but just based on his body language and pretty much every pundit's response to this, including former Major League player Dallas Braden, who believed it was 100% intentional, I think it's pretty safe to say it was so. This is going to go down as one of the all-time scummy teammate moves we have on video. And yeah, it's hard not to see it affecting his incoming free agency in one way or another. The Yankees would go on to close this one out by a final score of 7-1, saddling Valdez with a well-deserved loss as New York proceeded to overtake the Astros in record. Which means with the hard-charging Red Sox right behind them, if Houston doesn't manage to secure their tentative lead on their division, they could very well end up not making the playoffs at all. Now, I could do a whole intro on Shohei and the various things he's accomplished, all the way from the record-setting stuff down to the more granular. But you know what? If you clicked on this video, you already know who this modern legend is, so let's not waste any time doing some big ramp-up. Now, I want to look at 2 plays today the Japanese unicorn managed to post in the first 2 games of his series in Pittsburgh, both of which the Dodgers lost, by the way, starting with a home run in the first contest. Facing the recently called-up phenom Bubba Chandler, Ohtani took the first 2 pitches of his at-bat for balls before cutting through a 99-mile-per-hour heater up for strike 1. The lefty then took another changeup before on the 3-1, getting another 99-mile-per-hour pitch. Only this time, he didn't miss it, crushing an absolute laser beam into the stands in right field, a shot that looks like it floored the rookie pitcher. And for good reason. The exit velocity on this ball was a career-high 120 miles per hour on the dot. Absolutely crazy. But there have been harder home runs, including from the Pirates' own O'Neal Cruz, who launched a dinger out this year at a record-setting 122.9. So, what makes this dinger special, besides the obvious metrics? Well, 2 things. One of which was pointed out on Twitter by David Adler, being that it was the hardest hit home run off a 99-mile-per-hour plus pitch in the StatCast era, by 4.5 miles an hour over an Aaron Judge blast earlier this year. Yet, somehow I think this next screenshot is even more impressive, being that this was the only 120-mile-per-hour plus home run we've ever seen hit on a pitch over 95 miles per hour. That's right, the next closest is Ronald Acuna Jr. at 94.5, with 4 of the 6 ever hit being under 93. To have the kind of bat speed to be able to catch up with 99 in and hit it that ridiculously hard is flat out unprecedented. at least until he did it. The second play came a game later when he was facing southpaw Evan Sisk, fouling off the sidearmer's first pitch sweeper and then taking a sinker low and away. He would then get another of this pitch type on the 1-1, with this one boring well high and inside, yet somehow Ohtani managed to make contact with it, dribbling a little grounder to third baseman Cam Devaney, who couldn't manage to nab him at first. This base hit was later confirmed by Sarah Langs to be the farthest pitch in that a lefty has ever gotten a non-bunt base hit on since we started tracking these things back in 2008. Either of these feats would have been extremely impressive, but both in the span of 2 games? That's just nuts, and is another reminder of the kind of talent we're getting a chance to witness on a day-to-day basis. Aaron Judge has been dealing with an arm injury for the last little while now, and up until a few games ago it had kept him out of the field entirely, with him only appearing as a DH or designated hitter. But he just got cleared to get back out there in a series against the Blue Jays, and while his effort was certainly admirable, the results weren't pretty, at least when it came to having to watch him throw. Our first instance of this came in Game 1, when, with 2 outs and the bases loaded, Nathan Lucas slapped a line drive on one hop to shallow right field, that forced Judge to come in and then flip a light toss to Jazz Chisholm on the edge of the infield grass, allowing 2 runs to easily score on a play that you'll never really see in any other circumstance. Think about it. When do you see the position that typically has one of the strongest arms in the diamond hit the cutoff man on a potential play at the plate like that? He would get another chance in the 9th inning on a double to the wall off the bat of Dalton Varsho, this time having to get this one in a decent amount further. Still, he managed to do so efficiently enough to keep the guy on first, Bo Bichette at third base. With this being said, you can see the obvious discomfort in his arm action there, and with the faster base runner, especially with 2 outs, that probably would have been another run. The Yankees would go on to lose this one by a final score of 7-1, extending Toronto's lead in the division at the time. But, thankfully for them, they would manage to even up the series the following game, aided in part by this tremendous throw from Cody Bellinger, who started in right on this day, to cut down what would have been the tying run in the 6th inning. The third game of the series would be a huge one for either side, and the Bronx Bombers would get off to a fast start, with Ben Rice crushing a 3-run home run in the bottom of the first. But Max Fried would run into some trouble the very next frame, which came in part because of the weak arm of Judge. First on this fly ball down the right field line from Ernie Clement, who almost certainly would not have attempted to go to second in normal circumstance, handily beating an off-target throw. Sure, this one was in the air, but it still was a bit of a rainbow, especially by his standards. Is it impressive he can make tosses like that with what seems to be a serious elbow injury? For sure, but you can't argue it's not doing much to deter base runners. Later on in the same frame, Lucas would be up again in a run-scoring situation, this time flying a ball to medium right field, with one of the slowest runners in baseball, Alejandro Kirk, on third. This would normally be a situation where the stout backstop would not dare test Aaron's cannon, but he essentially got the trot home when Judge just had to get it into Chisholm in a very similar way as in the first game. You can see on his face after the play as well that even that light of a throw caused him some pain. Our final instance of the large outfielder's uncomfortability would be in the top of the third, when George Springer's one hopper off the wall forced him to make his longest throw since he's been back, with this one being arguably his worst as well, a 2-hopper that trickled in slowly enough that Springer ended up being able to fall completely off the bag, yet still get back in time to be safe after a vehement call from the umpire. Again though, New York would emerge victorious in this one by a final score of 4-3, with Judge himself adding a diving catch later on. Before we go, I want to say I admire Aaron for being willing to come back while obviously still injured, and I get that having Giancarlo Stanton play the outfield on a day-to-day basis isn't much better than this, but man, is it uncomfortable to watch a guy who is so obviously in a great deal of pain attempt to make throws that he would never be asked to make in a normal circumstance. And I just hope it doesn't end up coming back to bite the superstar in any way long term. For as long as Major League Baseball has been going on, catchers have been calling the pitches for their pitchers, with the very occasional aberration of it being the other way around. But the Marlins the other day versus the Rangers rolled out something new, at least at the MLB level, when they decided to start calling the pitches for their backstops, and the results were certainly interesting, both over that contest and the rest of the series. Now, before we get into the actual games, I want to share this post from the Warmonger on Twitter for how more than likely they're relaying these signs, with him saying they seem to be using the common youth system of a 2-number code to the catcher, who then has an armband with all the pitches and locations, allowing him to decode these signals before signaling to the pitcher what to throw via PitchCom. I do want to clarify something that he did further say in the thread, which is this isn't 100% confirmed, but it seems relatively likely. This obviously caused disturbances both during the contest and after in much of the baseball world, with the older guard largely saying it was ridiculous, and younger voices pointing to the fact that their minor league system has been doing it all year, to great results. And as Lance Brzdowski pointed out, even though they do have the 6th highest stuff plus at the major league level, which basically means their pitchers are certifiably nasty, they're having little to no success as a result. So, how would this game go on to play with coaches making the sequencing decisions? Well, at first, not so well, as their opponent, the Texas Rangers, managed to jump out to an early 1-0 lead, after a double from Jock Peterson, then swinging bunt from Josh Young. But from here, starter Jansen Junk quickly bounced back to retire the next hitter, and then proceeded to be part of a Miami shutdown that would limit Texas to just that single run through 9 full innings. But their offense only managed to tally one of their own, with Javier Sanoja hitting a game-tying home run in the 7th. meaning we would have to play extra innings. Otto Lopez would then come through in the top of the 10th to give the Fish the lead on an RBI double to right center, with Xavier Edwards then following with an RBI single. Could Miami really manage to close this one out with only a single run given up? Well, no, as Rowdy Tellez would crush an 87-mile-per-hour cutter right down the middle of the plate for a 2-out game-tying home run, meaning there would be more baseball to play. And I do mean more. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't be until the 12th inning that anyone would score again, forcing starter Patrick Corbin to have to come into the game for Texas, quickly giving up an RBI double to Jacob Marcy, then the same to Brian Neveretto. Before the frame was over, Miami would score one more when Dane Myers grounded a ball to deep short that went off the glove of Ezekiel Duran. And that 3-run cushion would end up being more than enough, as Texas could only scratch across a single tally in response, ending the game on a ground ball to third baseman Connor Norby. Now, I personally would count this as a rousing success, right? 1 run through the game's first 9 frames, and then just 3 in the next 3, when there was a ghost runner to start on second with nobody out in each. But it actually got even more impressive over the course of the rest of the series, as the next night they would only allow 3, winning the game with some clutch 2-out pitching in the 9th, and then completing the sweep by only giving up 2 in Game 3. Old school pundits can complain all they want, but if they keep throwing the ball like this for the rest of 2025 and going into next year, I'm pretty sure the Fish will begin to be seen as an archetype for success, rather than the suggested cautionary tale. I made a video a little while back where I talked about Cal Raleigh breaking 2 records that were thought to be largely unapproachable entering 2025, being the most home runs in a single year for a catcher, as well as the most multi-home run games by a switch hitter in a season. But at that point, it wasn't even September yet, so pretty much everyone in the baseball community knew there was quite a few more records at stake, and Cal just passed one of the most unbreakable ones for a backstop offensively. Kyle Hendricks was on the mound for the Angels, looking to keep the big dumper at bay and prevent his team from getting swept right out of Seattle, but things would not begin very well for the professor, as he gave up a single on his second pitch of the night. This brought Cal to the plate, immediately getting a first pitch sinker at 85 miles an hour, crushing it high in the air to deep left center field, a shot that left his bat at 109.4 miles per hour. Pretty impressive to the opposite field, and traveled 409 feet. After this blast cleared the wall, Raleigh had officially broken the all-time record for the most home runs in a season as a catcher, surpassing Javi Lopez's mark of 42 back in 2003. Now, for some of you, you're probably saying, wasn't that his 54th of the year? And you'd be correct, but 11 of those have come as a designated hitter. This makes what he did truly nuts if you think about it. Let's revisit that leaderboard again. The most recent season on there is from Lopez, a cool 22 years ago, with every other one besides Piazza in 2000 being registered prior to the 21st century. I believe the reasons for this are twofold. 1, defense as a catcher has become much more important than ever, which has resulted in more than a few catchers being moved from the position to maximize their bat, if they have elite hitting potential. And 2, guys just don't catch as much as they used to, due largely to our understanding of how hard it is on the body. Again, besides Javi, every other catcher needed at least 500 plate appearances while appearing as a backstop to register their mark. And most guys just simply don't have the endurance to appear behind the plate often enough to even get close. And that's of course assuming they have elite pop. Cal managed to beat these odds, and by quite a few games I might add, as Seattle still has double-digit contests left on their schedule, leaving him a bit of time to extend every one of these records he set this season. As for the rest of the game, the M's would continue to put a hurt on the Angels, embarrassing them by a final score of 11-2, helping Seattle to maintain their current hold on the AL West title as of today. Now, before we go, I wanted to dedicate a little mini-segment to the fact that the Angels struck out 62 times in this 4-game series, setting the all-time record for Ks in a single series. This actually puts them within striking distance, as pointed out by Sam Blum on Twitter, of the all-time record for any team, as they're just 167 away with 12 games left. Now, as much as this might sound a bit out of the question, keep in mind that yesterday's game featured 16 strikeouts for the club, so it should be well within reason for a franchise that just keeps sinking lower and lower. Elly De La Cruz seems to have taken his foot off the gas a little bit this season so far, only running at a sprint speed on average of 29.2 feet per second, a mark in the 92nd percentile, when just last year he was the 3rd fastest overall player in the game at 30.0. But despite his stolen bases going down somewhat as a result, he's still having a fantastic year, and he just had a play that reminded all of us that he still has every bit of that speed in his repertoire, even if he's not using it all the time, when he scored from first base on a routine single to center field. But before we get there, let me show you what he did just a couple innings before, because it too was incredibly impressive from a speed perspective. It was in the 4th inning when, on the very first pitch of his at-bat, he flared an 85-mile-per-hour sinker into shallow left field, reaching base in a tie game versus the Angels. Then, just 4 pitches later, the red-hot Miguel Andujar would flare a ball down the left field line, with De La Cruz already in motion. This allowed the tall shortstop to race around the bags, managing to score pretty easily when a throw from Taylor Ward trickled in. This was already impressive, right? As there's very few players in the major leagues that could score on a ball hit there from first base. But even then, it was technically an RBI double for Miguel, so at least in the box score, it wasn't extremely notable. You couldn't say the same about the next play, however, when he reached base via a walk with 2 outs just 1 inning later. And wouldn't you know it, after another 4 pitches, Andujar was flaring a ball to right center field, with De La Cruz again on the run. Only with this one, it had a decidedly easier to field spot in center field. But this didn't stop Elly from racing around the bases, eventually beating a decent relay from Nolan Shanwell to score his second run of the contest. That was truly special, as it officially went as a single for Andujar, meaning that Elly had scored from first base on a routine 1 hopper to the outfield. This also meant that he'd probably stolen 2 runs in 2 innings from the Angels overall, and these runs would prove to be crucial when Joe Adell would go on to crush 2 dingers in 2 innings to just tie things up, not give Anaheim the lead. And when the Reds managed to score a couple in the top of the 9th, these would be the go-ahead, allowing them to win by a final score of 6-4. This helped keep their playoff dreams alive and healthy, as they currently remain just 1 game back of the Mets for that final wildcard spot. The time is off-season 2024. Aroldis Chapman just wrapped up his 15th season in the big leagues, and it was certainly a mixed bag. Sure, he struck out over 14 batters per 9, but he walked almost 6. He had a 3.0 FIP, but he gave up the second most home runs he ever had in a season at 5. His whip was also second worst for him at 1.346. And while the stuff certainly was still playing, as he was hitting over 105 miles an hour on occasion, I think everyone is wondering how much longer he could keep doing his high wire act of walking the house then punching out the side like he'd been doing since 2019. But man, flash forward to about 3/4 through 2025 and everything's changed, and it's led to the most dominant run of relief pitching that we have ever seen. I'll get to that more in a moment, but first I want to preface with the fact that he was having an insane year before this most recent historic 14-game stretch. As prior to the All-Star break, he literally had an ERA only a shade over 1 with 58 strikeouts in 38 innings. But oh, has he taken it to another level in the second half, when he's had a whip south of 0.5, and especially over that aforementioned 14 appearances. You see, since giving up a home run to JT Realmuto on July 23rd, Chapman has not given up a single hit. If you throw in the tail end of that appearance in Philly, that's a span of 41 consecutive batters, basically a full no-hitter and a half. But this alone isn't the sole basis of my claim. You see, as this search on Baseball Reference shows, he is the only relief pitcher in Major League history to have any span of 14 games with at least 11 innings pitched and 0 hits given up. What's more, he's also tied for the most strikeouts even if we allow guys with under that innings total to be included, at 14, and is the only one who is doing so in the highest leverage possible, the closer role, having literally 3 times the number of saves that everyone else combined does at 9. This culminated in an appearance yesterday versus the Orioles when he struck out the side, despite their young lineup battling to make him throw 24 pitches. But in the end, there was nothing they could do to stave off the inevitable. When you add his full season numbers together and then account for his age, you can also see that he's having one of the best, if not the best, old guy relief season of all time, as amongst those with at least 50 innings pitched at age 37 or older. He's first in ERA, second in ERA plus in Ks per 9, and third in FIP and WHIP. That means that, not only has he been the best relief pitcher in Major League Baseball this year, but he's also posted arguably the most dominant stretch ever within this season, and one of the best overall campaigns ever for a veteran's veteran. Truly insane. But I guess we shouldn't be too surprised when the guy is still throwing 99.5 miles an hour on his average fastball, despite being in his 16th year in the big leagues. Javier Báez overall has had a pretty good year relative to what the prior 2 had been, getting back to just below league average hitting with an OPS plus of 96 to go along with some pretty impressive defense at multiple positions, helping him to post 1.7 BWAR through 94 games, his highest value pace since 2021. But with this being said, his free swinging ways haven't gone anywhere, and he just registered a negative feat yesterday that we have never seen before on a major league field in the StatCast era, including by him at his worst, by the way, by striking out on 2 pitches that could not have been more different. Facing righty Zebby Matthews in the bottom of the second inning, Javi would take the first 5 pitches of his at-bat, including a 1-1 pitch right down the middle of the plate, then would foul off a well-located fastball. What would he get on the 7th pitch? How about another fastball right down the middle of the plate? Keep this in mind. It'll be important later. His next 2 plate appearances wouldn't be anything notable, with him grounding out to first baseman Cody Clemens, then flying out to center fielder Austin Martin. This brings us to our 4th AB, this time versus Justin Topa, with Báez taking a nasty sinker for strike 1, then fouling off another 95 before flipping a breaking ball down the right field line. It was then on the 0-2 pitch that Topa, with catcher Christian Vázquez set up in the other batter's box, proceeded to fire this sweeper almost 3 feet out of the strike zone, which Báez hacked and missed at, registering the Tigers' first out of the 9th inning in a game they would indeed end up losing. Now, why am I even making this video? What's so interesting about him striking out a couple times? Well, it's not the number of Ks, but the variation, as he became the first player in recorded StatCast history to both take a fastball in what's considered to be the heart of the plate for a called strike 3 and swing at a pitch over 2.7 feet outside the strike zone in the same game, giving him 2 of the most varied and goofiest looking strikeouts you'll ever see on an MLB field. And honestly, are you all that surprised? While there have been hundreds of guys who have taken fastballs right down the middle of the zone for strike 3, there have only been 42 instances on record of a guy striking out on a pitch at least 2.7 feet away from them. Little side note here, but before we go, I also wanted to give a shout out to this pitch from Trevor Bauer back in 2020, which is actually the furthest ever recorded offering outside the strike zone to get a K, at 3.59 feet away from Jose Abreu. Just absolutely nuts, and something I thought worth putting on your radar. Juan Soto has had, in my opinion, a semi-underrated season, even with some of the problems he's dealt with in regards to bad luck and, at times, spotty focus. Keep in mind, he still has an OPS of 903 as of today, to go along with the league-leading 111 walks and an impressive total of 35 home runs, well on his way to his second straight 40-homer campaign. But he did something special yesterday that concerns both of those numbers, as well as stolen bases, an area in which he had never excelled before, allowing him to accomplish 2 extremely rare feats, one that hadn't occurred in over 2.5 decades, and another that had never happened before. But first, let's go through what his day was like overall yesterday, when he managed to accomplish both of these things, as it'll be a microcosm of the season he's had so far in 2025. Things started off with an interesting twist, as he would get hit by a pitch in his first at-bat, going to the ground after a curveball plunked off his foot, and this perhaps affected his run to third base on a single to right field from Pete Alonso, as he got thrown out after Joey Wiemer put a one-hop strike on the bag. He then came up in the 3rd inning with his team now down by 6 and did what he does best, work a quality at-bat, walking on a 3-2 changeup. Now, in years past, this is more than likely where his journey would end in terms of anything interesting, either scoring on a hit or getting stranded on the bases. But the 2025 version of Soto is far more dynamic, and he showed why on the very first pitch to Pete Alonso, stealing second base without a throw. This brings us to the real fireworks from Juan, as he decided to forego his patient approach in his next AB, swinging at a first pitch slider and crushing it out to right field for a home run just over the glove of a leaping Wiemer, his 34th long ball of the year. It also brought his team within 2 runs, and wouldn't you know it, in his next at-bat it will be more of the same, another first pitch swing and another long drive to right center field, tying the game up at 8 and giving Soto 35 dingers. By the way, that ball's exit velocity was 111 miles an hour. He would come up for the last time in the 8th inning, with his squad now down by a run, working another productive AB en route to drawing a walk. And once again, he would manage to swipe second base when Alonso struck out on a 2-2 breaking ball, his 25th swipe of the year. That was pretty much it for the game. The Mets would go on to lose 11-8, but for Soto, a couple special things had happened. The first one is probably a bit less impressive, being that this is the first time since 1999 that we've seen a hitter blast at least 35 home runs, steal at least 25 bases, and get walked at least 110 times in a single season, a feat that I'm pretty sure no one expected to come from Juan. Think about it, a guy like Mike Trout never managed to accomplish this in a season. But the second fact is even more mind-blowing in my opinion, posted on Twitter by OptaStats, which pointed out that he's the first hitter in Major League history with at least 10 home runs, 10 stolen bases, and 25 walks in a single month. That's right, Barry Bonds, Willie Mays, Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani last year, or any other number of MLB legends have never managed to do what he did in August. That's truly insane to me, and certainly worth making a video about to share with you guys. If you just looked at Kyle Tucker's numbers overall for the year, you'd probably be pretty impressed. The guy has 18 homers and 25 steals with just 2 caught stealings, and 79 walks to 77 strikeouts with an OPS plus of 141, right in line with his astronomically high career average of 139. But this would be ignoring how much he's truly struggled in the season's second half, as over this stretch, he has a slash of 190, 346, 250 in 25 games, to go along with just 3 extra base hits, with only one of those being a homer. And all this frustration seemed to really get to him yesterday, when he did something he never liked seeing any Major League player do, and then got booed for it heavily by his own fans. But before we get there, let's look at how his overall game went. Important context that probably added to his bad mood overall, as in his first at-bat, we would see him ground out to first baseman Spencer Horwitz. This is an outcome he's been seeing more and more as of recently, as his ground ball rate in the second half has absolutely skyrocketed, and correspondingly, his fly ball rate has plummeted. This takes us to his second at-bat, which featured a rare strikeout, as even though he's continued to struggle, he hasn't been K'ing a lot, only punching out 17 times in comparison to 19 walks, probably adding additional fuel to his anger with himself in this one. This brings us to the subject of our video, in the 6th inning, when, with a score 3-2 in favor of the Pirates, he grounded yet another pitch to first base, and decided to not even run it out, basically remaining in the left-handed batter's box after making contact. Now, did he ever have a chance to be safe at first? Not really, but Cubs fans certainly didn't appreciate this lack of effort, as they responded with this immediately following.
And Tucker is out.
And I do get both sides. For Kyle's part, ending yet another AB on such an anticlimactic note has to be downright maddening in the stretch he's been in. And again, it's not like he really had a chance to beat that out. From the fans' perspective, however, I understand that you want to see effort from your best players, no matter the circumstances. At least in the level to just jog to first base. That's not a high bar. His last plate appearance would come in the 7th, when, with 2 outs, he worked a productive at-bat and wrapped to drawing a walk. Though he would be stranded there. Luckily for him, his team would manage to pull this one out when all was said and done, as Dansby Swanson registered a go-ahead sacrifice fly, and then Andrew Kittredge retired the side 1-2-3 in the 9th, securing a much-needed series win versus Pittsburgh. And now, before we go, I wanted to do a little mini breakdown / shout-out of a play in the Rockies-Diamondbacks game yesterday, when Juan Mejia finished off his first career save by catching a pop-up to second base, colliding with his first baseman in the process, yet still managing to hold on to the ball. This is certainly not a play you'd ever like to see out of your hurler, as it was a much easier one for basically everybody on the right side of the infield. But hey, you have to admire the ambition in a moment like that nonetheless. And I guess all's well that ends well. The Yankees have gotten absolutely shut down their last 2 games versus Boston, losing today by a final score of 12-1 and yesterday 1-0. But it was during the latter contest specifically that I wanted to point to one of the more unfair at-bats of the entire season, when we saw one of the biggest superstars in the entire game get called out looking, despite not seeing a single legitimate pitch in the strike zone. That might seem hard to believe, but bear with me here. Aaron Judge was at the plate with 1 out and a guy on in the bottom of the first inning, taking a first pitch slider a bit low from Brayan Bello. He would then see a sinker low and outside, get called for a strike. But even then, that wasn't an egregious miss, right? But the next one would arguably be a bit worse, when Bello basically repeated the first pitch, only to see this one get called. And then the off-kilter nature of this at-bat was cemented when Aaron took a changeup off the inside corner to end his at-bat entirely. Now, there are bad calls made that are worse than this all the time, but to see 3 missed strikes in a row in a series this big to a star player certainly isn't a good look, and it arguably got even worse after Judge took this sinker well inside to lead off the 7th. What's more, this has been part of a recurring theme for Judge, who, since his full season debut in 2017, has seen 627 pitches out of the strike zone get called strikes on him, the most in that time frame, with the only other player anywhere close being Mookie Betts. However, over that span, Betts has also played 60 more games than Aaron, with over 400 more at-bats. Crazy stuff, and the kind of stat that really makes you believe he's going to be jumping for joy once ABS gets implemented. As for the rest of the game, like I mentioned before, the New York offense wouldn't manage to get anything going, en route to scoring exactly 0 runs, while the Red Sox managed to push one across in the 7th. And now the Yankees' loss today makes them just 1-8 versus their biggest historical rival on the season. Now, before this video ends, I wanted to do a little mini segment congratulating Shane Bieber on a dominant return to the mound, as in yesterday's game versus the Marlins, he went 6 innings while giving up just 2 hits, 1 run, 0 walks, and striking out 9 hitters in his first big league action in almost 17 months. A healthy Bieber is not only good for Toronto, but for baseball overall, and it's awesome seeing him back out there dicing up hitters with the best of them. Yesterday, Kyle Schwarber hit 4 home runs in a single game, becoming just the 21st player ever to do so in Philadelphia's eventual 19-4 win. This not only marked the 3rd time that a player has done that this year, which is completely unprecedented in baseball history, but it was also in this contest he managed to do something else personally as well, breaking an all-time home run record that had previously been owned by none other than Barry Bonds. I'll get more into what that is a bit later, but first let's go over each of his homers. Atlanta, oddly enough, had managed to get off to a 3-0 lead in this one when Schwarber came up in the bottom of the 1st, currently suffering an 0-for-20 skid, but he would immediately break out of this with a long home run to right field on one of the hangiest curveballs you will ever see, crushed into the second deck no less. His team would then manage to push across 7 more by the time he came up in the 4th inning, this time facing lefty reliever Austin Cox, and the same result would come to pass as in the 1st. Another hanging curveball crushed out to right field, this one only barely staying fair. It was this blast that I alluded to in the intro that was truly historic, as it allowed him to break the all-time mark for most home runs versus a lefty reliever by a lefty in a single season with 12, a mark previously owned by Barry Bonds. Shout out, by the way, to Cam on Twitter, who made the post I ended up seeing regarding this. Now, I can predict that some people are going to say this is a niche record, but considering that Major League relievers are usually harder to hit than starters, and they're better than they ever have been, and lefties typically have a harder time hitting same-handed pitchers, I personally think this is pretty insane. and that's reinforced by the fact that the previous record holder was a prime roided out Bonds. Kyle wouldn't have to wait long to extend this record, coming up in the bottom of the 5th and this time taking a fastball high and away to left center field, registering one of the more impressive home runs from a strength standpoint you'll ever see. This brings us to the 7th, when he was facing off against a righty reliever this time, Wander Suero, who, on a 1-2, hung a changeup this time, seeing Schwarb's blasted off the ESPN sign and straightaway right, registering his record-tying 4th home run of the ballgame. But in a manner that isn't very common overall, he would get a chance to attempt to break the record when he came up in the bottom of the 8th, facing essentially slow pitches from a position player this time, but alas it wasn't to be, as he would pop up a 57-mile-per-hour bowling ball to left field. Still, not only did he manage to tie one of the most impressive single-season records ever, as, bear in mind, there have now been 24 perfect games ever thrown, and like I previously mentioned, just 21 instances of what Kyle did, but he also broke that separate record on this night as well, one that was impressively previously owned by the dude with the most home runs in the history of Major League Baseball. Talk about a solid day at the office. I made a video a little while back discussing the most biased umpiring performance of 2025, in which Jen Pawol basically gifted the Angels 2.5 runs with their calls, that were also the second worst on the year in terms of overall accuracy. This did kind of come out of nowhere for her though, as she had been fine in her previous 2 outings, so I'm sure many were wondering how her next game would go. But I don't think anybody was prepared for her to post one of the best umpiring performances you'll ever see from a rookie. The game was between the Marlins and Rockies, with Miami desperately trying to hold on to a sliver of playoff hope, and the Rockies just trying to avoid being the worst team ever. So even if the stakes weren't the highest, they were there, and things would certainly start off well for her, as in the first inning alone there were multiple borderline strikes that she managed to nail, with the same being true in the bottom of the 2nd, including on a crucial pitch with the bases loaded. And so it went. Even as pitches would miss their spots, or catchers wouldn't present offerings in the way that you'd like to see, she still was nailing the calls, with the same being true of her judgment on balls, not expanding the strike zone like we've seen her do a few times in recent appearances. In fact, this call to Otto Lopez was her only notably bad call of the night, with the rest being shadow pitches that could have gone either way. As for the game itself, the Rockies would go on to win 8-4 on the back of rookie slugger Agustin Ramirez crushing a home run and driving in 3, and Javier Sanoja going 3 for 5. Now, after the game was over, Umpire Auditor would release the scorecard I showed in the intro, which detailed that she had not only registered an overall accuracy of 97%, 3.2% above expected, by making 170 correct calls out of 175. This accuracy mark was not only one of the better games of the season, but one of the best you'll ever see from a rookie umpire, who generally perform at about an average level and improve marginally from there. As I said in my last video, I want to point out exceptional umpiring as much as I do when it's bad, and when an ump in their first 5 career games manages to post an elite performance, whether they be the first woman umpire or not, I believe that deserves to be highlighted every bit as much as when they falter, again, woman or not. And now, before I go, I just wanted to give a mini shout out to Clayton Kershaw's final career strikeout at Dodger Stadium. A called strike 3 on a fastball that was probably a little bit low to Rafael Devers, but to those online who just saw this one call and maybe were clowning the ump for being a bit biased or something, I do want to point out that just 2 pitches earlier he had been robbed of a K, so I think it all evened out. Regardless, congratulations again Kersh on a fantastic career, and hopefully an amazing retirement. I made a video about Justin Verlander a couple weeks back discussing his decline, and what he might have to do to turn it around. My idea was for him to leverage his somewhat weaker stuff in a control capacity, instead of an overpowering one. But he just showed in a start versus the Pirates yesterday, he might indeed have some premium gas left in the tank in a manner I wasn't prepared for, when he proceeded to throw the hardest pitch ever by a starting pitcher over the age of 40. Bear in mind, he's 42. We'll work our way to that premium pitch, but first, let's discuss the overall outing. Things would begin a bit shaky for the veteran's veteran, who, need I remind you, made his major league debut over 2 decades ago at this point, with him giving up a leadoff single that turned into 2 bases when Heliot Ramos, who's had an awful year in left field, bobbled this ball, which, after a nice play on a ground out from Willy Adames and a sac fly to deep right field, resulted in the first run of the game for the Pirates. Justin would then bear down on a strikeout of O'Neill Cruz to end the frame on a nasty 87-mile-per-hour slider. But this isn't even close to when the game's fireworks would take place, as despite some traffic over the next 2 frames, Verlander wouldn't give up another run, working out of trouble in the 3rd inning specifically after this nice play from Rafael Devers to pick a short hop. This takes us to our real notable frame, the 4th, when Andrew McCutchen, another guy who's been in the league for over a decade and a half at this point, laced a 1-out double to center field, then moved to 3rd on a throwing error from Matt Chapman, who made an excellent sliding stop before bouncing another tough throw to Devers, who couldn't manage to corral this one. This meant the game-tying run was now at 3rd with just 1 out, but again JV would clamp down, managing to induce a grounder this time to Rafael, who scooped it up nicely before firing home. nabbing the lead runner there. This meant that with 2 outs, former number 2 overall pick Joey Bart by the Giants was coming to the plate, taking a first pitch fastball at exactly 97 miles an hour for strike 1. Having that much in the tank is certainly impressive at 42, but he wasn't done, as following a curve that missed outside and then another one for a called strike, he would unleash this 98.3 mile/hour fireball high and away, officially making this the first time that a starting pitcher over the age of 40 managed to eclipse 98, while simultaneously breaking his own record for a starter over that age at 97.9 miles/hour, which he had done twice before, once in a start versus the Reds this season, and then back in 2023 versus the Dodgers. It was also the 5th fastest overall pitch for any hurler in this age range, regardless of role, trailing only the ageless Fernando Rodney. So, how do you follow up this blazing offering? Well, how about with a 97.8 mile/hour fastball perfectly placed over the high and outside corner, ending the inning in the kind of overpowering fashion he's been doing since the Bush administration. By the way, that was the fastest pitch ever registered on a strikeout by a starter over the age of 40 as well, and the 3rd fastest overall. He would go on to work one more scoreless frame, ending his night on an excellent diving changeup versus Tommy Pham, with his final line coming in at 5 innings with 0 earned runs and 4 punch-outs. And for a while, it looked like this would be enough to get him just his 2nd win of the year, as the Giants would enter the 9th inning up by a run with their nigh unhittable reliever Randy Rodriguez on the mound. But he would begin his outing by walking McCutchen, and then hitting Jake Sawinski with 1 out, bringing Bart to the plate in a moment straight out of a sports movie script. And the righty would deliver, lining a ball just over the head of Willy Adames into left field, scoring the tying run and pushing the winning 1 to 3rd. This meant that when Isaiah Kiner-Falefa flipped a little grounder to Devers, who this time made his throw to home plate late, the Pirates had managed to come all the way back in the 9th to walk this one off, dropping the Giants back to 1 game below 500 again, and denying JV of what would have been his 264th career win. Shohei Ohtani established the 50-50 club last season en route to winning the first ever MVP for a DH-only player, as he recovered from Tommy John surgery, and he's been about as good in 2025, being on track for his 3rd straight 600 slug, 1000 OPS campaign. But something else that's given his MVP case this year even more legitimacy is what he's managed to do on the mound, throwing over 40 innings at this point with some really good numbers. All of this culminated in him creating a new 50-50 club entirely yesterday, while simultaneously having to watch as one of the best individual performances of his career went to waste at the hands of another bullpen blow-up from the Dodgers. Ohtani was getting the start versus a Phillies club that had just clinched their division the night before, but early on you wouldn't be able to tell if this was an elite team at the plate, as the righty struck out 3 batters through the first 2 frames with some truly nasty breaking stuff, even managing to mix a single to lead off the game in there as well, though he would be stranded. In the bottom of the 2nd, LA managed to give him a little support, with Alex Call and Kike Hernandez crushing home runs off the Phillies' current ace Christopher Sanchez. The Japanese superstar would then hop right back on the mound and spin 2 more scoreless frames, with 0 traffic, including punching out Bryce Harper on a nasty curveball. This was followed by a 4th Dodger run, with Hernandez again coming through on a sacrifice fly. Shohei would then go 1-2-3 one more time, while getting some help from Call in left field, as he made this racing catch into the wall, that officially completed 5 no-hit, 1-walk innings for the righty with 5 Ks, arguably his best performance of the season with his arm. But, like we've gotten used to seeing in the 2nd half, the Blue Boys bullpen would nearly immediately crap the bed, as following losing the combined no-no on a 1-out single, they would blow the lead entirely after a Bryce Harper double with the bases loaded, then Brandon Marsh 3-run home run. Before the 6th was over, Max Kepler would go deep as well, cementing a truly nightmarish, if not unfamiliar frame. The next 2.5 innings would go off without much action, though Kike did manage to add to his highlight reel with an excellent pick at 3rd base. This brings us to the bottom of the 8th, when Ohtani led off with a 430-foot, 113-mile-per-hour blast to right field, which actually established a new 50-50 club entirely, as pointed out by Sarah Langs on Twitter, as there has never been another player who's managed to hit 50 home runs in the same season that he struck out 50 batters. This narrowed his team's deficit to 1, and they would manage to tie things up later when Alex Call, who also had a big night overall, lifted a game-tying sacrifice fly to left field. This meant they'd probably be able to get Ohtani one more at-bat with a chance to walk it off, right? Well, no, because Blake Trinan would come out and, after retiring the first 2 batters, gave up a double, intentional walk, and then 3-run home run to Rafael Marchand, a guy who entered the game with just 1 long ball on the year in 109 at-bats. And that was it. Shohei would get 1 final plate appearance, but it came with 2 outs and nobody on, basically rendering it moot, as LA went on to lose a game at the hands of their bullpen for the 34th time this year. And with this came some more history that I'm pretty sure they wanted to avoid like the plague, with OptaStats pointing out that Ohtani became the only player in the modern era to throw at least 5 no-hit innings, homer himself, and then still have his team lose the game. That's perhaps the ultimate tungsten arm O'Doyle, and it helped keep the division nail-bitingly close in the West as we come to the season's final days. One of the big debates in recent years in Major League circles has been the value of a player like Luis Arraez. Sure, during his heyday he was undoubtedly a useful player when he was posting between 3 and 4 WAR every season from 2021 through 2023, but starting in 2024, the narrative started to shift as he abandoned his line drive with occasional extra base power approach in lieu of a make contact at all cost strategy, which has certainly worked wonders in this regard specifically, as he's only punched out 44 times in nearly 280 games since. However, to go along with this, he's been about an average Major League hitter by OPS, and especially this year, not even very impressive when it comes to actual batting average. And I think we got a good indication as to why that is in a recent at-bat versus the Mariners, when he showcased one of the most downright baffling approaches you will ever see on a baseball field. He was up in the 5th inning against starting pitcher Bryce Miller in a tie ball game with nobody on. Things began pretty normally as he did what quite a few Major League hitters have always done, just fully watch the first pitch go by, in this case taking a ball inside. But things would almost immediately get a bit more bizarre when he did basically the same thing on the next one. But even then, league-wide batting average only goes down 4 points on a 1-0 pitch versus a 1-1, so it's not like its effect was astronomical. But then, for some reason, he would do the same thing on the next offering as well, getting down in the count now 1-2. This is a massive shift in production, as averages go down by essentially half in these counts versus the previous, at just 162. And now, because he had 2 strikes on him, he had to swing at the 1-2 offering, a changeup that certainly qualifies as a pitcher's pitch that he would fly routinely to left field. That has to be one of the more unproductive at-bats you will ever see. Literally, me or you could have gotten him to the same count because of his complete lack of motivation to swing early on, which then, of course, forced him to have to expand the zone. But in order to give his skill set some credit, I also wanted to look at an at-bat earlier, where he applied his swing a bit more aggressively, and it led to a better result, as in the first inning, Luis had come up with nobody on again, and was laid on a fastball right down the middle, taking an aggressive swing in the process. He would do the same thing on the 0-1, this time completely missing a heater in the center of the plate. That still was 2 of his A-quality swings, and he would produce another on the next offering, a violent hack for him that sent a fly ball over the head of Victor Robles in right field, netting him a double. This kind of thing is much closer to what he did in 2023 than much of this year, being more aggressive overall with his swing intent, which would occasionally result in him missing one entirely, but would also cause him to generally hit the ball harder when he did make contact, as in that year he had an average exit velocity of 88.3 miles per hour in comparison to just 85.7 this year. Put simply, the AB in the 5th is him at his worst, and the one in the 1st is him at his best. I just hope starting up again in 2026 that he chooses to go with more of the latter than the former, as I love when he's at his full powers, but that's just simply not going to be when he's toting an OPS in the low 700s, courtesy of giving away multiple pitches in any given at-bat. Every year there's a collection of weird individual seasons that grab your attention for one reason or another, but usually it's more of the that's kind of interesting variety versus the we've literally never seen that before. These are the rare campaigns that may fly under the radar because they're a bit more unique. And I do think that's where Josh Naylor's 2025 is currently operating at. On the surface, it seems like pretty typical mashing first baseman numbers. A 289, 355, 451 slash with a 123 OPS plus and a full season pace of around 20 homers, 30 doubles, and 2 to 2.5 WAR. But even a cursory glance at his raw totals will reveal one of the weirder things we've seen in all of 2025. He actually also has 21 stolen bases, but it's even more than that. He's also only been caught twice, giving him the 4th best stolen base percentage in the major leagues among guys who've stolen at least 20, ahead of players like Pete Crow-Armstrong, Elly De La Cruz, and Jose Ramirez. All of this meanwhile from a guy who had just 25 steals in his entire career coming into this season. But this somehow isn't even the most interesting part to me, as we've seen other sluggers manage to swipe roughly this many bases before, guys like Paul Goldschmidt, Freddie Freeman, or Manny Machado. But what makes him truly unique in the whole of advanced StatCast history is that nobody who's as slow as he is, and I do mean slow, with a 3rd percentile sprint speed of 24.4 feet per second, has even approached this steals total in a full season, let alone a partial one. And there's only been one individual season with that amount when a player was running slower than 26.4, which was 2015 Brandon Phillips, who still only had 23, an amount Naylor is more than likely going to surpass in the next month or so at this rate, as he swiped 10 bases through his first 13 games with the M's, which, in and of itself, is more than any player with his level of sprint speed or slower has ever had over a full season entirely, with Yadier Molina's 2017 mark of 9 being the only one remotely close. Yeah, in 2.5 weeks, he's lapped what all of his contemporaries have done in entire years. That's truly nuts to me. And while I'm sure the Mariners didn't acquire him for his legs, the fact that he is bringing this value, along with his typical 800 or so OPS, has to have them excited for what he can bring over the last couple months of the season, and, hopefully for Mariners fans everywhere, into the playoffs as well. The Mets have been arguably the most frustrating team for their respective fan base this year in my opinion. From being one of the best teams in baseball through the season's first half to one of the worst in the second, to go along with downright horrible performance for most of their big trade acquisitions. And they arguably just hit the lowest point of their season yesterday when they fell out of position for a wild card again. And their broadcast crew let them hear about it with an honesty that was both refreshing and downright brutal. Facing the Marlins in basically a must-win game, they'd get out to a fast start versus Sandy Alcantara, with Francisco Lindor crushing a home run in the second pitch of the ball game before Juan Soto followed with a single and stolen base. A batter later, it was Pete Alonso's turn to come through, grounding an 0-2 changeup down the left field line. Pete would be stranded at second, but they had two guys on in the top of the second, a prime opportunity to add on. However, they wouldn't be able to do so when Lindor crushed a line drive to first base, with Luis Torrens getting doubled off in the process. Shortly after, Brett Beatty, their third baseman, would be removed with right side soreness. They were back to threatening again in the third when Soto led off with a single, then again stole second base, putting him just 2 swipes away from a 40-40 season. But the Mets again would strand another runner in scoring position, even after moving him up to third with one out, as Alonso and McNeil struck out back-to-back to end the frame. Rookie Brandon Sproat, meanwhile, had been dealing on the mound through the game's first 4 frames, not allowing much in the way of traffic and nothing in the way of runs. The fifth wouldn't be so kind to him though, as he proceeded to give up 3 straight hits to lead off the frame, tying the game and pushing the go-ahead run to third. The righty would then bounce back to get a ground ball to first, hit too hard to push anything across. This was where the shenanigans began, as Jacob Marcy followed with basically the exact same ground ball to first base, only this time Alonso would see it go off his mitt, and even though Jeff McNeil helped him recover in time to get the out, the Marlins now had the lead. After Agustin Ramirez flipped a flare into left field, Sproat's day was done, bringing on lefty trade acquisition Gregory Soto. And from here, all hell broke loose. First, Ramirez would take second by getting one of the biggest leads you'll ever see, then do the same with third. Soto made 0 throws in response, though on the second one it really wasn't his fault, as Ronnie Mauricio, their new player at the hot corner, wasn't even covering the bag. That meant that when Xavier Edwards grounded a single into center field, he easily scored on a play that normally would have just pushed him to third at the most. That deflated everybody in Metland, including the broadcast crew, who had this to say following the implosion.
I mean, you might take your whole travel ball squad off the field if something like that happened. Here's a team that is fighting to get to October. What are you going to do in October with an inning like that?
Just brutal as hell, but in my opinion, completely justified. Connor Norby would then add insult to injury by crushing an inner half sinker way out to left field, a no-doubter that pushed things even further out of reach. Their offense would have one final big chance in this one, when with 2 outs in the 8th and the bases loaded, Mark Vientos would pop out to shortstop Otto Lopez, induced by the outright maniac Tyler Phillips, arguably MLB's most locked-in player. They would then proceed to go down 1-2-3 in the 9th, again dropping them out of their wildcard spot thanks to a win by Cincinnati and Milwaukee. And yes, there still are a couple games to play, but right now, things are looking pretty bleak in Queens. Now, before I go, I just wanted to shout out Mike Trout yesterday for crushing 2 home runs in Anaheim's comeback win versus the Astros, a victory that had to be extra satisfying for the Halos considering this series essentially is must-win for Houston. As for Trout, when you take into account that his underlying numbers are still very impressive despite some surface regression, I think he could very well be in for a rebound season in 2026, as he continues to put the finishing touches on what is already a first-ballot Hall of Fame career. One of the big narratives that swirled throughout 2025, which I will say wasn't unfounded in terms of evidence, was that Rafael Devers was being a bit unreasonable at times when it came to how he was being deployed on the baseball field, something that ended up literally causing him to get traded from a team that he had a 900 OPS with, in the Boston Red Sox, and for essentially peanuts at that. And while, sure, his performance with the Giants wasn't nearly as impressive as with Boston, he still posted an OPS over 800 with 20 homers in 90 games. But I'm actually not here to talk today about any of those numbers, instead being an accomplishment that he managed to register on the final day of the season, when he did something in relation to durability that we hadn't seen since 1996. Nearly 30 years ago, the Giants were facing the Rockies in the final contest of the 2025 season, with San Francisco essentially just playing to have a 500 year, and with their ace Logan Webb on the mound putting the finishing touches on his best season ever. This seemed like a decent bet, and became even more so when Willie Adames led off the bottom of the first with a solo home run to center field, becoming the first player since Barry Bonds to hit 30 home runs in a Giants uniform. That already was pretty notable, but in my opinion, wasn't as much so as what Devers would do later. After a strike him out, throw him out double play to end the second, Wilmer Flores would come off the field emotionally in the third, getting a rousing standing ovation, as he's been one of the biggest parts of San Fran baseball since the 2020s began. This preceded another 2 dominant innings of work from Webb, both being scoreless with the help of a nice spinning play from Adames. This takes us to the 4th, where this graphic appeared across the screen, detailing what I wanted to point out in this vid. This was the 163rd game that Rafael Devers managed to play in this season split between 2 teams, making him the the first player since 1996 to do so. A ridiculous accomplishment considering that he's also dealt with some nagging injuries throughout the year as well. And to me, it's incredibly impressive to have moved across the country and yet not missed even a single day at work. That's right, for all the bad press he got for being quote-unquote lazy, the guy just did something in relation to durability so rare we hadn't seen it in almost 30 years. And even if you throw out the caveat about him being traded, it still had been almost 20 since somebody had played in a 163 period, with the most recent being Justin Morneau back in 2008. How would he celebrate this accomplishment? Well, how about by going deep on a 2-1 pitch, crushing a sinker out to right center field, allowing him to finish 2025 with the third most home runs on the team, despite playing at least 30 games less than those surrounding him. This gave the Giants a 2-0 lead, and from here, Webb would lock in for another inning in the third, before getting pulled by manager Bob Melvin, again to a rousing ovation. This takes us to the bottom of the 8th, when Jung-Hoo Lee would register the Giants' last offensive highlight of the season, grounding a 2-run single to right field, before Spencer Bivens struck out the side to end it, allowing San Francisco to finish 81-81. Looking forward to 2026 as potentially being the year that they finally managed to put things together in such a way as to allow them to make the playoffs for the first time since 2021. I literally just came out with a video earlier today discussing the Yankees' disheartening loss yesterday that prompted their own announcers to say that it was, quote, like a Little League game out there, and that they keep digging themselves deeper and deeper. But at least there wasn't any major mental lapses in this contest. But you couldn't say the same about the game today, which featured one of the laziest plays I've seen on an MLB field this season, and in a truly unique way. Jazz Chisholm was leading off the top of the second with his team down by a run, taking a close pitch for ball 4. After an out, Paul Goldschmidt came to the plate, and on an 0-2, popped a fastball into shallow right field, with second baseman Xavier Edwards out to grab it. But right as he went to secure it, he suddenly sped up his movements before firing to first base, somehow nabbing Chisholm off the bag for an inning-ending double play. I want you to take a look at his body language here from this angle. Just completely disconnected, and he doesn't lock back in to realize what's going on until it's way too late, resulting in one of the more unnecessary outs you'll ever see. And it probably couldn't have come at a worse time, as just an inning prior, New York had seen Trent Grisham get thrown out at home plate by maybe 40 feet, on this ball that was lined into left field off the bat of Giancarlo Stanton, with Trent not even being all the way to third base by the time Kyle Stowers released it. Both of these moments would come back to bite them big time, as they wouldn't manage to scratch out even a single run in this one, losing by a final score of 2-0 after their own former prospect, Agustin Ramirez, crushed 2 solo home runs. If last night was their worst loss of the season, then this one just added insult to injury. Now, before we go, I want to throw in a little mini breakdown as well of this base running play in the Angels game yesterday that saw the tying run not be able to score in the 7th because a base runner was unnecessarily going for third, making the last out there on a play so egregious it prompted Nolan Shanwell, the hitter who had come through, to literally start screaming, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" immediately after. If Jazz's play was a lack of effort, this one was a lack of brains. Ichiro's been cropping up in random places ever since his retirement early on in 2019, registering some fun highlights versus an all-girls team in Japan, throwing the hardest first pitch on record, and making multiple appearances in and around Seattle's operations, playing catch, taking batting practice, etc. But in all of this, I guess somewhat predictably, he hadn't actually taken the field in anything close to approximating a major league environment. After all, the dude was retired. But that somehow changed yesterday when he appeared in a scrimmage game for the M's, registering a highlight in the process. The whole situation came to light when Ryan Devish tweeted out the Mariners' inter-squad roster for one of those games teams play to keep themselves warm when they have a bye, and a curious name popped up in right, being Suzuki. This obviously went viral, garnering 3.5 million views on Twitter as people clamored to get any highlights they could on what a 51-year-old Ichiro would look like in the field. And not long after the contest started, we would get a glimpse of just that, when lefty Gabe Spire induced a fly ball towards the legend, who was able to handle it quite easy. Then, after making a throw, flash Julio Rodriguez's now iconic no-fly zone celebration. But this was a terrible angle, right? We didn't get to see most of the play itself, nor how the throw even looked. Thankfully, Ethan McReynolds would shortly after share an angle that was much more favorable, as we got a chance to see a near-perfect view of the entire thing, with him getting a great jump on this ball before executing a catch into a throw perfectly, firing a one-hop strike into the cutoff man between second and third. Unfortunately, this would be the only highlight that would become public. This serves to remind us, in my opinion, that while his hitting certainly waned during his last 2 years in the bigs, it still looks like he could play a passable major league right field, and based on the feedback we've heard from those in and around Mariners camps over the last few years, this seems like a decently reinforced claim as well. Nevertheless, the vibes are really high in Seattle right now, and seeing one of their greatest legends in uniform once again certainly can't hurt for a fan base that's eagerly looking forward to a potential deep playoff run for the first time in franchise history. I made a video a couple weeks back where I discussed this moment in a recent Miami game, when Augustin Ramirez let a ball get past him while trying to frame it, resulting in the runner reaching and the announcer saying this.
Make Sandy throw more pitches. See, to me, don't try to frame that pitch. Catch it before you try to frame it. You see it so much at this level, and I think it's overdone, overcooked.
In that video, I pointed out how he has every right to be frustrated with the young catcher because he has been basically the worst backstop in the sport defensively, allowing, as of today, 15 passed balls when no other catcher has more than 8, despite him catching 2,000 to 5,000 less pitches than most of the guys surrounding him. I could get further into this, or his other poor metrics as well, but that would distract from today's overall point, which is to point out his quirky issue of missing pitches while trying to frame them. It's truly unique among all big league catchers, in a manner I don't know if I've ever seen before. I've got one crazy number to throw at you, but before we get there, let me take you through each of his misses. The first one came against Austin Hayes with a runner on second. When Max Meyer perfectly located a slider on the inner half, only to see it go off the glove and trickle down the third baseline, allowing TJ Friedl to move to third. I do think this location was intentional considering where he was receiving this pitch. He just flat out missed it. Our next instance came in the same contest, in back-to-back innings no less, when Anthony Bender first saw his slider get phantom framed as it rolled to the backstop with 2 guys on. After he managed to work out of that jam, the same thing would happen only on the inner half this time, as a backup breaking ball allowed a slow-footed catcher in Travis d'Arnaud to get into scoring position. If that guy at this point in his career is advancing, you know you botched your catch attempt pretty badly. Our second to last instance is probably the most extreme, being on this fastball versus the Reds, a pitch that was almost certainly going to be called a strike anyway, and still was even after he missed it, yet he couldn't manage to keep it in front of him, allowing a base runner to get into scoring position with nobody out. By the way, this run would end up coming around to score on a sacrifice fly later in the inning, costing the Marlins a run that they almost certainly wouldn't have given up otherwise, as Will Benson would bounce out to end the inning right after on a nice play from Xavier Edwards. We now come to the moment I referenced in the intro for our last one, when Yohel Pozo reached on a strikeout despite literally swinging at the pitch. You can see in the slow-mo just how much he was trying to pull that offering up, resulting in him whiffing on it almost completely. This too would cost his team a run directly, this time on a 2-out double off the bat of Lars Nootbaar. If you add up every one of these instances, being 5 in total, it would alone be tied for 4th worst in Major League Baseball in terms of passed balls. That's right, if you take out his other 10 passed balls of different varieties, he still would be top 5. That's gotta be one of the craziest fielding stats I've seen in a minute, so while I know he's not projected to be an everyday catcher necessarily in the long term, this will have to be addressed if he even continues to moonlight there on an occasional basis. Over the course of this prior spring training, MLB players had access to ABS challenges, and it certainly produced a mixed bag of results, leading to some intriguing highlights and downright laugh-inducing moments. But the universal consensus was that both players and coaches appreciated the fact that big calls could actually be overturned if gotten incorrect. However, this didn't make its way into the regular season, with many hypothesizing it could be a number of years before this happened. But, as confirmed earlier today by Jeff Passan on Twitter, the league's competition committee officially voted to implement ABS into Major League games, starting next year. Now, for those that aren't aware, let me catch you up real quick on the rules, as provided by MLB themselves. Each team will get 2 challenges and keep them if they're successful. Challenges can only be initiated by a pitcher, catcher, or batter by tapping their hat or helmet. No help from the dugout or other players on the field will be allowed. And in each extra inning, a team will be awarded a challenge if it has none remaining. Now, immediately, there is some potential issues in my opinion concerning Rule 4, as we've seen players communicate in covert ways all throughout the history of the sport, so I'm hoping for some further clarity on what countermeasures can be taken against this. But even with this little potential loophole exposed, I do think this is incredible progress overall. I am not a proponent of a fully automated strike zone. I like the human element, but in huge spots when the game's on the line, you just can't have blown calls that give one team essentially 0 chance to be competitive. This will help prevent that, while also adding an additional layer of strategy to every manager's game plan, as I'm sure teams internally are going to have to designate who's able to challenge and what the specific rules of how their guys should act will be. I am also curious to hear what you guys think. Is this a positive moment in the history of the sport, helping usher us into a new age of umpire accountability? Do you instead think this is going to taint the game in a way that is wholly negative? Or do you have a more nuanced take split between the two? Be sure to comment your thoughts below, and I'll do my best to respond to as many of them as I can. For all the bad plays you see on a day-to-day basis, it's hard to find instances of managers directly calling out players publicly for them, especially in the modern era. Skippers usually prefer to keep that in-house as of today, being as the media landscape is what it is. This is even more true when you're playing in a place like Los Angeles, one of the biggest markets in the entire country. But Dave Roberts just departed from this mentality yesterday, when he indeed criticized his veteran outfielder Teoscar Hernandez, who wasn't able to make 2 separate plays in the same game that ended up costing his team runs, with the second one being outright game losing. Facing the 36 and '88 Colorado Rockies, Hernandez's first impact to this game in a negative way came in the bottom of the third inning, when with nobody out and a guy on first with a 2-0 lead, Brenton Doyle popped this ball to shallow right field. Hernandez came racing in before pulling up at the last second, putting runners in the corners with nobody out. That's not a play that's outright routine, but considering that its exit velocity was just 69 miles an hour and it traveled over 230 feet on the fly, you do generally expect that to be caught. And Colorado would indeed capitalize shortly after when Ryan Ritter grounded a ball to right field, scoring 2 runs and tying things up at the time. But in the 6th inning, LA would manage to get the lead back on an RBI double from Alex Freeland. But this wouldn't last very long, as in the bottom of the 7th, Ezequiel Tovar, who's absolutely destroyed Yamamoto in his career, crushed a game-tying home run to center field. This brings us to the bottom of the 9th, again with Ezequiel at the plate, yielding a decidedly less powerful result when he popped the ball to shallow right field, which Teoscar got a horrible break on, which ended up causing him to see the ball go off his mitt. And then, because he didn't hustle after it immediately after, Tovar would actually get to second as the potential game-winning run. And in case you think I'm being a little hard on him, the expected batting average on this ball was just .060, as it was hit at 77.3 miles per hour off the bat, and again traveled around 230 feet. This would indeed prove to be huge, when just 2 pitches later, warming Bernabel would ground a fastball into center field, officially giving the Rockies a walk-off victory, and preventing Los Angeles from gaining a game on the Padres, who would lose in their separate contest. All of this would not sit very well with Dave Roberts, who had this to say after the game concluded.
You know, we should have won that game. I didn't look at the replay. It was up in the air a long time. You know, I thought he had a chance to get it. It got off his glove, and fortunately we didn't come up with the play. Yeah, that's just a tough one. I mean, he does. He's got to get better out there. And there's just no way to put it.
That's pretty harsh, but overall, in my opinion, accurate criticism from Dave. As on the year so far, Teoscar has been one of the worst outfielders in the sport, being tied for 3rd worst overall among all outfielders in fielding run value at -9. The New York Mets are having one hell of a skid right now, dropping 6 games in a row, 9 of their last 10, and going back to June 13th, 18 of 47, or a .383 winning percentage that ranks 3rd worst in all of MLB, behind just the Nationals and Rockies. And yeah, Mets fans probably thought things couldn't get any worse after their series opening loss to the Brewers, where they saw their potential tying run get gunned out at the plate in the form of Starling Marte, a guy with 29th percentile speed, while a player with 95th percentile wheels, Tyrone Taylor, sat on the bench. But it was yesterday's contest that was arguably even worse, because not only did they find a way to blow it when it mattered most, they did so twice, while also having to witness one of the weirder assumed outs into home runs you'll ever see, with all this leading to one of the happiest guys in baseball, Francisco Lindor, downright crashing out in the dugout. We'll start in the beginning, with New York getting off to a fast start, with the first run of the game coming in the 2nd inning when Pete Alonso took Tobias Myers deep to center field, tying the Mets' all-time record for big flies at 252. Unfortunately for them, they wouldn't be able to add on after Lindor took a changeup that was probably a little inside for strike 3. It was in the bottom of the 2nd that Frankie Montas would end up loading the bases with 2 outs, but for a moment it seemed like he might get out of it, when Joey Ortiz bounced a ground ball to shortstop. But Francisco Lindor wouldn't be able to make the play, seeing it bounce off his mitt before immediately going into a crouch position. It was in between innings that we would see him come into the dugout and slam his mitt down in a moment of frustration we've rarely ever seen from Mr. Smile. Seriously, the whole team is frustrated right now, and if you needed any evidence, there it is. Things would go back and forth for the next 4.5 innings, with the Mets eventually taking a 4-3 lead on a home run from Juan Soto. But like we've seen from Milwaukee for the better part of 3 months now, they would just not go away, eventually tying the game on a fielder's choice ground out to shortstop, putting a potential go-ahead run at 3rd with 2 outs. This brought deadline acquisition Ryan Helsley to the mound, and he did his job, inducing a routine grounder to Ronnie Mauricio at 3rd. But again, the Mets' bad fielding would show out, with the rookie olaying the ball into left field, giving the Brewers the lead. But they weren't done with the heartbreak, as versus the very next hitter, William Contreras, Helsley would deliver a first pitch fastball that was whacked in the air to right field, where Juan Soto managed to track it down for the final out of the inning. Or was it? Because apparently there was a pitch clock violation on Ryan, meaning that the at-bat would continue. And, wouldn't you know it, on the very next offering, Contreras would take advantage, smashing a high fastball to left center field, pushing their lead to 3 runs. And that's where things would end, with Lindor and Soto punching out back-to-back to officially seal a 7-4 loss for New York, prolonging their slump and pushing Philly's division lead to now 4.5 games. Jacob Marcy made his Major League debut just a few months ago, and in that time since, he's been playing out of his mind, posting a .311, .376, .510 slash line with 26 extra base hits in just 51 games, to go along with 2.1 WAR. Pretty much everything he's done has been impressive. 3 fielding runs, a 143 OPS+, some of the best base running metrics in the game, you name it. But he just did something the other day that shows he has a different kind of talent, one that's much harder to teach. the ability to be a leader, and it made a huge difference for his ball club in one of the biggest games of their season. Facing the Phillies with a long shot postseason berth on the line, Miami would get down early against Philadelphia ace Christopher Sanchez when Kyle Schwarber crushed a first-inning homer. Unfortunately, outfielder Dane Myers would end up departing leading off the next frame as well, after he crashed hard into the fence, meaning that when Otto Kemp launched a 2-out home run of his own, the Fish were already down 3-0. From here, both starters would lock in, not allowing anything more through 5. It was in the top of the 6th that Otto Lopez would lead off with a single, potentially getting some kind of rally going for what had been a truly dormant offense. Augustin Ramirez followed by hitting a ball hard up the middle, but Bryson Stott made an excellent diving play to get the out at second. Things would further deflate when Marcy flew a ball to shallow center field. 2 outs, but still guy on first, right? Well, actually no, because Augustine, who's had multiple stretches this year where he looked kind of unfocused, had actually lost track of the number of outs, resulting in him getting easily thrown out at first. This was obviously a horrible play, and you can hear the Marlins announcer say as much as it was happening.
Marcy sends one to center, and that's going to be a double play. This is a disaster. Augustin Ramirez had no idea how many outs there were.
However, in a lot of cases, you're not going to necessarily see the retribution for these actions on the field, but in this case, with how much they were playing for, Jacob took it on himself to show some leadership qualities and chastise his fellow rookie, saying what seemed to be, "Come on, lock the F in." To show that kind of emotion as a first-year player is certainly impressive to me, and couldn't have hurt when it came to rallying the troops, as just a couple innings later, Griffin Conine would cut the Phillies' lead with a solo home run, and then, with 2 outs, Liam Hicks lined the ball to center field, a play that would actually see Otto score from first on a single and an error. Suddenly, the Fish had life, and they managed to complete the comeback fully when Heriberto Hernandez crushed a game-tying dinger on a 101-mile-per-hour fastball in the top of the 9th, on an 0-2 count no less. What would then follow would be a lengthy rain delay before we finally made our way to extra innings. From here, we would see Alec Bohm make an excellent glove flip on Marcy, forcing out a runner at second, though by that time the Marlins' lead had grown to 5-3. But the Phillies weren't done yet, managing to push across 2 of their own with 2 outs in the bottom of that frame. But Miami wasn't going to roll over, managing to fight their way to taking the lead once again when Nick Castellanos made a diving catch, before eventually sealing the game with the ground ball back to the mound. And even though they would go on to get crushed the next day when the Phillies hit a franchise record 8 home runs, all but eliminating them from the playoff race, it's this kind of heart and guile that's spread throughout the roster that will allow them to be competitive going forward, with Marcy, seemingly, being at the forefront as a leader. For a time early on in the 2025 season, it looked like Javier Báez might be back. Maybe not reaching the same heights he did with the Cubs, but at least becoming a usable player, throwing up some impressive defensive numbers all around the infield, along with some impressive time spent in center field, all while posting an OPS around 800 through June. But unfortunately, that number has sunk to under 600 since, with only 2 home runs in the last 2 months to go along with 1 walk and 45 strikeouts. This has, of course, resulted in his playing time getting cut pretty significantly. So, what exactly changed for Javi, besides what was admittedly some pretty good luck in the first few months correcting? Well, I believe the main culprit is him getting back to swinging at downright ridiculous pitches on a regular basis, and this is backed up by these 2 screenshots, both concerning how many times he swung at offerings that are considered to be waste and chase pitches, most of which are downright unhittable. Through his first 71 games played, Báez had swung at 104 of these, a pretty high total relatively speaking, but not so bad that it was tanking his overall numbers. This also helped him to draw 9 walks in that time. Certainly a low total, but still much higher than that which would come after, with the same being true of his 56 strikeouts, about 0.79 a game on average. Since July 1st, he's swung at 91 pitches in the same waste and chase zones, a rate about 44% higher. And again, it's resulted in just that 1 walk being taken with 45 strikeouts to go along with it, a current rate of 1.05 a game. And this is reflected pretty harshly in the underlying numbers too, with his xWOBA, xSlug, xAverage, and hard hit percent all eroding in front of our very eyes. These are the numbers, but I don't think they tell a full story as to how extreme this problem has become. So, to illustrate it, I wanted to find the most ridiculous examples, starting with the game where, in the span of 2 innings, he swung and missed at a pitch that bounced almost a foot before the plate, and another almost 5 feet above the ground. To offer at either one of these is crazy, but both in the span of back-to-back at-bats? Truly nuts. But even this arguably can't compare with the ridiculousness that is how far he'll chase pitches away from him, with the most extreme example being the slider that spun almost 3 feet away from him. Just look at where Christian Vázquez was set up to receive that. That should tell you all you need to know. This is actually one of 3 times he struck out on offerings at least 2 feet away from him. We could honestly be here all day, but the last extreme instance I want to look at is the only time he actually made contact, dribbling an easy ground ball to third base on a sinker that was almost 1.5 feet inside this time. A pitch that actually was so close to him that it created an insane spin that took it from being well foul into fair territory, creating one of the weirder replays you'll ever see. Something has to be truly wrong mentally for him to have regressed this far, and I just hope he can find some way to get back a semblance of that early season magic as we approach the playoffs, as I really do believe Major League Baseball is a more fun sport to watch when El Mago is bringing even a fraction of his potential electricity to the field on a semi-regular basis. Shohei Ohtani has become known as a relatively quiet player when it comes to his actions on the field, not bat flipping on every home run, constantly chirping with opponents, or going back and forth with fans. But once in a while he'll break out a little additional show of personality, as we saw earlier this season when he bat flipped in an identical way on a big homer to what an Arizona Diamondback had done earlier in that contest. And we just saw another instance of this yesterday, when he responded to a heckler in perhaps the best way I've ever seen. Ohtani was up to bat in the 9th inning of a then 7-2 ball game, with LA having taken the lead solidly during a 5-run 7th. He would take the first pitch of his at-bat from Yuki Matsui for a called strike on a breaking ball, then foul off another one. A 93-mile-per-hour fastball just missed away before Matsui tried another breaking ball, this time eliciting a pop-up behind the plate and out of play. It was then on a 1-2 he would get a 94-mile-per-hour fastball at the top of the zone, absolutely crushing it at 109 miles an hour out to right center field, traveling 409 feet on its way to the second level of seating out there. This blast not only tied him with Kyle Schwarber for the National League lead at the time with 45, but would also see him, as he was approaching the dugout, go up to a Padres fan who I'm assuming had been jawing at him all contest, during which time he had struck out twice, and dap him up, then give him a little pat on the back. The Padres fan thankfully took this in good spirits, giving the universal nod of, yeah, he got me, afterwards, and Shohei couldn't help but crack up over the incident for a couple minutes continuously following. I personally think this is probably the best response you can have to a heckler. Nothing obscene or borderline violent, just a good-natured ribbing that also functions as a cool moment for that guy as well. Getting owned by one of the best baseball players of all time? That's a memory he'll never forget, while also simultaneously getting a little humbled in the process. LA would go on to close this one out by that final score of 8-2, pulling them back into a tie for the time being in the NL West with San Diego, in what has become undoubtedly one of the best rivalries in the sport today. Now, before we go, I want to know what you guys think. Is this the best way you can possibly respond to a heckler? And if not, what do you think would be a better one? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Not too long ago, I made a video about the Yankees playing one of the sloppiest games you'll ever see on a major league field, which featured 7 separate misplays. That's insane, right? Yet, I'm not sure if it compares with what just happened yesterday, when they did something so incredibly sloppy in one inning that we had never seen it before. New York and the Tigers were tied 2-2 entering the 7th, with New York having registered 2 separate solo shots and Detroit 1 2-run bomb. On the mound was righty Fernando Cruz, who entered the game with an ERA under 3. But right from the start in this one, something looked off, as on his very first pitch, he hung a splitter, seeing it crushed into the right field corner off the bat of Raleigh Green, putting a guy in scoring position with nobody out. Still, as a guy with some of the best strikeout stuff in the big leagues, this wasn't the end of the world. But things got a little more dire when he proceeded to walk Spencer Torkelson on a 3-2, then do the same to Wenzel Perez on a 3-1, loading the bases with nobody out. This brought Parker Meadows to the plate, the guy who had crushed the home run earlier, and he delivered, lining a single into right field, scoring Green and moving everybody else up a base. Cruz would only face one more hitter, Dylan Dingler, who would take his own walk on 5 pitches, this time forcing in a run. Fernando then gave way to Mark Leiter Jr. How would this fellow righty splitter tosser do? How about immediately giving up a softly hit single in a no-man's land beyond a drawn-in infield to extend Detroit's lead to 3, before hitting the next batter in the foot, driving in another? It couldn't possibly get any worse, right? Wrong. Another bases-loaded walk, and then wild pitch pushed across another 2. Then, to top it all off, Kerry Carpenter would lace a fastball to the left center field gap on what would end up being a 2-run triple. This would signal the exit of Leiter, with lefty Tim Hill being brought on to finally get the last 3 outs, but not before Perez would score the Tigers' 11th run of the night on a force out. When all was said and done, the final line had been crystallized for Cruz and Leiter. 0 batters retired, 4 hits, 4 walks, a hit by pitch, and 9 earned runs. After the contest, which New York would go on to lose 12-2, Katie Sharp would reveal on Twitter that this was only the second time we've ever seen 2 separate hurlers give up at least 4 earned runs with 0 outs recorded, with New York joining the 1999 Angels at the peak of pitching sloppiness in one inning. But here's the thing, in that contest, which I looked up, these pitchers weren't back-to-back, as you can see from the screenshot, meaning that this was the first time we had ever seen 2 pitchers in a row retire 0 batters while giving up at least 4 runs. Remember, the total was 9. What a crazy inning, and another in what has become a long line of bullpen implosions from the Yankees. It feels like a large portion of MLB fans spent much of the last year and a half criticizing Julio Rodriguez for not living up to a perceived standard that he had set back during his debut season in 2022, despite him still being an extremely productive ball player. However, he is having one hell of a comeback season overall in 2025, currently on track for a potential 30-30 season and around 800 OPS, showing everyone who doubted him what he's still fully capable of. And he just did so once again in an individual instance yesterday, when he crushed a home run that is unlike any we've ever seen before. Julio was at the plate versus the Phillies' Jesus Luzardo with 2 outs in the first inning, taking 2 called strikes on fastballs, with the second certainly being a generous one, then another heater high before, on the 1-2, seeing his first breaking ball, an 88-mile-an-hour slider that he would crush out to left field for a home run. Just look at where that pitch was located. On its face it seems like it would be notable, right? And it would shortly after be confirmed to have been hit just 0.71 feet off the ground, breaking the all-time record for the lowest home run ever hit versus a legitimate pitcher, surpassing this Odubel Herrera shot 0.73 feet off the dirt. In fact, there's only ever been one homer hit on a pitch below this at 0.68 back in 2022. But that was a Jock Peterson homer versus a position player nothing ball at under 60 miles an hour, so I personally don't think it's anywhere near the same thing. In fact, while mentioning velo, this was also the hardest pitch ever hit for a home run that was under 0.8 feet. By almost a full 2 miles an hour, I might add, at 87.9, with the previous mark of 86.2 on this Anthony Santander home run back in 2022 being the only other one above 85. I only bring this up because hitting a pitch that low at higher velocities is obviously more difficult, as the looping swing necessary to do so is more difficult to time up on faster pitches. This, to me, makes Julio's blast unlike any we've ever seen in the StatCast era for both of these reasons, but unfortunately, what was obviously a pretty incredible feat wouldn't inspire his club to have success in this one, as they would see a 5-run 7th inning put a potential victory solidly out of reach, en route to a Philadelphia 11-2 victory, as the Mariners continued to struggle like they have over the last couple weeks in their pursuit of the Astros for the AL West title. And now, before we go, I also wanted to do a little mini segment where I shouted out this feat from Corbin Carroll, as pointed out on Twitter by Just Baseball, being that he became the first player in MLB history to have 4 multi-home run games and 4 multi-triple games in the same season. A dynamic accomplishment that just goes to show how good the young lefty is as both a base runner and prolific power hitter. Add in the fact that he also currently has an 87th percentile fielding run value of 6, and you have one of the most complete 5-tool player skill sets in the game today. The Milwaukee Brewers punched their ticket to the postseason for the 7th time in the last 8 years yesterday, before their game even concluded. But, of course, in typical Brewers fashion in 2025, they would manage to put an exclamation point on the day as well by coming back to walk it off versus the Cardinals. But the real news, besides the clinching, was what happened after during the celebration, when longtime baseball personality Ken Rosenthal registered one of the douchiest moments you'll ever see from a media member. Milwaukee had just scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th, getting major help from 2 hit-by pitches, then registering back-to-back hits from Sal Frelick and Jackson Chourio, bringing the Brew Crew within 1. Then, after a shallow fly ball from Bryce Terang that couldn't manage to do anything, William Contreras would tie the game on a little swinging bunt. This would be where their rally would end after a strikeout from Christian Yelich and a flyout from Isaac Collins. Meanwhile, the Cardinals would manage to fill the bases with nobody out in the top of the 10th, but only come away with 1 after a double play and inning-ending groundout. This left a potential victory firmly within reason for the Brewers, who would tie it once again on a 1-out double from Caleb Durbin. This brought Andrew Monasterio to the plate, and he delivered, registering a 1-hop single to center field, officially sealing a walk-off victory. This brings us to the moment I alluded to in the intro, when Ken was interviewing Monasterio post-game, and, like is typical after walk-offs, the team came out with the Gatorade cooler and showered the young righty, but in the process, Ken was sent backward while trying to avoid the liquid, causing him to bump into a photographer trying to get some up-close images of the scene. But this isn't the douchiness I was talking about. It's the look he gives him immediately after, basically staring him down and then, as he walks to the side, giving him the classic, "What are you doing, man?" before shaking his head. Now, I'm not sure if the photographer was exactly where he was supposed to be, but it's an awfully mean-spirited thing to do to accidentally knock somebody over, and then instead of apologizing and checking to see if they're okay, to instead react like that, with zero concern for them whatsoever. Just a bit of a heartless moment from somebody who's had quite a few of them over the years. Now, before we go, I wanted to take a second to point out a record that Aaron Judge broke a couple days ago, when he hit his 19th first-inning home run of the season, breaking the previous mark held by both himself and Alex Rodriguez. What an incredible year from the hulking slugger, and one that will, at this point, more than likely end in an AL MVP. The New York Mets were fresh off of arguably their best win of the year that involved a massive comeback punctuated by a go-ahead home run by Francisco Alvarez and a 6-out save from Edwin Diaz. With this victory, they managed to catapult themselves back into a playoff position, though only tentatively so. As such, the importance of winning every game from here on out cannot be overstated. But that would not be what happened yesterday, when they not only got down huge early, courtesy of one of their rookie phenoms getting rocked, but then also had to watch as one of the brightest young stars in the game embarrass them in a way you almost never see. After a scoreless top of the first, it looked like things might get ugly immediately, with Chicago putting 2 guys on with nobody out. But starter Jonah Tong would settle down to strike out Ian Happ on a nasty 3-2 changeup. Moises Ballesteros would then ground a curveball into center field, a play that somehow saw Tyrone Taylor make a perfect throw to home plate to beat Michael Busch after a replay review. Seiya Suzuki would ground out shortly after. Could New York take this momentum and turn it into anything? Well, no. Not only would they not manage to score over the next 2 innings, but it would be the Cubs that would be right back to causing issues in the third, this time loading the bases with nobody out, meaning that when Ian Happ drove a changeup down the right field line, its impact was catastrophic, scoring 2 runs and keeping 2 guys on. Ballesteros would then come up and get his second hit of the game, driving in another run. Seiya Suzuki would finally manage to drive Tong from the game with his RBI double, bringing Dick Lovelady to the mound. And the lefty would do his best to limit the damage, only giving up 1 more tally after a strikeout, sacrifice fly, and strikeout. While this hole was big, the Mets had overcome something almost exactly the same the night before, so it wasn't impossible. But it didn't help that Matt Shaw would make the lead 6-0 in the very next frame on a long drive to left center field. However, shortly after, New York would get another Alvarez bomb, but after Clay Holmes was brought on in a relief capacity, he would give up a 2-out grounder to third base, a play that should have been routine for Mark Vientos. But after he bounced the throw to first, it would get past Pete Alonso, scoring another while pushing the speedy outfielder to second. This is where we come to our highlighted play, as on the 1-0 to the next batter, Holmes bounced a sinker about a foot in front of the plate, careening wildly to the backstop, and then, for some reason, the big righty wouldn't see fit to cover home, allowing PCA to race around the bases to score on a wild pitch from second, one of the rarest plays you'll see in Major League Baseball, especially in the middle of a playoff race. Crow-Armstrong would then hit the sleeping celebration, only adding to the embarrassment for New York, and things really wouldn't get any better from here, as the final score in the game would end up being 10-3. But, in a funny twist, the Mets actually caught a break on this day, because both the Reds and D-backs lost, allowing them to maintain their berth at least for another game. In MLB, some of the most celebrated players are those who can do it all, like Pete Crow-Armstrong, Bobby Witt Jr., Jose Ramirez, and a number of others. But today's video isn't going to be about those guys. Instead, sort of being the opposite. I wanted to find the most polarizing player in Major League Baseball, someone with a skill set that's truly the worst in one capacity and among the best in another. And I think I found my guy. Meet Nick Allen, the shortstop for the Atlanta Braves, who, in my opinion, embodies this idea better than anyone. Let's start first with what makes him special, his ridiculously productive defense, which has seen him post tied for the 3rd best fielding run value in the game at 13, second among all infielders behind just Mason Wynn, to go along with the 4th best D-WAR and 5th highest defensive runs saved. What does this look like in practice? Well, how about fielding a ball nearly behind the 3rd baseman, yet still having the internal clock to bounce a throw to first on a couple hops, easily nabbing the runner there. Here he is doing the same thing, but in the opposite direction, up the middle, this time in the air to get a much faster base runner in Denzel Clark. Remember, this guy doesn't have an elite arm either, with just an 84.7 mph average velo, but he gets rid of the ball about as fast as any infielder in the game. This is perhaps best exemplified on this play versus the Mets, when he smoothly grabbed this line drive and fired to first, like it was a throw on a double play or something. And yeah, like many other Gold Glove caliber infielders, he too is capable of the sliding, leaping, and diving plays you normally associate with players in this mold. There's literally nothing he can't do. With that being said, everything he brings in value defensively is sharply offset by his work at the plate. Among guys who've played at least 100 games this year, essentially being uninjured starters, he ranks dead last in extra base hits, RBI, slugging percentage, OPS, OPS+, total bases, and homers, being the only guy with less than 3. He has 0. How is this even possible? Well, when you take a look at his advanced profile on Baseball Savant, it becomes pretty obvious, as he has first percentile totals in expected WOBA, expected slugging, average exit velo, barrel percent, hard hit percent, and bat speed, meaning that he's among the league's worst in all of those categories. Put simply, he's not only one of, if not the league's weakest hitter results-wise, but also among them metrically. This leads me back to my original point. I don't think there's another player in the game today with a starker contrast between these two aspects of their game. And Baseball Savant backs this up in that there is no player with a larger disparity between their batting run value at -18 and fielding run value at 13, with this spread of 31 runs being one more than with either Patrick Bailey or Ke'Bryan Hayes, two other players who would certainly be contenders for this spot. But this isn't even what really separates these guys from Allen to me. Instead, simply being their raw skills of the dish. Take a look at their Savant pages real quick. Certainly not pretty, but nothing like Nick's. Will all of this lead to a long, productive career for him? I have no idea. Shortstop has to be one of the top positions you could justify a poor hitting performance from, but this poor, especially with a team like the Braves who want to compete next year? I guess we'll have to see, but at least for the rest of 2025 it seems, we'll get to continue watching MLB's most polarizing player operate on a nightly basis. Yesterday had to be one of the most exciting baseball days of the year, as we witnessed 5 walk-offs, 3 extra inning games, and 3 contests with over 20 total runs scored. I'm going to have to make a number of videos today to try to recap the high points, but we're going to start first with the loss that was probably the most tragic for its respective fan base, being the Yankees, who had to witness every one of the players they acquired at the deadline this year negatively impact a game versus the Marlins, which also resulted in some of the most frustrated commentary you'll ever hear from an MLB booth. But before we get to this agonizing point, let's first go through the entire contest, which would first see the Yankees get out to a 3-0 lead in a surprisingly scoreless game in the 4th, when Giancarlo Stanton crushed a patented line drive laser versus his former squad. That ball left his bat at 116 miles an hour. Big guy still got it. The Yankees would manage to add on to this lead in the 5th with 2-out singles from Jason Dominguez and Cody Bellinger, pushing their lead all the way to 6-0. But the fish would start chipping away in the bottom of that inning, when Javier Báez, who came into this game with a .631 OPS, crushed an opposite field home run, dropping the lead to 4. Later on in the frame, they would get a couple more when Liam Hicks flipped a single into center field with 2 outs. Suddenly, we had a ball game again. But the Yankees weren't done adding on, extending their lead back into semi-comfortable territory when Trent Grisham crushed a 3-run home run of his own down the right field line. This meant that when the new-look Yankee bullpen first took the mound with Representative Jake Bird, they had a 5-run lead to play with. But things would not begin well at all for the former Rocky, who would allow the bases to get loaded with just 1 out, before grooving a first-pitch sinker to Kyle Stowers, an offering right down the middle of the plate that got slapped out to left field, just past the reach of a leaping Dominguez. After getting just 1 more out, Bird would be done, bringing another acquisition, David Bednar, to the mound, with his first pitch for his new team atomized by Sanoha, giving Javier more home runs on this day than he had coming into the contest on the season, tying things up at 9. But remember, there still was only 2 outs, a fact that would haunt David following, as he proceeded to give up a double to the gap, then a little tapper up the middle that couldn't be fielded by Anthony Volpe. This meant that when Agustin Ramirez lined a single into left field, the Fish had somehow managed to erase multiple huge deficits versus what was supposed to be a stellar bullpen, en route to taking the lead late. But they're not a team themselves known for locking down the back end of games, and would further prove this by giving up a home run to Anthony Volpe just 5 pitches into the top of the 8th, setting things back to even and getting some momentum back for the Bronx Bombers. This takes us to the top of the 9th, when, with 2 outs, pinch runner Jose Caballero got one of the biggest jumps you'll ever see on a major league field en route to stealing his first base with his new club. Another recent acquisition, Ryan McMahon, would then ground a single into center field, putting New York back on top. Anthony Volpe would go on to add to his big day at the plate, which saw him record 4 hits, that home run, and a stolen base by slapping a fly ball just out of the reach of the center fielder, driving in an important insurance run. This is where things stood going into the bottom of the 9th, with another deadline pickup, Camilo Duvall, set to make his first appearance, which would start shaky as well, with him putting 2 guys on with just 1 out. That meant that when Xavier Edwards grounded a single into right field, the Yankees' lead would be cut to just a single run. Or would it? Because you see, Caballero, who hasn't spent a ton of time in the outfield in his career, allowed this ball to get past him and roll nearly all the way to the warning track, again tying things up. This did not sit very well with former All-Star Paul O'Neill, who had this to say immediately following.
Michael, you get to a point where you just can't make this up. I mean, the ball gets by, the base hits, the runners are running, it's like a Little League game going on out here.
Yeah, you don't hear that kind of frustrated candor from the booth very often, but I do think in this case it was justified. And there would indeed be one final indecency they would have to suffer, with Ramirez poking a little ground ball just out in front of the plate, but in the perfect spot to allow base runner Edwards to slide in safely. It would be after the contest officially concluded that we would actually hear Kay chime in this time without much of a filter.
All 3 relievers that were so touted that the Yankees acquired, they all did not do their job tonight. And we keep digging new holes, Paul, and this one goes under the worst loss of the year.
And I have to agree, scoring 12 runs for an offense without its best player, being Aaron Judge, only to lose courtesy of horrible pitching that you had to pay a pretty penny for, and some terrible defense that couldn't have been worse timed, has to sting like little else in baseball can. I may not be a Yankee fan myself, but I can certainly empathize with them after that abomination. Justin Verlander has had an uneven 2025 so far, registering some highlights like when he broke multiple records in the same game when it comes to velocity for a 40-year-old, while also having stretches like in July when he had a whip of nearly 2 with an ERA north of 5. But one thing that he's managed to do through all of this is show up consistently on the mound, allowing him to tally 104 strikeouts on the season, a mark significant because it just pushed him past an all-time landmark that we hadn't seen surpassed in over 20 years. JV was facing off against the Chicago Cubs, somehow still searching for his first ever win at Oracle Park, while also entering the contest with 3,515 strikeouts, a mark tied with Hall of Famer Walter Johnson according to Elias Sports Bureau, and wouldn't you know it, on just his second batter faced, he managed to punch out Kyle Tucker on a changeup, becoming the first hurler to pass the big train since Randy Johnson in 2002. 23 years ago, and because of the way modern pitching has evolved, he could very well end up being the last one to do so as well. Getting back to the game, he would go on to give up a couple base runners before punching out Carson Kelly on a generous called strike, still managing to hit 96 in the process. After an uneventful top of the second, the Giants managed to get him a run when Wilmer Flores went deep. Then he got back to work, punching out 2 more in a third inning that was very similar to his first. A couple strikeouts sandwiched around some base runners. He would then be assisted nicely leading off the fourth on a racing play from Casey Schmidt into foul territory, but unfortunately this wouldn't be enough to keep him from giving up his first run, on some nice 2-out hitting from Matt Shaw. And then after a double from Pete Crow-Armstrong, Verlander would again give up a 2-out run on a single, this one from Kelly. However, for what seemed like the first time this season, the Giants would manage to respond, not only getting him off the hook for the loss, but also putting him in line for the win, when Elliot Ramos hit an RBI double, and then Rafael Devers flared an RBI single. Verlander would then do his part to lock things down in the 6th inning, going 1-2-3, ending his night after giving up just 2 runs with 5 strikeouts. And San Fran wasn't done adding on, seeing Matt Chapman crush a 2-run dinger for insurance in the bottom half of that frame, and that would end up being pretty much it, as despite this fantastic play from Dansby Swanson to rob Devers of another knock, the Cubs offense just couldn't get anything going, with Owen Casey eventually striking out to end this one by a final score of 5-2, giving Verlander his first career win in that ballpark on a night when he managed to do something truly historic. The Dodgers have been on one hell of a cold stretch as of recently, dropping 4 games in a row prior to yesterday's contest, as well as being well below 500 since the All-Star break. However, most of their losses have come in pretty nuclear fashion. Bullpen blow-ups, their offense not really showing anything, and some truly mediocre starting pitching performances. But none of these included the fashion in which they lost their most recent contest, because we have never seen anything even remotely like it in the whole of baseball history. I'm serious, that's how big of a choke job it was. But before we get there, let me set the stage with a little breakdown of how this game went. The Dodgers would see a pitcher who has become their ace, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto, take the mound looking to help them get out of their most recent lull, and for the first 2 innings, he would do just that, retiring the Orioles 1-2-3 in each frame. It was then in the third that LA managed to push across the game's first run, on a ground out from Shohei Ohtani. This would precede what was arguably Yoshi's most stressful inning from a base runner perspective, as he would walk the first 2 batters in the bottom of the third before getting 3 outs and 2 batters after Jackson Holliday grounded into a double play. The Dodgers would manage to push their lead to 2-0 by the end of the 5th, with Yoshi quietly not giving up any traffic. And so it went, through the 6th, 7th, and 8th, with LA managing to scratch across 1 more run on a Mookie Betts triple. This takes us to the bottom of the 9th, with the Japanese righty just 3 outs away from the first no-hitter of the season. After Alex Jackson went down swinging and Mayo flew out, it was down to just a single batter, separating Yamamoto from history. But alas, it wasn't to be, as Holliday would take a well-placed fastball inside to right field, just sneaking it over the fence for the Orioles' first hit and run of the contest. But still, even with their ace coming out, the Dodgers only had to get 1 out to break their losing streak, right? Even for a struggling bullpen, that shouldn't be a crazy ask. But things would quickly get nerve-wracking after Jeremiah Jackson doubled, Gunnar Henderson got hit by a pitch, and Ryan Mountcastle drew a walk, all off of Blake Trinan, who just had absolutely no idea where it was going on this night. And then, despite the lefty Colton Cowser coming to the plate, Dave Roberts would elect to leave in the veteran righty to face the lefty, and it wouldn't work at all. Trinan would walk him on 5 pitches, pushing the tying run to third, and the winning run to second. Who would Roberts call out of his bullpen? Well, how about lefty Tanner Scott, who had just given up a walk-off home run the night before, and with a righty and Emmanuel Rivera coming up no less, this inexplicable decision would immediately backfire, as Rivera would proceed to walk off LA with a single to center field. After the game's final pitch, Sarah Langs would tweet this out, citing 9 separate times the team had been no-hit through 8 2/3 innings, only to come back and win the game. But here's the kicker. Every single one of these previous games had been 0-0 entering the 9th inning. Not a single one involved a lead, let alone of 3 runs. This makes what the Dodgers did, or I guess didn't do, a choke job the likes of which we have never seen on an MLB field, or really, anything even close to it. Oh, yeah, and the Padres happened to win on this day as well, dropping their lead in the West back to just a single game. Bo Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. are 2 of the worst defenders in Major League Baseball at their respective positions, combining for a -60 fielding run value since both of them made their debuts in 2019, and -10 so far this season. But, as has been the case for much of the last few months, the Blue Jays as a team just can't be stopped, and their level of elite play has seemingly spread to all areas, including the gloves of both of the guys I just mentioned, who just pulled off one of the most ridiculous plays of the season that featured what was perhaps the most impressive stretch I've ever seen live. But before we get there, let's take a look at the game overall, which would get started well defensively for Toronto, as on the very first batter of the game, Vladdy made this spinning play down the right field line to retire Michael Busch. Toronto would then proceed to score the game's first run in the bottom of that frame when Alejandro Kirk bounced a 2-out single into center field, scoring Bichette from second base. The Jays were right back to showing out with their gloves in the top of the second, with Nathan Lucas making an excellent sliding grab to end the frame. The Cubs would then answer back with their own excellent defense, this time on a perfect throw home from Ian Happ, without even being able to get his momentum behind him, mind you, helping to keep his team in the game for the time being. But unfortunately for him, his squad just couldn't manage to break through with the bats, as starter Jose Barrios kept working around trouble time after time, with him most notably leaving the bases loaded in the third inning on a called strike 3. This takes us to our real action frame, the fourth, where first Crow-Armstrong was robbed of a hit on a sliding play from Andres Gimenez, with the former Gold Glover making his first appearance with the team since July 4th after a prolonged injury recovery. But even this excellent effort would pale in comparison to what would come just 1 out later, when Nico Hoerner grounded this ball to deep short, forcing Bo to take multiple steps into left field before heaving a long toss to first, with Vladdy doing this to reach it. That's absolutely insane to me. Obviously the play from Bo is crazy, considering how far he actually was from first base when he released it, but that is legitimately a full split at first base, and every inch was required, as it probably would have got past him to his left had he not done that, and Nico would have almost certainly beat it out if he tried to pick it. And this certainly gave them momentum going into the bottom of that frame that Ernie Clement would capitalize on, launching a 3-run home run to left field. And from here, besides a threat in the 7th inning that saw the Cubs score a run but leave the bases loaded again when PCA struck out, it never really felt all that close again, with the red-hot Dalton Varsho launching a home run of his own in the 8th inning for a little extra insurance. And that was that. Seiya Suzuki struck out to end it, officially making Toronto the first American League team to 70 wins, as they continue to pursue their first division title since all the way back in 2015. I made a video earlier this season on a Tigers player, Dylan Dingler, who had, up to that point, not taken a single walk yet was still having a productive year at the plate. And since then, he has managed to draw a couple bases on balls, removing himself from any kind of notable territory. But his teammate, however, has not only taken up the mantle of no walker on his own squad, but for all of baseball history when it comes to launching dingers without complimenting them with the occasional free pass. Now, what exactly do I mean by this? Well, so far in the year, Kerry Carpenter, or Kerry Bonds as he's affectionately known by Detroit fans, has crushed 21 home runs through 90 games, giving him an impressive .548 slugging percentage, and his batting average has been reasonable too, especially in today's climate at .269. So with that being said, you'd probably expect his OPS to be in the high 800s, maybe even approaching 900, right? But no, it's actually at 843 because the lefty has walked just 8 times. You heard me, 8 in nearly 100 games played. This has made him the only player in MLB history to have 20 or more home runs in a season where he's walked 10 or less times, but it gets even rarer than that. He's actually one of only 11 players ever recorded to have 15 or more home runs and 10 or less walks, with the last one coming all the way back in 2015 in Jonathan Scope. How has he even managed to do this? Well, first of all, by registering a chase percent of 35.8, a number in the 9th percentile league-wide, meaning that he is offering at many pitches that aren't even close to the strike zone. However, he's still not swinging and missing or striking out on any notable amount of them, with the whiff and K percent only slightly below average. Basically, he's had incredible bat control, even if his eye could be a lot better. But perhaps what makes this even more interesting is the fact that this is a truly new occurrence for him, as his abysmal walk rate of just 2.5 this year is the first time he's been below 7 in a season where he faced over 1,000 pitches. I'm not sure exactly what's changed for him all of a sudden, as a huge portion of his metrics are still in very healthy territory, and he's pulling fly balls like he never has before at an elite rate of 28%. So, with that being said, I don't expect his overall impressive hitting performance, yielding a 127 OPS plus so far, to fall off anytime soon, with this more so serving as a truly odd narrative versus evidence of any kind of decline. I also want to do a little mini segment at the end of this video, shouting out something that happened a few days back at this point, when Griffin Jax folded Logan O'Hoppe like a pretzel with his nasty sweeper for a called strike. Truly one of the most brutal pitches of the entire year. This was part of a Houdini act from Jax, who would go on to punch out not only O'Hoppe, but Luis Rengifo and Christian Moore as well, to get out of a jam of his own making, with the kind of power stuff that shows exactly why the Rays wanted to go out and get him from the Twins at this year's deadline. Unlucky plays aren't all that rare in Major League Baseball, whether it's a ground ball sneaking up on somebody, a foul tip that results in a broken bone, or even a more lighthearted gaffe, like twirling your bat through your legs as you attempt to go to first. But you know what is uncommon? What we saw yesterday, when a base runner not only got clipped by a line drive in the helmet, but then the hitter at the plate also had to watch as what should have been an easy hit turned into a force out, handled by the center fielder. Entering the 5th inning, the Cubs, in a crucial near must-win game for the Cincinnati Reds, were down 1-0 after Will Benson crushed a 1-out RBI double in the previous frame. Leading off was Moises Ballesteros, who managed to ground a well-placed changeup to Elly De La Cruz, who saw it go off his glove, allowing the rookie to reach. Just a little side note here briefly, but Elly has been pretty mediocre this year with the glove, which is a bit of a bummer considering what he did in 2024. Anyway, after Hunter Green, who we'll talk about in a second, managed to retire the next 2 hitters, including Carson Kelly on a blistering 100-mile-per-hour heater, Pete Crow-Armstrong came to the plate, looking to potentially incite a 2-out rally, and for a second it looked like he might have done so, crushing a line drive to the right side. Only, instead of reaching the outfield grass, it clanged off the head of base runner Ballesteros, knocking his helmet off completely while momentarily putting him on the ground. And even though he would manage to get up relatively quickly considering the circumstances, the ball had already somehow ricocheted to center fielder TJ Friedl, who managed to just nail him at second before he could slide in. You could tell from the reactions of both PCA and the catcher Tyler Stevenson how serious everyone was scared this could be, but thankfully, not only would he be okay, but he would actually manage to stay in the game. This is obviously one part of the unluckiness I mentioned in the intro, but let's discuss the second piece. Pete had managed to hit a line drive 105 miles an hour that 100% would have made it into the outfield if it wasn't for the unfortunate placement of the base runner, and he probably still would have had a knock if it hadn't taken the perfect ricochet afterwards. But it wasn't even his only unlucky out of the night, as in the 3rd inning, he had crushed a 103-mile-an-hour line drive to right field that Will Benson had to make a sliding catch on. For a guy who's been struggling to stay above the Mendoza line in the second half, those are some truly tough breaks. As for the rest of the contest, Hunter Green managed to completely shut down a powerful Cubs offense, throwing a 9-strikeout, 1-hit, 1-walk shutout on 109 pitches, and you could see just how pumped up he was after the final K to Ian Happ. This put Cincinnati back in second place in the wildcard race, tied with the D-backs and just 2 games behind the Mets. And now, before we go, as I'm sure all of you have seen, Clayton Kershaw announced he's going to retire yesterday after 2025. As somebody who grew up watching the legend in his prime, this of course was a bit emotional for me, but I don't want to linger on anything negative in regards to the lefty when he leaves behind such an impressive legacy. In that vein, I wanted to share this stat with you guys as pointed out by OptaStats on Twitter. Kersh is the only pitcher in the history of Major League Baseball to make at least 150 career starts, and in that time, be more likely to deliver a scoreless performance than take a loss. Flashback to the end of July and take a look at what the perception was surrounding the National League MVP discourse. Sure, there was a large portion of people who were pulling for Shohei to go back-to-back, and believed he would do so, along with a couple other tertiary contenders. But the big player that was seemingly standing in his way was a center fielder from Chicago who was putting up some of the best defensive numbers we've ever seen, along with an OPS in the mid-800s. Pete Crow-Armstrong was well on his way to a 30-30, maybe even 40-40 season, and some real support league-wide for most valuable player. But as we now approach mid-September, things have greatly changed, as the lefty has had to endure a stretch over the last 2 months where he's batted around 200 with an OPS around 500. While registering only a single home run. Pretty much all the steam that he had built has evaporated, and the new primary contender to Ohtani is now Philadelphia's hulking slugger Kyle Schwarber, who's making a legitimate run at 60 home runs. So, what happened to PCA? Why did he fall off so hard at the plate? It's not what you think. Now, based on his baseball savant profile, and honestly just the general narrative surrounding him, you'd probably assume that it's his crazy chase percentage that has now gotten to a point where it's completely out of control. But that's actually not true, at least relative to what he was doing before. You see, prior to August 1st, Pete was registering, on average, 1.57 pitches swung at per game that were considered to be either chase or waste pitches. That's an exceptionally high rate, obviously, but since he began struggling, this number has fallen all the way to 1.14. Conversely, the number of meatball or shadow pitches that he's been taking now per game has gone from 1.16 to 1.37. That's right, he's actually gotten much more passive, more than likely as a response to the overwhelming criticism that his free-swinging ways were going to cause him to struggle eventually. This new approach has resulted in him drawing 8 walks in his last 35 games, when he'd managed to register just 9 over his previous 48, a stretch in which he posted an OPS over 850 by the way, but has also not only come with the struggles I detailed before in average and OPS, but just in general quality of contact as well, as you can see from these screenshots that show his expected WOBA, expected slug, and hard hit percentage have all dropped over the same time period. However, you can't say the same for his swing and miss percentage, which actually has spent a large portion of that time when he was struggling being above average league-wide. One of the things we have to remember about PCA is that while he does swing at so many pitches that are out of the zone that it can bring Javier Báez comparisons at times, he has a tendency to not only disproportionately hit these pitches, but hit them hard. In fact, his total percentage of shadow, waste, and chase pitches being hit for home runs comes in at 0.7, a mark tied for second best in the big leagues among players who've seen at least 2,000 pitches, with many of the guys surrounding him being right up there as some of the game's best power hitters. The difference is, those guys hit a lot of dingers in general, so this isn't as big a part of their game. Pete, meanwhile, has registered exactly half of his long balls on pitches of this type. Basically, it seems this less aggressive approach is costing him in terms of quality of contact, which is limiting his output. And as such, I think as his team approaches the postseason, he might benefit from cutting loose once again, embracing his profile as one of the freest swingers in the game today, because, as of now, this seems to be when he's at his best. Exceptionally bad calls can still happen in Major League Baseball today, despite replay assistance existing, whether that be on a ridiculous ball strike call or some circumstantial instance where a team doesn't have a challenge. But I'm not sure if I've ever seen a blown call as bad as the other day when the umps in New York actually had time to get a play right with the assistance of replay review, yet they still somehow bungled it. The Blue Jays were facing the Royals, looking to maintain their hold over the AL East crown while continuing to pursue the best record in the American League. And they would get out to a fast start in this one, scoring 3 runs in the top of the second on some well-executed small ball and a double from George Springer. Casey would respond a couple frames later with a bases-loaded 2-out single off of rookie Trey Savage, who was making just his second career start, narrowing their lead to 1. However, like we've seen all year from them, Toronto wouldn't be kept down, with Vladdy Jr. crushing a 2-run double in the following frame, then Addison Barger tallying his own extra base hit. This brings us to our highlighted play, as following the leadoff single in the bottom of the 5th from Mike Yastrzemski, Bobby Witt Jr. lined a ball to center field, forcing Dalton Varsho to have to make an excellent diving catch, then throw to first for a double play. What an insane play, right? Or was it? Because, you see, the umpire in the field called this a trap play, meaning that Toronto would go from 2 out, nobody on, to 2 guys on with nobody out. This would be challenged by manager John Schneider, and for a moment it looked like a pretty obvious overturn. As you can see here from pretty much every angle, that as he dives to grab it, the ball never leaves his mitt, and never touches the grass when he doesn't have control over it. This is as easy of an overturn as you'll ever see, as I felt like you'd have to try to come up with reasons not to do so. But I guess the guys in New York did just that, because after the review process concluded, they somehow upheld the call, leading to this downright baffled reaction from Varsho. There was literally nothing about this play that made it close. The evidence was clear and convincing, yet they still didn't make the right call. I also want you to listen to both announcers addressing the play as well.
Did he catch this? Looked like it there. Yeah, I mean, he had it in his glove the whole way.
And it's obviously going to be very close, but he caught it. Yeah, he sure did.
What a play.
He definitely caught it.
The call on the field stands. No catch.
Oh, wow.
Toronto loses their challenge.
That's
Oh, goodness.
absolutely terrible. You can see Varsho's reaction.
And for a moment it looked like it might have a pretty severe impact on the game, as following the departure of Savage, Brendan Little would give up back-to-back RBI singles to cut Toronto's lead down to 2. Before mercifully Adam Frazier would line into a double play. Things grew even closer in the 6th when Jack Caglione hit the first triple of his big league career before being driven in by Randall Grichuk. A fantastic diving catch from Nathan Lucas would then save a leadoff double in the 7th, a play that perhaps gave Toronto back some momentum, as they would manage to tack on an important 2 runs of insurance in the 8th inning after a single from Ernie Clement and triple from Andres Gimenez. And that was that. The Blue Jays clinched a postseason berth while maintaining their 2-game lead over the Yankees in the East. Though since they claimed the season series, it's actually more like 3 games. This means that, barring some kind of epic collapse, they will, more than likely, soon wrap up their first division title since 2015. The Yankees have become known over the last couple of years for their, at times, unfocused play. And while overall their defense has improved this year relative to last, they still have their issues with poor stretches in this regard. And yesterday, they showed this off in full force, while combining it with an absurd lack of control on the mound as well, melding into what was, overall, their sloppiest team performance since 1975. I'll explain that more as we go on, but first, let's go through what actually happened. Things got off to a poor start early for Luis Gil, who walked his second batter of the game, Alex Bregman, on a 3-1 pitch, and then 2 batters later he would do the same on a breaking ball to Trevor Story. However, in what would become a secondary theme on the night, the Red Sox would leave this opportunity wasted when Nathaniel Lowe flew out to left field. This takes us to our first real action frame, the top of the 2nd, when New York's incompetence began by seeing Gil bobble a ball back to the mound, saddling them with their first error of the night. But oh, would it not be the last, as just 4 pitches later, Ceddanne Rafaela would ground a changeup back to the mound, with Luis making a perfect feed this time to second base, only to see Jazz Chisholm make a Javier Báez-esque throw into outer space on the pivot. 2 errors on 2 plays, and they would only just barely be saved from a third straight miscue when Ben Rice's throw to third base was caught on a dive by Ryan McMahon. If this ball goes into left field, it's an automatic run. The hitter at the plate, David Hamilton, would then take a changeup in the dirt for the 3rd walk of the day so far. Just 1 pitch after, Hamilton took off for second, inducing Rice's second horrible throw in the span of just 2 batters, scoring the Red Sox first run of the ballgame, and pushing Hamilton all the way to third base with nobody out. But wouldn't you know it, the Red Sox would try to out-ugly the Bronx Bombers when Hamilton fell asleep at third base, allowing himself to be picked off. Another base on balls would follow before Roman Anthony bounced a ground ball to Anthony Volpe. Ben Rice would go on to make up for his poor showing at the top of the inning, with the game tying no doubter to lead off the 2nd. And the Yankees would even manage to take the lead in the 4th when Paul Goldschmidt singled up the middle, but this wouldn't last long either, as Boston would manage to tie things up on a sac fly in the top of the 5th, courtesy in part to a leadoff walk. Back and forth we would go, with the Yankees taking the lead on a Jazz Chisholm flare during their very next turn to hit. Then Boston answering with an RBI single after another one-out walk, again off the bat of Roman Anthony. This brings us to the 7th, when recent acquisition Lowe registered his second RBI of the night with a line drive double to the right center field gap, driving in the go-ahead run. Pitcher Luke Weaver would then load the bases with a couple walks, but lefty Tim Hill would manage to save the day momentarily with a clutch strikeout to get out of the jam. Ben Rice would then add on to his earlier production with a line drive triple with one out in the bottom of that inning. But I'm sure much to the frustration of New York fans everywhere, they would have to witness their own wasted opportunity when Jazz Chisholm struck out on a fastball right down the middle. Then Goldschmidt popped up to first base. Yaniel De Los Santos would manage to retire the Red Sox without giving up another run in the top of the 8th, again working around some traffic, but after an impotent bottom of that inning, Goldie would take center stage once again by bobbling this routine ground ball to first base, allowing Hamilton to reach once more, while simultaneously forcing one more matchup with Anthony, and this would not work out well for the Yankees as he took a first pitch spinning breaking ball right down the middle and crushed it into the second deck in right field. And that was it. The Yankees would go down 1-2-3 in the 9th inning, dropping their lead in the wildcard race to just a half game over Boston. But it's worth mentioning as well that this was the first time since 1975, according to Katie Sharp on Twitter, that the Yankees had committed 4 errors and walked 9+ batters. One of those was intentional, mind you, in a 9-inning game. An ugly result in a contest so ugly we hadn't seen anything like it from them in over half a century. MLB pitchers just don't throw consistent innings anymore in the way they used to, and this is a narrative that's largely backed up by facts. The game's just different today. Guys aren't expected to go 6, 7, or 8 innings anymore per start. But what if I were to tell you that a pitcher in 2025 just accomplished something in regards to 6-inning starts while walking less than 2 batters that hadn't managed to be approached since 1905? You'd probably think I was nuts, but I swear it's true. And it's all come at the right arm of Bryan Woo and what he managed to cement yesterday versus the Mets. We'll get into the actual facts a bit later, but first let's break down how his appearance versus New York went. Bryan was set to face off against rookie pitcher Nolan McLean, the Mets' top pitching prospect, and he would certainly live up to his billing in this one, punching out his first career batter on a nasty slider before ending the frame on another breaking ball. This brought the former subject of a foolish baseball vid to the mound, and he would immediately find himself in some trouble with 2 guys on and 2 outs against veteran Jeff McNeil, but he did manage to induce a low line drive to left field that Randy Arozarena would run down. The second certainly went a bit closer to how his innings usually go, punching out 2 with his nearly invisible high 90s fastball. Seriously, go check out that foolish baseball video if you want a little bit more on the properties of that pitch. And it seemed like he might be staked to a pretty big lead in the 3rd when McLean got into a bases loaded jam with just 1 out. But against second half J-Rod no less, he would manage to induce a ground ball back to the mound, which he picked behind his back before firing a perfect strike to second base, which Brett Beatty turned into 2. Registering one of the better plays you'll ever see from a rookie pitcher. And perhaps momentarily, this momentum switch would get to Bryan, who would give up a double to right field off the bat of Mr. Smile in the bottom of that frame, plating the first run of the game for the Mets. Could New York manage to add on? Well, no. Like he's done all season, he managed to work out of this frame without letting things get too far out of control, albeit with a fairly high pitch count for him at 54 at that point. Nolan, for his part, hopped right back on the mound and struck out 2 more in the 4th, forcing Bryan back to the hill before he could even catch his breath. But a nasty slider and another hard fastball later, and the 4th had come to a close altogether. The 5th would see Seattle threaten yet again, this time getting a runner to second with nobody out. But after another clutch defensive play, this time from Lindor, who made an over-the-shoulder catch, and then some more clutch pitching from McLean, the M's again wouldn't manage to get anything out of it. Nor would they do so in the 6th, with Nolan registering another strikeout to end his day before acquisition Gregory Soto punched out Eugenio Suarez on a breaking ball with the tying run on 3rd base. This brought Woo back out for the final time in this contest, and after a called strike 3 on a misplaced breaking ball, he would again find himself in a jam, but the young Reddy bore down against rookie Ronnie Mauricio, and managed to induce a routine pop-up to Naylor. This gave him a final line of 6 innings with 8 strikeouts, 1 run, and just 2 walks. Unfortunately for him and his squad, the Mets would manage to add on a couple more in the 7th to give themselves a bit more of a cushion, and despite a Suarez dinger in the 9th, they couldn't generate any traffic in the later frames, as Edwin Diaz managed to register a 2-inning save in this one to officially close out the first career victory for McLean. But for Bryan, it did something else. As, according to Elias Sports Bureau, and relayed via Sarah Langs on Twitter, this was the first time that a starting pitcher had managed to begin a season with 24 straight starts of at least 6 innings and 2 walks or fewer, since Cy Young in 1905. Yeah, that's Cy Young. 120 years ago, no less. Just an incredible accomplishment, even if I'm pretty sure Bryan would have traded it for a win for his ball club on this night. It's over. Done and dusted. The 2025 New York Mets just clinched one of the worst collapses in Major League Baseball history, and they did it in today's game, in a manner that has to have driven their fan base crazy, as it came in a sickeningly familiar way. Before we go any further, it has to be stated to further back up the context of this heartbreak that the Reds, who had to lose for New York to have a chance, were losing for most of the day, meaning in the backdrop of their own contest, the Mets players had to know that if they found a way to win, they'd probably be in. But, as you'll see, this didn't help much. The first major blow of the day would be in the top of the third, when, with 1 out and 2 guys on, their best player and near 40-40 man, Juan Soto, grounded into a double play. In a microcosm of what would be their luck on the day, the ball was hit at 106 miles an hour, but it was right to the shifted shortstop. And an inning and a half later, after Xavier Edwards made a nice backhanded stop to rob Pete Alonso, things would get going for the Marlins, who saw Eric Waggaman drive a ball deep to the left center field gap off of Ryan Stanek, driving in Connor Norby from first base. If the pitching staff had been able to keep it here, however, it wouldn't have been the end of the world, but as has been typical of the Mets bullpen in the second half, this wouldn't be the case, as Brian Navarreto would drive a slider right down the middle to straightaway center field with 2 outs, pushing across another run. This brought trade acquisition Tyler Rogers to the mound, seeking to keep things close. But he too would not have any measure of success, giving up an RBI triple, this time to Javier Sanoja on a rising slider down the left field line. You could already qualify this as a meltdown somewhat, but at least it was still within a save opportunity, right? This would quickly change, however, when Xavier Edwards drove another stake firmly into the hearts of Mets fans everywhere with a flare single to center field. If the guys in blue, orange, and gray wanted to come back, they'd have to do it in a major way. And for a moment in the fifth, it looked like they might do so when Pete Alonso came to the plate with the bases loaded and crushed his hardest hit ball of the year, a 116-mile-per-hour missile to left field that almost took the glove hand off of Sanoja. But alas, he made the catch, stranding 3 runners. The next 2.5 innings would go off without much in the way of action, as a couple of New York base runners reached, but there never really was any significant traffic. This would not be the case in the 8th inning, however, when Alonso managed to reach on a single and Vientos drew a walk. Would this be the time they could finally rally? Well, as you'd expect based on how the last 3 months have gone, the answer to that would be a resounding no, as Francisco Alvarez would K on a slider that would have loaded the bases after Jeff McNeil had already struck out. That bat that suffered Alvarez's wrath immediately after was probably emblematic of how most of the players in that clubhouse currently feel. Broken. New York would have one final chance to salvage their season, and with 1 out and a guy on, it was the top of the order's job to keep things going, with Mr. Smile, clubhouse leader, at the dish. But on the 0-1, he would do the worst thing possible in that circumstance, grounding a ball hard to second base, where it was turned into a season-ending double play, with him not even running full speed through the bag. And with that, a team that was 45-24 on June 12th, holding a 5.5 game lead in the NL East with the lowest ERA in Major League Baseball and the 4th highest OPS, missed the playoffs entirely just 3.5 months later, courtesy of one of the biggest collapses we have ever seen at the Major League level. Since Shohei Ohtani made his Major League debut back in 2018, he's done his fair share of stunning things. In fact, too many to list here quickly. On top of this, he's a notoriously even-keeled individual, known for keeping his heart rate down even in the biggest of moments. As such, it's rare that he himself is truly shocked by something, but that's exactly what we just saw in a game here versus the Angels, when he lined into one of the quickest triple plays you'll ever see. Shohei was facing off against his former team in the top of the 6th inning against Brock Burke. LA had already managed to tie things up in the previous frame on a 2-out bases-loaded walk from Andy Pages, so they seemed poised to jump out well ahead in a then 5-5 game. And the situation would grow even more dire for the Halos when Burke fell behind 2-0 despite pinpointing a perfect fastball in the first offering. But the lefty would battle back by throwing a fastball right down the middle, then eliciting a ground ball down the line on a slider. It was then on the 2-2 that Shohei would essentially one-hand this fastball away up the middle, where Zach Neto was perfectly placed, grabbing it in the air, and then in one motion essentially, stepping on the bag at second and flipping to first, where Nolan Shenwell tagged out rookie Dalton Rushing attempting to get back to the bag, with the catcher taking a pretty nasty spill in the process. Thankfully, he would end up being okay. After the play was over, we would see this reaction from Ohtani, displaying a rare instance of genuine shock. And frankly, I'm not surprised. From the time Shohei made contact until the entire inning was over was approximately 4 seconds, one of the fastest triple plays you'll ever see. It's also clear after examining the replay how smooth the actions of Neto were, so props to him for the quick thinking and overall awesome play. This wouldn't be the end of the Ohtani and Anaheim narrative for this contest, however, as the superstar would come up in the 9th inning and give his team the lead on a go-ahead solo home run off of former Dodger Kenley Jansen. But as has been the case for what feels like the entire season for the Dodgers, they would not be able to capitalize, giving up the lead in the 9th inning on a game-tying sacrifice fly, then losing the whole thing entirely after a perfect, and I do mean perfect, bunt from Christian Moore, then a chopper that bounced over the drawn-in infield from Joe Adell. This meant that the Angels are now 5-0 versus LA this season, and the boys in blue are now tied with San Diego atop the NL West. Before we go as well, I wanted to do a little mini segment on this swing from White Sox prospect George Wolkow, who attempted to call time late without it being granted, leading to him taking a one-handed hack that somehow turned into an RBI single. That's gotta be one of the craziest things I've ever seen on a baseball field, period, minor league or otherwise. I've made a couple videos in the last few weeks talking about announcers calling out their players, as both the Yankees,
Michael, you get to a point where you just can't make this up. I mean, the ball gets by. I mean, the base hits. The runners are running. It's like a little league game going on out here.
And we keep digging new holes, Paul, and this one goes under the worst loss of the year.
And the Giants.
Tatis scores at 6-0 Padres. And the Giants, it's just unraveling. Man. Ugly.
Both had plays that influenced their respective game callers to take them to task. But I think you'd have to stop short of calling this outright anger. In fact, that's why I titled the videos in such a way as to assert that they were disgusted, not furious. But we just heard a call yesterday that more so fits this description, as an announcer got as animated as you'll ever hear in a negative capacity towards his own player. The Marlins were facing off against the St. Louis Cardinals, coming off a rough stretch of games that had taken them from around the 500 mark to solidly below it. So you already know there's probably a little bit of frustration with that fact in and of itself. But at least they would get off to the better start, scoring a run in the bottom of the second when Javier Báez grounded into a bases-loaded double play. Starting pitcher Sandy Alcantara would then work out of a run-scoring jam in the third when Xavier Edwards made this nice play up the middle. Miami was right back at it in the bottom of that frame, scoring 2 more on a single from Heriberto Hernandez, giving them a decent cushion. And Sandy would go back to work, punching out Wilson Contreras and Nolan Gorman on what we'll call a generous strike 3 call to end the fourth. This takes us to the moment I described in the intro, when, with 1 out in the fifth, Sandy induced a swing and a miss on an 0-2 fastball that somehow got past catcher Augustin Ramirez, allowing the runner to reach first base. This prompted Tommy Hutton, a guy who's been in their booth for 27 years now, to say this.
It makes Sandy throw more pitches. See, to me, don't try to frame that pitch. Catch it before you try to frame it. You see it so much at this level, and I think it's overdone, overcooked.
Now, I know a lot of people that are into the new age of analytics are going to roll their eyes and think that he's perhaps being melodramatic, but I personally would disagree when we see the context of who he's calling out here. If you look at the numbers, this dude has been the worst catcher in all of Major League Baseball this year by blocks above average, by, get ready for it, -20, a full 9 worse than the next closest player at -11. And while ironically his framing is the best part of his game at only a marginally below average mark of -2, you do indeed have to catch the ball before you can frame it, which I think was the gist of what Hutton was getting at. And in case you're wondering if there's anything Ramirez is good at, he's also been at the absolute bottom of Major League Baseball in catchers caught stealings above average, at -7, tied with Kyle Higashioka. No matter how you slice it, this guy's been the worst defensive catcher in the league, and I can totally understand that being immensely frustrating if you're having to watch it every day. And I'm sure, like he feared, this would come back to bite the Marlins shortly after, when Jordan Walker followed with a base hit to left field, then with 2 outs after the inning already would have been over. Lars Nootbaar would crush an 0-2 changeup on a hop over the wall, registering St. Louis's first run of the night. Thankfully for Miami, this wouldn't end up mattering much, because they would tack on a tally of their own in the bottom of the 5th, then another in the 6th, when Maximo Acosta registered his first Major League hit on his first Major League home run. Sandy would then go on to complete 7 excellent innings and one of his best overall starts of the year, bringing with him a season-high 9 strikeouts. And that was that. The Fish would win this one by a final of 6-2, following a bases-loaded walk in the 8th and a 1-2-3 ninth, as they continue on their journey to finish 2025 strong with what has become an admittedly intriguing young core. A good scoop is one of the more aesthetically pleasing plays in baseball, and when it comes at a huge moment, it's even cooler. But as you'd expect, these are almost exclusively limited to first basemen, as most infielders aren't going to be receiving throws from other players except for in very specific circumstances, like on a double play when you're highly unlikely to get a bounce throw. But a pitcher being able to do so, and in one of the most clutch situations you'll see, that almost never happens. But Mason Miller somehow managed to pull this off just last night. However, his outing would not start off with anything positive, as he would proceed to walk Michael Conforto, a hitter currently batting 185 as of today, on a fastball nowhere close in a 2-1 contest. He would then get behind Andy Pages 2-0 before seeing the young righty lace a pitcher's pitch to straightaway center field, registering his first out of the inning. But he was right back to struggling against the next hitter, Alex Freeland, walking him on a 3-1 pitch high. 2 guys on, 1 out in a 1-run game in a matchup between 2 bitter rivals. It doesn't get much more tense than that, and the pressure would quickly ratchet up when Mason missed on his first pitch to pinch hitter Dalton Rushing, before pinpointing a nasty slider on the back door. He then located another one for strike 2, but Rushing wasn't going to go down without a fight, taking a pitch away, then fouling off another. Mason would then rear back and fire his first fastball the AB, grounded to first base, where Luis Arraez made a perfect feed to second, but from an angle well off the bag, forcing Mason to not only have to get over there, but then dig out a Xander Bogaerts low throw on a backhand. Miraculously, he did all of this successfully, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to get Rushing. Or was it? San Diego would challenge the safe call almost immediately after, and after a short review, the call was overturned, meaning that Miller had managed to register one of the most impressive plays you'll see from a pitcher all year, and in the highest pressure situation possible. The Padres would then go on to seal the deal in the following frame, despite giving up 2 hits to the top of the Dodgers order, with Teoscar Hernandez striking out on a blistering heater inside to end it, pushing San Diego back into a tie with the Dodgers atop the NL West. And now, before I go, I also wanted to give a shout out to something that just happened a couple hours ago, when Dylan Dingler worked a 15-pitch at-bat, only to see this changeup well away get called strike 3. To see a matchup that epic end in such an anticlimactic way just makes my own personal excitement for the ABS challenge system ramp up all the more. A 2.47 ERA through 207 innings pitched, with 212 strikeouts and a league-leading 171 ERA+, all contributing to a 4th-place Cy Young finish at just 26 years old. And all this coming after a top 10 placement in 2019 and top 3 Rookie of the Year campaign in 2018. These are the numbers of a true ace pitcher, a superstar anchor of nearly any rotation. This is what Walker Buehler used to be, but pretty much ever since he got injured a third of the way through 2022, he's never been quite the same, and it's resulted in a bottoming out in 2025 that got him flat out released from a team set to make a legitimate playoff run. The numbers aren't pretty. A 5.45 ERA through 112 innings, just 84 strikeouts, almost 4.5 walks per 9, and an unsightly 1.56 whip, all contributing to a 76 ERA+, 24% worse than the average major league pitcher. Now, before we dive into why, I want to acknowledge that his 2024 numbers look relatively similar. But being as how this was his first year back from major time off and he only ended up throwing 75 innings, I'm going to put this to the side and focus on 2025 for today, contrasting it with 2021 when he had his last truly productive numbers. Digging into the underlying stats, one thing is immediately made abundantly clear. He is not in any way getting unlucky, as evidenced by his 5.69 expected ERA, which is somehow worse than his real total, along with outsized numbers in expected slugging, expected batting average, expected WOBA, and every barrel metric. And of course, he's not helping himself with a walk rate over double what it was back in 2019. Now, the most obvious culprit people would probably point to is diminished stuff. And while his repertoire isn't quite as sharp as it was during that top 5 Cy Young finishing season, it's not like it's gotten crazy unproductive in this regard either. He still is getting above average IVB on his fastball, which is coming in at a respectable 94 miles an hour. The movement profiles on the rest of his pitches are relatively similar to what they were back in 2021, with some having more favorable profiles and others less. Suffice to say, this is not the be-all end-all. Further, it doesn't explain why his average exit velocity against has actually stayed about the same since his heyday. So, if hitters aren't hitting the ball harder than they were back then, how are they doing so much damage in the predictive metrics? And if the stuff is about the same, why isn't it generating swings and misses? As you can see in these 2 screenshots how much across the board his whiff percentages have fallen since then. I believe the answer lies in his average location. Look at the screenshot from 2021. You can see how his 4-seam fastball has a large amount in the middle of the plate, which you can get away with when you sequence your other pitches well, but does also have a decided peak up in the zone, as well as his cutter, sweeper, sinker, and changeup all being placed pretty solidly in the areas you'd want them to, with a solid amount out of the zone, but a decent amount in zone as well, with only really his knuckle curve being a slight wild card. Now, look at his 2025 data. That is a ridiculous amount of pitches that are right in the center of the plate on both his 4-seam and sinking fastballs. But even more so, look at how unpredictable his breaking balls have been, with a huge, and I do mean huge portion of them being condensed into areas well outside of the strike zone, not likely to induce swings and misses. This, in my mind, accounts for the rise in his expected stats based on the virtue of 3 stats: a lower ground ball rate, a higher line drive rate, and a higher pulled air percent. These are all usually indicative of hitters being able to generate more consistently productive contact, not necessarily in exit velocity, but in batted ball location and type of hits. Basically, it seems like guys are selling out for a pulled line drive or fly ball versus Walker because they know that if a pitch isn't in the spot they're looking for, it's probably going to be an uncompetitive pitch. Batters simply aren't uncomfortable like they used to be. However, he is still generating a decent amount of weak contact to go along with this, which is driving down the overall exit velocity. But yeah, when hitters can basically spit on your breaking stuff, they are more likely to hit line drives and pulled fly balls, which are the most damaging type of hits in the major leagues. So, how does he fix this? Well, I'm no MLB pitching coach, so take this with a grain of salt, but based on my perception, I think the answer has to be being more aggressive in the zone with his breaking pitches. They're all still pretty good metrically, so I don't think they'll be getting barreled up like crazy, and it'll force hitters to stop selling out for his fastball, which has gotten crushed this year more than any of his other pitches, and start second-guessing themselves like he used to do during his heyday, as he's always relied on a pretty complicated pitch mix. Regardless, I think it's obvious that he still has some pretty decent skills in the mound, and if he's in any way able to harness them like he used to do with the Dodgers, I can't see why he couldn't still have some decent success with his new team, the Phillies, down the stretch and potentially into the postseason. One of the things that's become clear over the past 10 years of real high-resolution data provided to us via StatCast is that velocity generally correlates with better results, especially in terms of the most premium gas limiting hard contact, as in the whole of that 10-year period, with thousands of pitches being thrown at over 102 miles an hour, we have only seen 19 extra base hits. As a matter of fact, there was only one pitch ever hit for a home run over 103 miles an hour, at 103.2. Or, at least, until just here recently, when Lordis Gurriel Jr. not only managed to tie a game up in the late innings versus truly high-octane gas, but to do so on an offering approaching 104 miles an hour. He was squaring off against recent San Diego superstar acquisition Mason Miller in the 8th inning of a 5-3 game, taking the first pitch of his at-bat for a somewhat ridiculously called ball. I guess the speed just confused the home plate umpire there. The next pitch would indeed be a called strike, a nasty slider that had Gurriel flinching. It was from here that the veteran righty would proceed to get extremely pesky, fouling off a 102, then 104 mile-per-hour fastball before doing the same thing to a slider right down the middle of the plate. Another foul on 104 kept him alive on the next offering. It was then on the 7th pitch of his AB, he would get a 103.9 mile-per-hour missile right down the middle of the plate, timing this one up perfectly en route to crushing it 439 feet to left center field, a no-doubter that tied things up at 5. This not only was the hardest pitch ever hit for a home run, being the only one to approach a rounded up 104 miles an hour, but also was the hardest hit home run in terms of exit velocity on a pitch over 102, at 107.1 miles per hour off the bat, breaking Rafael Devers' previously held record back in 2017 at 105.8. Getting that kind of contact off on a pitch that fast is just completely ridiculous. Unfortunately for the Diamondbacks, it wouldn't end up mattering much. They would go on to give up 5 runs in the 11th inning to drop this one by a final score of 10-5, with the resurgent Padres now creeping within 2 games of the Dodgers' division lead. Speaking of LA, my little mini breakdown I wanted to do at the end of this video is concerning Shohei Ohtani, who managed to show off exactly what he's capable of as a two-way player yesterday in an extreme manner we haven't seen yet this year, striking out 8 batters over just 4 innings while allowing 1 run and of course crushing a home run for his 1,000th career hit. Unfortunately for LA fans everywhere, the Cardinals would hand him a tungsten arm O'Doyle by still beating the Dodgers by a final score of 5-3. Nick Castellanos was taken out of a close game yesterday versus Atlanta, and after the contest, was asked a couple leading questions by Philadelphia reporters. First, if it was hard adjusting to a role where he's not the every-inning right fielder, to which he responded, yes, in a semi-aggravated tone. He would then go on to be asked if he was frustrated that even though he apparently has been seeing improvements in the outfield, he's still getting pulled, which would elicit the same response.
Yes.
Important context here as well is the fact that this is after a win. Now, I know that some people might not consider this to be complaining per se, but in my opinion, with the kind of media landscape in Philadelphia, this is as close to a direct statement of frustration as you'll ever see, barring just blatant honesty. What's more, this is the second time this season that there's been some controversy over him getting pulled. I want to say first while addressing this that I understand these are major league players we're talking about here, who are highly competitive, and to Nick's credit, he had made a good play earlier on in the contest when he threw out Matt Olson at the plate. But one highlight doesn't make up for what has been now years of defensive ineptitude that hasn't really gotten much better season to season, as in his career so far he has been by far, and I do mean far, the worst defensive player in baseball, including registering a negative 91 fielding run value, almost doubly as bad as the next player on the list, being his teammate Kyle Schwarber, and negative 138 defensive runs saved. And this year is no different, as he currently is last among all MLB players in FRV at negative 13. The only real positive angle you can take here is the fact that his negative 13 DRS is only 4th worst in the sport. All this is to say that him being replaced late in the contest by pretty much anybody would be beneficial, but especially so when the player coming in for him is Harrison Bader, a guy with an 87th percentile fielding run value of 6. Certifiably elite. And it's not like Castellanos is being defended by the Philadelphia fan base either, with quite a few coming out of the woodwork to express frustration with him on Twitter. When you have people who are supposed to be on your side rallying against your complaints, you know something's a little off. One last point I want to make here is that in a one-run game, the only real downside to taking Nick out would be that you'd lose his bat potentially if the contest ends up getting tied up. But considering that he's only rocking an OPS of exactly 700 this year in comparison to Bader's 800, there's an argument to be made that Philadelphia was actually upgrading its offensive potential as well with this move. I think one factor at play here is that since Nick is being paid like a borderline elite regular at $20 million a year, it's easy to forget that he has just a 734 OPS since he came to Philadelphia, and exactly 1.1 WAR, which is less than he managed to post in 1/3 of a season with the Chicago Cubs back in 2019. So yeah, seeing him feed into negative leading questions over this move by his manager certainly seems a bit tone deaf overall. The Brewers just won their 13th game in a row yesterday, raising their record to 28-4 over the last 32, which brings with it, obviously, such a large amount of notable factoids that I couldn't hope to name them all in this video. So instead, I want to focus on the manner in which they won yesterday, which is to say, unlike anything we've ever seen before during a win streak of this length. I'll get more of the details of that later, but first, let's examine the overall contest. The Reds obviously got off to the hotter start in this one, scoring 8 runs in the first 2 innings of the game, including 7 in the second, which also featured them chasing rookie phenom Jacob Mizorowski after just 54 pitches. Now, for most teams, this would essentially be the point where you'd kind of punt the idea of winning, acknowledging that a 7-run cushion is likely going to be nearly impossible to overcome. But the Brewers are certainly not like most teams, and they immediately got to work narrowing their deficit, with Andrew Vaughn bringing them within 3 when he crushed a 2-out, 3-run home run, his 9th in just 29 games with the team so far. Just 2 batters later, they'd cut this down to 2 when Bryce Terang laced an RBI double. This brings us to arguably the biggest at-bat in the game, when Christian Yelich came up with the bases loaded and 1 out, and managed to shoot a fastball right down the left field line, scoring 2 runs and knotting things up at 8. In fact, the only swing that might have been bigger than this would come just 2 frames later, when Yelich again came up, this time versus Scott Barlow, and crushed a deep fly ball to left field that got over the wall handedly, giving the Brew Crew their first lead of the ballgame. They would go on to add another in the 7th on a wild pitch, while absolutely powering down the Reds' offense, not allowing them to get even a single additional run after that second inning, with Tyler McGill retiring the side in order in the 9th. This meant, according to Sarah Langs on Twitter, that this was the first time ever that a team had managed to extend a win streak to at least 13 games while overcoming a deficit of at least 5 runs. Remember, for them, that number was 7 in this one. To me, this just shows the kind of resiliency in the team's makeup, and Pat Murphy, their manager, would add fuel to this narrative after the contest, saying via Adam McColvey on Twitter that Yelich actually came up to him after they'd gotten down by that huge mark and directly told him that they were going to win this game. That's the kind of belief you have to have in your team to be really good, and right now, no one's better than Milwaukee. And now, before we go, I also wanted to do a little mini section here on Alejandro Kirk, who not only managed to register the go-ahead hit yesterday, but also steal his first career base in his 532nd game, a feat so momentous it prompted Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to actually poach the bag itself and give it to him after the game. The vibes are really good in Toronto right now, and it's stuff like this that makes them extremely likable in my opinion. I've never been one for actively critiquing the moves of major league managers. It's an incredibly tough job, and the truth is there's a ton of information they have that we as fans simply don't, which can influence certain moves in ways that are hard to predict. But there are times when something so egregious happens that all we can do as relative casuals is point and ask, why? Why on earth would you make that move? And that's what we saw yesterday with Aaron Boone's decision to put Devin Williams into an extra innings contest when his confidence seems very obviously to be at an all-time low. But before we get there, let's go over the entire game, which got off to a fast start for the Houston Astros, seeing one of their most hated players by New York fans everywhere, Jose Altuve, give them a 2-0 lead 1 out into the game. But from here, rookie Cam Schlitter would settle down, not allowing another run over his next 4 2/3 innings. However, in that time, Hunter Brown, Houston's ace, wouldn't give up anything either. In fact, it wasn't until the 6th that New York would get anything going, with Ryan McMahon taking a leadoff walk before Austin Wells grounded a curveball down the line, putting runners on 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. 1 out later, it was Ben Rice's turn to line a fastball on 1 hop into right, scoring a run and pushing the tying 1 3rd. This meant that after Aaron Judge came through with an RBI single of his own, the Yankees had managed to not only tie the game, but put runners on 1st and 3rd with still only 1 out. This also forced Brown out of the game, with lefty Bennett Sousa entering, and he would execute his job to perfection, striking out Cody Bellinger and getting Jazz Chisholm to fly out softly. Nothing much would happen until the 10th inning, with neither club really posting a major threat. It was at this time I'm sure most Yankees fans probably expected manager Boone to send out somebody like Tim Hill, who has a 2.63 ERA this year, or Mark Leiter Jr., who struck out almost 12 batters per 9 and hasn't given up an earned run in his last 4 appearances. But no, instead of either of these solid options, Aaron decided instead to trot Devin Williams back out there, who had given up more runs in his prior 4 appearances than in all of his 22 games pitched in 2024. But even more than the hard numbers, it was his body language, to me, following his last appearance that really stuck out. The dude just looked defeated and definitely lacking a bit in confidence. And things would not get any better in this appearance, as on his very first pitch he would fire a fastball to the backstop, pushing the go-ahead run in Altuve to 3rd, after which he was scored shortly after on a soft single from Carlos Correa. Even still, this is extra innings in 2025, complete with the ghost runner. The Yankees still had a shot in this one. Devin just had to keep it close, and he did bear down to force Christian Walker to bounce a routine grounder to 3rd, with Ryan McMahon getting the lead runner Correa at 2nd. But the next batter, Yainer Diaz, would not go down so easily, crushing a fastball to right field where it clanged high off the wall out there for what probably should have been a double. However, because Walker didn't know it had fallen in, he ended up getting forced out at 2nd, giving New York a huge break. This put them 1 out away from escaping with just a 1-run deficit. But As you'd probably expect based on how I've been talking about things, it wouldn't end there, with Taylor Trammell then crushing a high fly ball to right, with Williams knowing immediately that it was on its way out, with the homer saddling in with another 2 earned runs, and his team now with a much larger hill to climb of 3. Mercifully, he would then punch out Mauricio Dubon to end things. And while his guys in pinstripes tried to fight back, registering quite a few tough at-bats in the bottom of the 10th, it wasn't enough, with the final score coming in at 5-3 after Trent Grisham lined out hard to center field. What really was the icing on the cake for me in terms of my judgment when it comes to the bad decision making was hearing Devin talk after the game.
Not making pitches. It's pretty simple. I stink right now. So, yeah, I mean, they give me the ball, I try and do my best. I don't know.
That's a player that just sounds defeated, and is in dire need of some low-leverage appearances to get his mind and execution right. Not someone who needs to be trotted out there in the biggest moments of a playoff race right now. Not only because he'd had a major hand in blowing the game in 3 of his prior 4 appearances, but also, obviously, for just the simple mental health of his player. There's been a debate pretty much all the way from the midpoint in the summer till now on who's going to be the 2025 AL MVP. At this point, seeming to be either Cal Raleigh or Aaron Judge. Both are doing incredibly special things. I'm talking about downright historic stuff, while intermittently slumping on occasion as well. But it seems that Raleigh might be getting hot again after a somewhat slow start for him in the second half, and it's resulted in the big dumper breaking 2 records that were thought to be historically unapproachable a full month before the season even ends. I'll get more into what those are later, but first let me take you through his performance in yesterday's game versus the A's, which got started fast for the veteran. Coming up in the first inning after a leadoff single from Randy Arozarena, and on a 0-1 count, crushing a heater into the second deck in left field, a 448-foot shot that left his bat at 111 miles an hour. This tied the all-time record for home runs in a single season by a primary catcher, with 2021 Salvador Perez, a mark that was thought to be relatively safe going forward for at least a number of years, considering how overall production from backstops has progressively gone down in the last couple decades, and guys just don't play as often as they used to when they're donning the tools of ignorance, making what Sal did a downright anomaly that seemed unlikely to be equaled anytime soon. But we wouldn't have to wait long for more fireworks, as Cal would come back up to the plate in the second inning, this time following an RBI double from Arozarena, and unloaded on the first pitch of his at-bat, taking an 84-mile-per-hour breaking ball to roughly the same spot as before, only with this one being slightly shorter, but still record-smashing, as it allowed him to pass Perez for that aforementioned mark I just detailed with more than 30 games left in the regular season, meaning we could easily see him blow past it entirely if he can stay healthy. But it also broke a separate record, one that had stood for 64 years, according to Sarah Langs on Twitter, which is the most multi-home run games from a switch hitter in a single season, with 9, surpassing Hall of Famer Mickey Mantle's previous total of 8. This, to me, is arguably as impressive, if not more so, than the first one, as in the whole of Major League Baseball history, we've seen a number of elite power-hitting switch hitters, guys like Mickey Mantle, Eddie Murray, Chipper Jones, or even a still active future Hall of Famer like Jose Ramirez, and none of them have managed to equal what Cal has done this year in this capacity. But to break both of the records I've mentioned, while it not even being September yet, this has to be one of the more impressive feats I've ever witnessed as a baseball fan, and it could be a very long time before we see anything else remotely like it. As for the rest of the game, the Mariners would crush the A's by a final score of 11-4, with all of their runs being scored by the third inning in this one, pushing them to just 2 games behind the division-leading Astros for first in the AL West. Also, before we go, I wanted to share with you one of the cutest moments of the entire 2025 season as well that actually happened earlier in this game, when they had a guest kid broadcaster in to call a couple plays, and wouldn't you know it, this happened.
Jacob Wilson, number 5. Hit out into left field. Ah!
Russell, what are we doing?
Why?
Just knowing that little dude must have thoroughly enjoyed the rest of the contest makes this game seem even cooler to me. Earlier this season, I made a video about this play from Oneil Cruz, when he let a routine ground ball get past him in center field, then basically refused to go after it, in a moment that was downright shocking. But one thing you have to give him, at least to some degree, is that it was early on in the contest, not in a relatively big moment, for whatever that's worth. The only reason I even bring this up is because we just saw a moment yesterday that was similar, when a player who had spent just 24 career innings in center field messed up a routine play, and then just jogged after it so casually that it basically gifted the hitter a free base late in a close game. Luis Rengifo had begun that nice contest for the Angels on the bench, but would pinch hit for rookie Brian Teodosio in the 7th inning, managing to draw a walk in the process. After being stranded at first, he would then trot out to center field to start the top of the 8th, a move from manager Ray Montgomery that was certainly interesting, considering the fact he'd only spent parts of 5 games out there before. And wouldn't you know it, on the very first batter of that frame, he would be tested, with Cincinnati's Key Brian Hayes lining this ball to center field, basically directly at him. but a bad break in and then back meant that ball was going over his head. But that's not what I want to talk about, instead being his reaction to messing this play up, as he basically jogged after it at less than 50% of his speed capacity, allowing Hayes, who has just a 47th percentile sprint speed of 27.2 feet per second, to get all the way to third. Seriously, just look at that. If he jogged around the bases like that on a home run, it would be one of the longest trots of the year. And like I alluded to before, to make matters worse, this was in a 3-1 ball game, meaning the Angels certainly had a chance to come back in this one. But after the very next batter flew a ball to, perhaps appropriately, Luis in center, Cincinnati's cushion had grown to 3, and they would indeed end up taking this one by that final score of 4-1, dropping them to now 5 games under 500. To me, what makes this even worse, as somebody who was actually watching this live, was the effort that his own pitcher, Carson Fulmer, showed right after the sac fly, literally diving off the mound to corral this ground ball before firing it perfectly to first. If he was willing to lay that much on the line for his team, I don't know why Rengifo couldn't have given at least 50% effort. Also, something I wanted to point out before this video ended was Ke'Brien's own reactions to the play immediately following. It almost looked like he was chuckling/smiling at what he had just saw, which I honestly can't say I blame him. It was a goofy looking play. But it just goes to show how embarrassing that moment truly was, when you have a fellow player reacting like this. It feels like every week in the regular season there was a new thing that Shohei Ohtani did that had never been done before, and I did my best to cover it in 2025. Yet, because there's still baseball being played, with his Dodgers predictably in the postseason, his at-bats have not concluded yet, which allowed him yesterday to register yet another feat that we've never seen before. Not just in the playoffs, mind you, but period. Ohtani was leading off the bottom of the first with the Reds' ace on the mound, Hunter Green, a hard thrower who began his day with a 101-mile-per-hour fastball inside, then followed this with a spiked slider at 91. On the 2-0, he would locate another heater at the bottom rail. It was then on the 2-1 that the Japanese unicorn would get a 100.4-mile-per-hour fastball in the inner half, and proceed to crush an absolute laser to right field, one of the lowest line drive no-doubters you'll ever see. Of course, from the naked eye it seemed impressive, but it wasn't until shortly after, when StatCast revealed how hard it was hit, that it became historic, as the lefty had managed to label this one at 117.4 miles per hour, making it the hardest hit pitch we've ever seen off a 100-mile-per-hour plus fastball. But here's the thing, it wasn't even close. We've never seen one over 115. The guy whose record he broke, Rafael Devers, had managed to launch a Garrett Cole pitch to right field at Fenway at 113.7, exactly 4 miles an hour slower than Shohei. And if you want to take the postseason into consideration, the next closest would be Nick Castellanos off of Spencer Strider at 112.4, over 5 miles an hour less. But if you thought he was satisfied at one atomic blast, you'd have been mistaken, as after his team would get out to a 6-0 lead, he would come up in the bottom of the 6th with a guy on, and proceed to blast a middle cut sweeper 454 feet to right center field, a shot further than any home run hit during all of last postseason. And both of these dingers ended up being relatively important when it was all said and done, as the notorious Dodgers bullpen would make things interesting in the 8th by allowing the Reds to get within 5, with the bases still loaded and 1 out. But lefty Jack Dreyer would indeed manage to come through when it mattered most, punching out Tyler Stevenson after an exceptionally long at-bat before getting Ke'Brien Hayes to pop up to first base. From here, Blake Treinen managed to retire Cincinnati in the 9th without giving up another run, ending the night on a ground ball to Max Muncy, putting LA just 1 win away from heading back to the division series. I've made quite a few announcer videos on this channel where I detail interesting things said by the guys calling our games, whether that be in a negative, humorous, or otherwise interesting vein. But one thing I haven't really done is fact check some of the things that announcers will just offhandedly throw out there at times. And listen, I get it, you have to fill up 3 hours of airtime, but sometimes these statements can be so egregious that I think they can be easily debunked. And that's exactly what happened a couple days ago when an A's announcer, Dallas Braden, made a comment semi-disparaging Aaron Judge in the ballpark he plays in. Before I get into it, let me play the electric call that preceded this moment as Nick Kurtz hit a home run, and then what Dallas had to say after.
My favorite shot of the night, I think.
Inside out to left. Benson moving back. He's still going. Oh my goodness.
It's not supposed to be that easy.
Now tied with Aaron Judge for opposite field home runs. 16. Half of his home runs have come the other way.
Well, and remember, Aaron Judge is dumping baseballs into that Cracker Jack box out in the East Coast.
I want to make this clear before we go any further. This is a common sentiment and not really all that offensive in my opinion, but it is pretty hypocritical considering where the A's currently make their home, Sutter Health Park, as this has been one of the biggest bandboxes in baseball this year. And Kurtz himself has taken full advantage of this, crushing a little over 5 home runs more than he was expected to, at a real-world mark of 32 in comparison to 26.8. This total of 5 would actually tie Aaron Judge's career high in home runs over expected for a single season, with last year in 2021, where he played significantly more games, by the way. But this actually hasn't been the case at all in 2025, with him having exactly as many expected homers as real-world ones, both at 48. But I can take it one step further as well. This would be Aaron's total if he played every single game of his season so far at Yankee Stadium. That's right, 2 less than his current mark. If he played at Sutter Health, he would have an estimated 13 more. And this works the other way for Kurtz, as the lefty would have just 24 in Yankee Stadium versus 36 if he played every contest in Sacramento. Keep in mind, none of this is to disparage the rookie slugger, whose baseball savant page is one of the most impressive in the game. But for anyone who wants to claim that the reason Aaron Judge is so successful is because of where he plays, check out his in comparison. Yeah, that just really doesn't hold up. Lastly, I want to add that I'm making this video for 2 reasons. 1, because I love dispelling baseball-related modern myths, and 2, because I'm tired of hearing Judge get lampooned the league over for playing in a little league ballpark. This guy would be an all-time hitter regardless of his home field, and it's well past time this narrative died out for good. And now, before we go, I wanted to point out something I thought was insanely impressive. Corbin Carroll reaching 30 doubles, 15 triples, and 30 homers in a single season, something that hadn't been done since Jimmy Rollins in 2007, and only twice in baseball history overall, along with Stan Musial in 1948. What an incredible feat for the superstar, who is quietly having his best season for a Diamondbacks team that looks like they may just be able to sneak into a playoff spot in one of the most unlikely twists of the year. Chase Burns has gotten off to an interesting start in his major league career so far, as in his first 8 career outings, he's managed to go 34 1/3 innings while posting an unimpressive ERA of 5.24 along with a whip over 1.3. However, along with this has come a 2.44 FIP, or fielding independent pitching, indicating that he's at least getting a bit unlucky as well. But none of these stats are anywhere close to the most interesting for the young righty, who has also somehow managed to strike out 57 batters in that time, giving him a K per 9 of 14.9. That's truly otherworldly, and it actually led to him setting a major league record during his most recent start versus the Pirates. I'll get more into what exactly that record was a bit later, but first, let me take you through his appearance. Burns would begin his night by punching out his first 4 batters faced, 2 on blazing fastballs, and 2 on nasty sliders, before ending the second with another strikeout, giving him 5 through his first 6 outs. The third would go off without a hitch, this time with him only punching out a single batter. It would be in the bottom of the 4th that he would experience his first signs of any struggle, giving up a leadoff double to Brian Reynolds, immediately followed by another one off the bat of O'Neal Cruz. This knotted the game's score up at 1, but with that elite high-octane stuff, he would manage to work out of trouble without giving up anything else, punching out another 2 batters along the way. The 5th would end up being the only inning he wouldn't strike anybody out, still retiring the side 1-2-3. This takes us to the bottom of the 6th, where with 1 out, he would ring up Reynolds on a 98-mile-per-hour fastball away before pinpointing a 100-mile-per-hour heater to O'Neal Cruz, ending his night with 10 strikeouts over 6 innings of 1-run baseball. Unfortunately for him, the Reds would not be able to make this stand up, as in the 8th inning with 2 outs, it would be Reynolds yet again coming through, this time grounding a ball down the right field line for a go-ahead double. Dennis Santana would then go on to strike out former Pirate Ke'Bryan Hayes to end the contest. But aside from the game's final score, something else had happened that is, with no exaggeration, truly historic, as Burns became the first pitcher in recorded Major League Baseball history, according to Sarah Langs, to strike out 10 or more batters in 4 of his first 8 career outings. So yeah, when you take a look at his base stats right now and see an ERA north of 5, just know he's pitching far better than this, and overpowering batters like we've never seen from a first-year pitcher. Before we go, a little mini breakdown I wanted to throw in here was on Jen Pawol becoming the first woman umpire in MLB history today, an impressive accomplishment that came along with a game that went pretty much perfectly for her, including getting this tough call correct, at least in my eyes, in the 3rd inning. What a great way to begin your umpiring career. There's 1,000 different facts I could give you denoting the absolute monumental failure of the Detroit Tigers over the last month, coupled with the insane success of the Cleveland Guardians. But instead of doing so, since the season isn't over yet, and theoretically, I guess, the Tigers could still win the division, I'm instead going to hop into yesterday's game, when Detroit proceeded to blow a contest in a way that we've never seen before, courtesy of their more than likely back-to-back Cy Young ace, while their offense performed so badly that their own star hitter couldn't even believe it post-game. This contest looked like it might be a different story early, when the Tigers managed to get out to a 1-0 lead on back-to-back leadoff doubles. But in what has become a trend for them in recent weeks, they not only would strand the runner there without moving him, but then proceeded to do the same thing in the next inning, only this time with the bases loaded and 1 out. This meant, despite some considerable traffic early on, they only had a 1-0 lead through 5, though this did grow to 2-0 when Riley Green crushed a line drive missile to right field in the 6th. However, I'm not sure if any fan of Detroit felt like this was ever going to be a victory, even at this stage, and they would be proven correct in the bottom of the 6th when a true nightmare occurred for their ball club. First, Stephen Kwan led off with a well-placed bunt hit, though I will contend that Dylan Dingler had a chance to actually get him at first if Skubal managed to clear out early. Still, a leadoff base runner with a pitcher of the caliber of Tarek on the mound? That didn't have to be the end of the world. But oh, would it get so much worse when Angel Martinez laid down a bunt of his own, which Skubal fielded, and then inexplicably decided to try to hike it to first base, despite having ample time to turn and throw, not only allowing the batter to reach, but pushing both runners up a base. From here, it felt like a collapse was inevitable, and this would further be confirmed when Jose Ramirez flipped a little ground ball to third base that went for an infield single, pushing the tying run to third with still nobody out. At this point, all 3 hits in the inning had come with exit velocities of less than 66 miles an hour. Things would only get worse when the lefty proceeded to fire a fastball up and in on David Fry right after, seeing it be bunted off of his face. You could tell this rattled the hurler, though it does seem, thankfully, like David is going to be okay. George Valera would be sent in to pinch hit, and shortly after would watch as Skubal fired a wild pitch away from Dingler, tying the game and pushing the winning run to second. Ramirez would then manage to rattle Tarek en route to inducing a balk versus the next hitter after Valera struck out, allowing Gabriel Arraez to push across the go-ahead run on a ground out. This made Skubal, per Opta stats, the first former Cy Young winner to have an error, wild pitch, and balk all in the same inning. From here, it never really felt close again. Cleveland would tack on a couple more with a 2-out hit in the 7th, and Detroit could do nothing at the plate in response. Once the final out was recorded, it was official. Cleveland was in first place in the division, courtesy of them holding the tiebreaker. One final indecency the Detroit fan base would have to shoulder was the fact that, after the contest, Green was asked about their 19 strikeouts at the plate, and this was his reaction.
19 Ks. That's not going to get it done usually.
19 Ks for what?
For you guys. Tonight? Yeah.
It almost looked like he was going to cry, and honestly I get it. This is still a really young team, and the weight of blowing what would be the largest division lead in Major League history has to be near soul-crushing. And unfortunately, it could get even worse, as they are currently only a couple games ahead of the Astros for the last wildcard spot, again because of tiebreakers, meaning they could conceivably, if they continue at their current pace, miss out on the postseason entirely. Yesterday was not a great game for the Brewers. Despite being easily the best team in Major League Baseball over the last few months, they ended up dropping this one to the second half slumping Giants by a final score of 7-1, allowing every single tally to be put up between the 6th and 7th innings. And while San Fran certainly deserves some credit for grinding this one out in what looked to be another relatively certain victory for Milwaukee in the middle innings, still, arguably the most notable play in this one from a highlight perspective actually came at the hands of the Brewers, when catcher William Contreras made one of the best tags you will ever see on a Major League field. One so good that it left the opposing coaching staff downright stunned. In what was then a 3-1 game courtesy of a line drive double and then a poorly timed error in that 6th inning, Drew Gilbert stepped to the plate and laid down what looked to be a near-perfect bunt down the third base line, forcing pitcher Grant Anderson to have to range and then throw off balance to the plate, resulting in a wild toss that forced Contreras to have to spin around, yet somehow in the process of doing so, he still managed to apply a perfect tag to base runner Luis Matos, at the time registering a huge out to keep this one close. Just look at how athletic this play was, to have the ability to not only read that ball coming in and catch it, but to then just let your momentum take you fully around and still find Luis's knee? It's truly nuts, and you can see in the reaction of the Giants coaching staff what they thought of it, with 2 separate dumbfounded looks resulting. Now, again, this wouldn't end up meaning much to the game overall, as the Brewers would be unable to answer in their bottom half of the 6th, before giving up a 3-run home run to Casey Schmidt and then a 2-out RBI single to Patrick Bailey. Again losing this one by that aforementioned final score of 7-1. So again, while that tag was cool, this game did drive their lead down in their division to 6 games over the recently charging Chicago Cubs. And now before we go, I also wanted to do a little mini segment on who very well might be your new favorite player, Zach Maxwell, who throws a nearly unhittable breaking ball and 102-mile-per-hour fireball, while not exactly looking like your stereotypical version of a pro athlete. In his first career game, he would end up performing really impressively as well, going 2 innings, giving up a run, but striking out 5 hitters in that time as well. Entering the 2025 season, there was one common sentiment held by pretty much every baseball fan who knew anything about the sport when it came to Mike Trout. If the guy got over 400 at-bats, we were going to see another 30 homers, near 900 OPS, and 4+ WAR season. It seemed like a foregone conclusion, as even though he had struggled mightily with injuries over the prior 4 years, his production had always stayed around the aforementioned pace. But Unfortunately, that's not how things have gone this year, as even though he's been able to appear in 125 games, and in doing so, register his 400th homer, he's posted by far the worst numbers of his entire career, with a paltry slash line for him of 229, 357, 415, coming out to an OPS plus of 114. For a little reference, his next lowest when he's managed to play at least 100 games in a season is 171. And this is true across the board. 22 homers, 14 doubles, just over 100 hits, and mind-numbingly high 173 strikeouts, the second highest total in his career behind 2014, a season in which he played over 30 more games. All this has resulted in a WAR total of just 1.0, less than he managed to post last year when he played in just 29 contests. So, what the hell has gone so wrong with Trout's season, and is there a potential way for him to turn it around in 2026? Well, the first thing we have to get out of the way is that the guy is still making some really good contact, being above the 80th percentile in StatCast's expected WOBA, barrel percent, hard hit percent, launch angle sweet spot percentage, and just off for bat speed in the 77th. Even his average exit velocity, which hasn't been insane, has remained around a level where he's been highly successful in the past, like in 2019 when he won his most recent MVP. No, his problem hasn't been quality of contact. It's been principally three other things. Let me start with the first one being the fact that he struck out 32.1% of the time, the second highest rate in the entire major leagues behind just James Wood. This helps explain why, even though he's still registering a healthy BABIP of 313, with those aforementioned good predictive numbers, he's not being able to translate this into on-field results. After all, you have to be able to hit the ball to have a chance to do anything productive. The second of those three I mentioned has to do with the kind of contact he's been making, as this season has featured his highest ground ball rate in a year with over 100 games played since 2017. Now, it's still not extremely high at 35%, but it is noticeable now that his once elite speed has been pushed all the way down to the 62nd percentile due to injuries. You don't want a guy who's actively trying not to hurt himself to be racing down the line attempting to beat out infield hits, but that trade-off is costing him valuable knocks. Our last major factor, and easily the most unfair, is just the fact he's dealt with some sheer bad luck, as a lot of guys have faced this year, especially power hitters, due, at least in part, to the dead ball phenomenon. It's affected Trout to the tune of a 52-point difference between his expected slugging of 467 and his real-world mark of 415, with lesser but still notable discrepancies being observed in his expected WOBA of 360 to actual 335 and expected batting average of 241 to 229. The fact that he's hitting more grounders is a factor here, but it isn't even remotely close to explaining gaps that large, especially when it comes to the first two. So yes, he definitely still has enough in the tank to have another productive season in 2026, but it's going to start with cutting down on the Ks, limiting as many ground balls as possible, and praying to the baseball gods for his luck to start turning. Regardless, however, none of this will change the fact that he's still one of the best baseball players of all time, with anything more that he can provide from this point forward just being icing on top of his eventual first ballot Hall of Fame cake. I released a video earlier today talking about this crash out from Wilson Contreras, when he fired his bat in the direction of an umpire, inadvertently hitting his own coach in the process. But one thing I didn't mention in that vid was a play that happened earlier on in the contest, because I thought it deserved its own dedicated deeper look, when Mason Wynn very well may have saved the game for his team because of his extremely high fielding IQ. Kyle Leahy was on the mound for the Cardinals in the 7th inning of a then 6-4 game, getting off to a rough start when he walked outfielder Jack Sawinski on 5 pitches. Then, on the first offering to the next batter, Joey Bart, he would give up a shallow flare to right field that couldn't be caught by Jordan Walker. As you can see on the replay, he probably should have had that one, but regardless, there was now 2 guys on, with nobody out. The Pirates, seeing an opportunity to put 2 guys in scoring position, decided to ask Liover Peguero to bunt, and this wouldn't go very well for the righty, pushing it hard back to the pitcher Leahy, who spun and proceeded to overshoot third by a solid 10 feet. Yet, somehow, because of the actions of Wynn, that ball didn't go down the left field line, instead being cut off right before it could do so. That easily saved run at the time and probably more, and was extremely impressive to the Cardinals broadcast crew as well, who had this to say on it.
You never see this. You never see that.
That was incredible.
That was amazing by Mason Wynn. Again, we've talked about that knee, how he's been trying to save his bullets, but he gets over, gets into position.
But you still might be asking yourself, why would I call this game saving? Well, because the bases remained simply loaded, and after a strikeout to Ronnie Simon, Nick Gonzalez would fly a ball to right field, driving in what more than likely would have been the game-tying run and potentially advancing the go-ahead. And after a strikeout to Brian Reynolds, the frame was over without any further damage being able to come across. This meant that when they blew the lead later on in the 9th inning, on a game-tying double from Simon, they still had a chance to walk things off in the bottom of the 9th while being tied instead of in a hole. And they would do just that when when Alec Burleson crushed a slider below the zone for a game-winning home run. But I stand by the fact that I thoroughly believe none of this would have been possible, or at least in anywhere near the same way, if it wasn't for the impressive play of Wynn earlier on. One that won't show up in the box score, but will certainly remain in the memories of anybody who remembers this game overall. But I guess it really shouldn't be that surprising either. Wynn is currently second in all of the major leagues amongst infielders for fielding run value at 16, trailing just Bobby Witt Jr. by a single fielding run. In case you haven't been watching baseball this year for some reason, the New York Mets are experiencing one of the biggest fall-offs of what looked to be a truly impressive season that we've ever seen. Not only are they currently on a 7-game losing streak, but as pointed out by Jeff Passan on Twitter, since they started out 45-24, the best record in baseball, they have proceeded to go 31-47, one of the worst. And it's gotten so bad in Queens that an opposing announcer just openly mocked them after they made yet another embarrassing play while down big early in a contest. Jacob deGrom was set to face the Mets in Citi Field for the first time since he left before the 2023 season, and in classic Mets fashion, they would have to watch as the Rangers put up 6 runs in the top of the first, chasing rookie phenom Jonah Tong in the process, while simultaneously registering something that had never happened one time during Jacob's own stint in New York while he was pitching. After a quiet frame by deGrom in the bottom half of that inning, the Rangers broadcast didn't hold back on what kind of shock it must have been for Mets fans who were just a few minutes late getting into the stadium.
You know, it can be tough to get to a game on time, especially here in New York. I think the people that are walking into the stadium go, no, we're 15, 20 minutes late, we'll be okay. And they sit down like, 6? Did they, what?
This was immediately preceding a play where, with 2 outs, Jake Berger flipped a sinker to Pete Alonso, who fielded it on a hop before seeing his hurler, nowhere close to the base as Berger neared it. At this point, instead of eating it, he decided to make a throw anyway, nearly hitting Huascar Brazoban in the head as it flew past him, then trickled into the dugout to give the hitter a free base. Now, this obviously was an embarrassing play, period, right? I mean, look at it. But I want you to listen to how the Rangers broadcast reacted as it occurred, and then their comments on the fallout immediately after.
Keeping up on the app or something. This one is flared on a hop right side, and Brazoban doesn't get to first. They throw it anyway, and that one goes into the seats. The Mets are Metsing.
And as a coaching staff, it's tough to keep your composure right now. You have to.
When your franchise has a custom verb to describe your sloppy, downright bizarre behavior, you know something's going wrong on a fundamental level, and this is reflected in how long of a poor stretch they've had over the summer, as detailed by Passan in the intro. As you'd expect, they'd go on to lose this contest 8-3, with one final indecency being the fact that this is the most run support that deGrom had ever received at Citi Field. And of course, it only came after the modern legend had departed for another team. Now, before we go, I wanted to do a little mini shout out for Roki Sasaki, who just seemingly decided to turn his gas back up to previously observed levels, punching out 8 batters through 4 2/3 innings with sharp off-speed stuff and, most importantly, a fastball that routinely touched 100 miles an hour. All of a sudden, he took himself from a borderline disappointment that was publicly acknowledged by Dave Roberts to, seemingly, being on the fast track back to the big leagues, though more than likely in a relief role. This is a welcome development for a player who had been experiencing one of the sharper fall-offs we've seen for a prospect in recent memory, but now seems poised to potentially reclaim his place as one of the most intriguing young pitchers in baseball. The big headline from the Marlins-Tigers game yesterday was that Detroit's ace, Tarik Skubal, had to come out of the contest due to some soreness in his side. Thankfully, news would come out later that he's going to be okay, but that's not what I want to talk about. Instead being a home run that ended up being glossed over, but was still unlike anything we've ever recorded, and by a decent margin. Riley Green was at the plate versus Sandy Alcantara in the top of the 4th, with his team down 3-0, quickly getting behind 0-2 after fouling off a sinker and then taking another for a called strike. He would then take a slider in and fastball away, working the count back even. The 5th pitch of the at-bat was fouled off. So, what would he get for the 6th? How about a power curveball low and inside that Green would crush out to left center field, managing to just carry the wall out there for a solo home run. Now, just from the eye test, you could tell that this was pretty impressive, right? I mean, an opposite field blast on a pitch inside to the deepest part of left center. But it wasn't until after the contest, when I was perusing some of the metrics from this game, that I came across something truly insane. Now, you're gonna have to hang with me for a second because it's gonna sound kinda nerdy, but I promise I'll also explain the significance of why it's impressive. This Green shot was the first recorded home run we've ever seen that had an exit velocity of at least 110 miles an hour with a launch angle of at least 30 degrees on a pitch inside hit to the opposite field, with Bryce Harper being the only player to meet all these qualifications and reach at least 29 degrees. To hit a ball inside that hard and high is just nuts, but it's actually even more impressive than that, Because, you see, Riley's shot was 39 degrees. You heard me right. A full 10 degrees higher than the next closest home run with similar peripherals. That means he surpassed Harper's shot by almost 40%. And yeah, it wouldn't end up meaning much for the game overall, but I still thought it was interesting enough to share with all of you. And now for our little mini breakdown at the end of this vid, I wanted to talk about this insane slide from Mickey Moniak the other day, when he looked like a dead duck on a throw from catcher Freddie Fermin, but somehow managed to matrix his way into being safe after a successful challenge. That's one of the closest things to baseball perfection that you're ever going to see. Back in 2017, when Giancarlo Stanton was in his prime, he had an average sprint speed of 27.8 feet per second, a number in the 71st percentile league-wide. For little context, that's faster than Francisco Lindor or Jose Altuve this year. He was quite simply one of the most athletic players in the sport, especially relative to his size, being the second largest outfielder in the game at the time at 6'6", 245 pounds. But flash forward to 2025, and that sprint speed number has sunk all the way down to 23.8, a mark tied for fourth worst in the entire sport, which has largely been the result of 10 major injuries to his legs. Seriously, I went and checked. So, what exactly does this kind of carnage to a player's lower body look like in terms of resulting plays? Before we get into that, I want to say I'm only going to be looking at moments from the last 3 years, as this was when his sprint speed officially sank into the sub 5 percentile club. Let's start first with the times he was thrown out on plays you just don't see very commonly, starting with this one from Maikel Garcia at third base, when he dove to stab a high chopper, collected himself, and still had time to get the lumbering righty at first. Look at how progressive his movements were there. There's just no way he should have been able to get him. But if you think I may be reaching a little bit here, check out this play from Nico Horner at shortstop, who sidestepped this broken bat headed his way, still had to come in to field the ball, look to second, and then throw to first on the run, with more than enough time to do all of that while still nabbing Stanton. Truly nuts. But even then, at least he was normally positioned, right? You can't say the same thing about Andy Ibanez on this ground ball that went off the mid of Will Vest, as this time the second baseman had to come all the way from up the middle to field this ball, and flip with his mitt to still get the out at first. And on the replay, we can also see he hesitated off the bat as well. But if you thought these looked bad, his legs arguably look even worse on double play opportunities, as we just saw here recently versus the Rangers, when Corey Seager had to dive to stab this ball deep in the hole, only just barely getting the runner at second, before still seeing Stanton get thrown out at first. I legitimately think he was thrown out by more than the runner at second was. His running speed on DPs is actually so depressing it prompted this call from Bob Costas during last year's postseason.
He's easy to double up. Hit to short. Witt gets the force. Can they turn two? Yes, they can, and it's just the point we were making. It's not Giancarlo's fault. A near base hit. Couldn't beat it out at the other end.
Dude just sounded deflated. But arguably neither one of these were as impressively slow as this one versus the Blue Jays, when Bo Bichette fielded a soft ground ball extremely deep in the hole at short, and then threw off balance to second. And yeah, you know how this ends. Even getting the lead runner there was extremely impressive. There's just no world where you would think he'd get both. But I guess that's what happens when a guy's hamstrings probably look like shredded cheese internally at this point. And lastly, I want to check out 2 times he was thrown out on the bases. One in this line drive off the bat of Austin Wells, which forced him to have to freeze, and then not have the wheels to even advance 90 feet within a reasonable time frame, as right fielder Anthony Santander was coming in from extremely deep right, yet still was able to get him at the bag. Getting forced out of second on a single, it doesn't get much more embarrassing than that. But what might have been worse was this attempt at scoring from second on a 2-out single against the Astros back in 2023. Why he was even sent there, I have no idea. But he not only got thrown out by 25 feet, he did so while not even being able to jog around the bases at 50%, essentially having to trot into the waiting tag of Martin Maldonado. Now, before you go, I do want to say, none of this comes from a place of malice with Giancarlo. I think it's insane he's still being able to produce like he has at the plate this year, given the trauma to his lower body specifically over the course of his career. And hey, don't look now, but the guy has a decent chance of getting to 500 career home runs, which would almost certainly guarantee a Hall of Fame induction for one of the best players of his generation, even if the final few years of his career are going to have to come with him essentially running on stilts. I made a video earlier this year about the cheapest walk-off home run in MLB history, being this 308-foot dink-doink down the right field line in Fenway Park, a ball almost 20 feet shallower than the next closest game-ending shot. But you have to give it one thing. At least it legitimately went over the wall, which is more than you can say for a home run we saw yesterday that was not only a couple feet shallower, but a ball that would have been a home run in 0 out of 30 MLB ballparks somehow. Trevor Story was at the plate, taking a first pitch slider inside for ball 1, then a sinker to make the count 2-0. It was then that Junis located a breaking ball pretty well low and outside, seeing Trevor hit it down the right field line, sending Jhonkensy Noel ranging over and then leaping near the stands. But unfortunately for him, he wouldn't be able to make the catch, resulting in a bunch of confused faces, and an initially called foul ball. This would be overturned after a lengthy review, with the umpires in New York agreeing that it was a home run, but perhaps not for the reason that you'd think. You see, as Noel attempted his leap, he managed to get the ball in his glove, but in the process of doing so, saw it without him having complete control, roll off of the foul pole, essentially ramming it into the one area that would make it a home run, because you see, if he would have dropped it over the fence in foul territory, it would have been a simple ground rule double, but instead he had the misfortune of playing it off of the pesky pole, creating a 306-foot bizarre blast, the second shallowest home run in the StatCast era. This created a situation that I'm not sure I've ever seen before, which was pointed out aptly on Twitter by Dan, or Dan0701, being that it was an over-the-fence home run that should have been a tank in exactly 0 out of 30 MLB ballparks. This is truly insane to me, and pretty much as singular as a single play gets in my opinion. The Red Sox would eventually go on to win this one by a final 6-4, with Aroldis Chapman logging yet another scoreless appearance with 0 hits given up, a pretty insane feat that tacks on to an existing run I detailed a bit more a couple days ago. Regardless, this helped keep Boston firmly in the AL East picture, still only 2.5 games behind the division-leading Blue Jays, and currently tied with the Yankees. I'm not sure the last time I actually shared this on this channel, but I used to be a PO in high school, and I very much enjoyed being so. The thrill of punching out a hitter in a big spot, or watching a defense behind you make an exceptional play, and knowing that you largely controlled the pace of what was going on. But there was one thing I've tried really hard never to do, which is to show up the fielders behind me. You just are never going to have a good vantage point on how a ball was hit when you have to turn around and find it. But once in a while, I think we've all had a lapse in judgment. And that's what we just saw here recently in a game between the Padres and Mariners, when Yu Darvish, a veteran in his 13th year of Major League Baseball, sorta showed up as platinum glove right fielder by openly complaining about him not being able to get to a ball that was nearly uncatchable. Darvish was on the mound for only his 10th start of the year so far versus the Mariners, and being as how his numbers were pretty unimpressive by his standards, you know he was looking to make an impact in this one, and things would begin well for him as he retired the side 1-2-3 in the first inning. Side note, but look at that looping curveball, just a thing of beauty. Flash forward midway through the second inning now, and Darvish was giving up his first hit of the contest to Eugenio Suarez, a softly hit single to left field. Suarez would then manage to advance to second during Jorge Polanco's at-bat, with the switch hitter eventually striking out on another nasty curveball, putting Yu just 1 out away from getting out of this mini-jam entirely. It was then that Luke Raley came to the plate, and on a 3-2 got a curveball up in the zone, which was flied to the gap in right center field, getting down and having to be grabbed on a hop by Fernando Tatis Jr., and then the exceptional wheels of Raley was enough to get him into second base with a hustle double. The big lefty actually has a sprint speed this year in the 85th percentile at 28.7 feet per second. At first glance, this probably seems like a pretty typical play, until you see on the replay that Darvish was caught saying, "What the F is that?" after the ball got down. Now, I'm not trying to be too hard on the veteran here. I think we've all as pitchers overreacted at times to hits that we would consider to be cheap or even unnecessary. But to this openly curse out your right fielder on a ball that was pointed out by the warmonger on Twitter to have just a 20% catch probability based on where Tatis was positioned pre-play is just a bad look, especially when Nando is currently 4th overall in Major League Baseball right now in fielding run value by an outfielder, angling himself well for another Gold Glove. I'm not making this to villainize Darvish, more so to just commentate on one of the fundamental flaws of hurlers everywhere. The assumption that we can even understand what balls should and shouldn't be turned into outs, despite never playing the field at a high level. But being that Yu has a reputation as an awesome teammate, I'm sure he apologized internally for this afterwards. As for the rest of the start, Darvish would go on to give up 4 runs in 4 innings, eventually seeing his team lose by a final score of 4-3 after a late game comeback attempt ended up proving fruitless overall. A loss that could end up being pretty huge in the race for the NL West title. I've made a number of videos on individual or sets of plays defensively that were nearly singular in my eyes. Whether it was this home run robbing deflection into a bare hand from Boston, a tumble then recovery from Dalton Varsho, or rookie Denzel Clark robbing 2 separate home runs in his first month in the big leagues that required him to Spider-Man his way up the fence. But we just saw something yesterday that's different than all of these, because it's a catch that I personally have never seen before. An outfielder making a sliding grab, but not with his glove. No, instead with his knees. That'll make sense in a second, but first, let's discuss the circumstances that led to it. Ace Logan Webb was taking the mound, attempting to help his squad snap a 7-game losing streak to that point, and got started with typical dominance, retiring the side 1-2-3 in the first inning. Then, leading off the bottom half of that inning, center fielder Jung-Hoo Lee doubled down the right field line to start. But unfortunately for the Giants, he would end up being stranded after Rafael Devers and Willy Adames both struck out. The next 2 frames would pretty much go off without a hitch, with Ryan Pepiot matching Webb at every step. This brings us to the first pitch of the top of the 4th, when Yandy Diaz sent his fly ball to deep right center field, chasing Lee back near the track, where he went into a slide before losing the ball, but miraculously, not letting it touch the ground before trapping it between his knees mid-tumble. Now, I want you guys to comment honestly. Have you actually ever seen a play that looked like this before? And legendary broadcaster for the Giants, Dwayne Kuiper, certainly agreed, having this to say immediately following.
I don't care what anybody says. That's the catch of the decade.
For a guy who's been in baseball as long as Kuip has to be leveling that kind of praise, you know you must have seen something truly special. As for the rest of the game, nothing much would happen until 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th, when Elliot Ramos lined a single to left field, which was followed by another off the bat of Devers, then a walk from Adames. This brought Dwight Smith to the plate, who would absolutely shatter his bat on a first pitch fastball, still somehow getting it down the right field line, somehow scoring all 3 runs after Willie just kept on running. Christian Koss would then line a ball to left field that ended up dropping Chandler Simpson to his backside, scoring another run while allowing Koss to get to second. And from here, Logan Webb would continue to pitch masterfully, completing 7 scoreless innings after punching out a couple batters to end his night. From here, the Giants would end up tacking 3 more on, while the Rays would only manage to score 1, officially snapping San Fran's losing streak in what was one of their best team efforts of the second half overall. Now, before we go, I also wanted to detail a quirky thing that happened in the Red Sox-Marlins game yesterday, when Dane Myers turned a highlight reel catch into a home run when he banged into the wall before seeing a ball that seemed to be solidly in his mitt go over it, registering one of the more memeable moments of the entire season afterwards as his reaction. But you couldn't keep the right fielder down for long, as he would go on later in this contest to crush the game-tying home run in the 9th inning, before seeing his team add on a couple more when rookie phenom Jacob Marcy crushed a go-ahead 2-run dinger of his own, with the Marlins eventually winning by a final score of 5-3. Victor Robles has been out since early April after making this leaping catch in a game against San Francisco, which certainly was a tough blow to the former top prospect who was coming off of easily his best season in the big leagues in 2024, when he posted a .307, .381, .433 slash line with 34 steals to just 2 caught stealings. And this obvious frustration just boiled over during a rehab assignment with the Tacoma Rainiers, when he had one of the most egregious outbursts you'll ever see on a baseball field. Facing righty Joey Estes, a player himself who has spent significant time in the big leagues, Robles saw the first pitch of an at-bat in the 3rd inning with 2 guys on, race up and in, and hit him in a spot that is certainly somewhat dangerous, especially to somebody trying to make their way back to the big leagues on assignment. However, I don't think anybody was prepared for how he would react, circling around the catcher, picking up his bat, and then firing it towards the pitcher. This, of course, was an immediate ejection, as Robles attempted to charge the mound and, I'm assuming, fight Joey. He also fired a container full of sunflower seeds on the field. This was obviously extremely inappropriate, and he himself would apologize for it via Instagram just a few hours later, but I do think a bit of context is necessary here. In what has essentially been a little bit over a week of rehab time, he's gotten hit 5 times, with, from what I can find, this single organization being responsible for every single one, which isn't even to mention the fact that the guy that hit him in this contest, Estes, had actually plunked him during the regular season a year ago as well. This, coupled with what he shared on social media, being his mother recently passing, seemed to mix into a toxic combination that produced this truly over-the-top result. I'm not defending it, mind you. I do think this should come with a suspension of some sort, probably, in my opinion, in the 10 to 20 game range, but I also didn't appreciate seeing some of the narratives being floated online that Robles is just a hothead, with zero context to the circumstances leading up to this. I do want to ask you guys though, before we get to our little mini breakdown, what do you think the repercussions for this should be? How many games? As for our mini breakdown, I wanted to highlight Jesus Sanchez robbing 2 home runs in the same game versus the Orioles, including what would have been Samuel Basallo's first big league hit and home run in the 7th inning. Sure, Basallo would end up notching one before the contest was over, and Sanchez's Astros got dog-walked, but hey, 2 robberies in 1 game certainly is impressive no matter how you slice it. Justin Verlander had an exceptionally rough first half of the season in his 20th campaign, pitching to a .470 ERA with 10 home runs given up and nearly 1.5 base runners per inning. But, oh man, has he come out roaring in the second, breaking velocity records relative to his age and managing to accomplish something we hadn't seen in over 20 years by passing Walter Johnson in strikeouts, all while pitching to a 2.63 ERA. But somehow, he's managed to reach even another level over his last 4 starts, allowing him to accomplish something we've only seen happen once in the last 125 seasons. In what was essentially a must-win game for the Giants, JV retired the side 1-2-3 in the first, inducing a weak pop-up off the bat of superstar Corbin Carroll to end it. He would face just 3 batters in the second, though he did give up a single that was thrown out stealing. He finished off the frame with his first strikeout of the night on a fastball that raced into his former catcher, James McCann, who attempted to check his swing unsuccessfully. Another 1-2-3 inning in the third was followed by his only real jam of the night, when Geraldo Perdomo led off the 4th inning with a single, and then, with 1 out, Corbin Carroll drew a walk. This brought Gabriel Moreno to the plate, who crushed a slider 387 feet to center field, where it was run down nicely by rookie Drew Gilbert. Blaze Alexander then punched out on a 3-2 heater. Still, at this point he'd thrown a ton of pitches, so it seemed likely he'd be coming out of the game relatively quick. But but this is when he put on his veteran cap, managing to induce quick, weak contact constantly over the next 2 innings, along with striking out Corbin to end the 6th. He would be out one last time for the 7th, again quieting the Arizona offense, officially ending his night on a routine shallow fly ball to left field. This meant, as pointed out later by Sarah Langs on Twitter, that this was the first time in his career that Justin Verlander had a 4-start stretch where he allowed 1 or 0 runs. But it was even more than that. It was the first time since 2005 a pitcher older than 42 had done so, being Roger Clemens, and only the second time it had occurred in the last 125 seasons. This is truly nuts to me, considering how much later pitchers used to go in their career. Guys like Randy Johnson, Nolan Ryan, even a Phil Niekro. None of them managed to accomplish what JV just did. Unfortunately for him, as has been the case much of the season, he couldn't get any run support in this one, having to watch his opposing starter Brandon Pfaadt went 9 scoreless innings on just 97 pitches. Arizona would then have a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th with the bases loaded and just 1 out, but they would be unable to do so when Adrian Del Castillo went down looking on a nasty slider. Then Alek Thomas bounced out to pitcher Ryan Walker. After a quiet top of the 10th, the D-backs would again manage to get the winning run to third base, with 1 out, but unfortunately for them and all of their fans hoping they'll be able to sneak into a wildcard spot, they couldn't do any more than this, as Jake McCarthy grounded out to first base without the contact play being on, then Geraldo Perdomo rolled into an easy play at second. This meant there would be an 11th, and was that bad news for the D-backs, who proceeded to allow a merry-go-round to Giants hitters, with them scoring 5 runs in the process. This pretty much ended things, as though Arizona would push across 1 in the bottom half, when Gerard Encarnacion made a diving catch that turned into a sacrifice fly, it never felt close, allowing San Francisco to give Justin the only thing better than a pitcher win, a team one, while also allowing themselves to stay on the edge of the NL playoff picture. All year long, the New York Yankees' struggles were defined by 3 principal things. At times, unclutch hitting, bad fundamentals, and, above all, some of the worst timed bullpen blowups you'll ever see. Even still, they managed to win 94 games, drawing their nemesis, the Red Sox, in the wildcard round. Yet, in Game 1, the same boogeyman that had been chasing them all season would end up rearing his ugly head, leading to a breed of heartbreak that's gotta be sickeningly familiar to their fans. Things would begin pretty well for them offensively, as they proceeded to get back-to-back hits to lead off the bottom of the 1st after a scoreless top. But after a strikeout of Cody Bellinger and double play ball from Giancarlo Stanton, they would come out of it with absolutely nothing. But this would not be the case in the bottom of the 2nd, as Anthony Volpe managed to, in a 2-strike count with a couple outs, crush a home run to right field, a shot that actually made him the first batter in Major League history to have 15 hits and 10 walks in his first 15 postseason games. Shout out to Nicholas Grishin for his email pointing this out, by the way. And for a time this proved huge, as Fried managed to work his way out of trouble in both the 3rd and 4th innings, before inducing his last big play of the day a couple frames after, with a double play off the bat of Nate Eaton. Sure, the offense at this point hadn't really managed to get going, but at least they still had the lead, right? Well, as you'd expect based on what I detailed in the intro, this wouldn't really last much time at all after Fried departed with 1 out in the 7th with nobody on, as after a Luke Weaver walk to Ceddanne Rafaela, Nick Sogard would lace a hustle double to the right center field gap, putting the tying run on 3rd and the go-ahead one on 2nd. This put the righty on the precipice of registering arguably the worst timed bullpen blowup of the year, and just 1 pitch later, he would officially do just that, when Masataka Yoshida grounded a fastball hard up the middle. You can see from the look on Fried's face just how frustrating this was for the lefty, who had pitched his heart out, en route to, now, a tough luck no decision. From here, the pressure would fall on the back of the Yankee offense, but they could get absolutely nothing versus big lefty Garrett Crochet, who proceeded to throw nearly 120 pitches of 1-run baseball in this one, striking out 11 before departing with 2 outs in the 8th, at which point nigh unhittable reliever Aroldis Chapman got bailed out after some miscommunication between Wilber Abreu and Rafaela, with Abreu managing to pull in a tough catch. Insult would be added to injury after Alex Bregman tacked on in the top of the 9th with an RBI double, despite the fact that there had been nobody on with 2 outs. New York would have one final chance in the bottom half of the frame, but despite loading the bases with nobody out, they wouldn't manage to push across even a single run, seeing Trent Grisham strike out to end it, putting them 1 loss away from the conclusion of their season entirely. One of the things that makes Major League Baseball so special is the fact that no matter how long you watch it, you are guaranteed to eventually see something you've never seen before, a few different instances of which I've detailed on the channel this year, and we just saw another one here today, though in a way that is somehow even more bizarre than I typically cover. Shout out as well to the YouTube channel Late for Dinner for suggesting this to me in an email. The Mariners were facing the Royals with a chance to tie the Astros atop the AL West once again, getting out to a 1-0 lead early, when Jorge Polanco flied a double to the right center field gap. From here, it was a pitching duel between Stephen Kolek and Luis Castillo, with neither budging going into the 8th inning. It was then, with 1 out and Kolek still on the mound, Dominic Canzone rolled an easy grounder to Michael Massey at second, and he easily made the routine play to first base. End of story, right? Well, not so fast, as Seattle manager Dan Wilson called for a challenge. But of what exactly? Well, apparently, pre-pitch, Massey had his foot on the outfield grass, which isn't allowed per the current anti-shift rules, and after a review, this would be confirmed. Leading to, as was pointed out on Twitter by Ryan DeVish, the first ever shift violation error in MLB history, because they had changed the rule prior to the season. Before, it was a ball. Now it resulted in the runner being safe and Massey being saddled with the E. And there it was, baseball history in one of the weirdest ways. And this would end up allowing Seattle to score a big insurance run when J.P. Crawford crushed a double with 2 outs, scoring Victor Robles, who had pinch ran from first base. After Andres Munoz managed to work out of a bit of a jam in the bottom of the 9th, the Mariners had officially sealed a division-tying win, just ahead of arguably their biggest series of the season versus Houston directly. And now, before we go, I just wanted to point out what I thought was a really cool moment last night in the Dodgers-Phillies game, when Blake Snell basically refused to come out of the contest, despite having thrown 107 pitches with 2 guys on in the 7th inning, sending Alex Vesia, who was already well on the field, back to the bullpen. And it worked out, as on the 112th pitch of his night, he punched out Otto Kemp on a high fastball, en route to a huge win for LA as they look to create a little breathing room in the race for the NL West. I made a video a little while back where I discussed this insane play from Bo Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr., as it involves easily one of the best stretches I've ever seen. However, in that video I also mentioned how both of these fielders have been among the worst at their position in the last few seasons, as a means of giving context to just how insane this play was coming from them. But I do want to acknowledge that Vladdy specifically has improved this season relative to the last few, and he just added to his growing highlight reel last night when he made one of the highest IQ potential game-saving plays you'll ever see from a first baseman. It was in the bottom of the 9th that Toronto had managed to tie things up, despite being down by 2 runs, getting a walk from Alejandro Kirk, a single from Ernie Clement, another walk to Davis Schneider, and then a clutch 2-run knock off the bat of Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. However, they wouldn't be able to win it when George Springer struck out and Miles Straw flipped a shallow fly ball to center field. This takes us to the 10th, with closer Jeff Hoffman on the mound, a pitcher who's been on a bit of a run recently after struggling for much of the year. The first batter he'd face would be veteran Victor Caratini, and the switch hitter would seemingly do his job, grounding a ball to the right side. But it was then that Guerrero would see that base runner Jose Altuve wasn't running full speed towards third, so he planted and fired an absolute missile to get him at the bag. A devastating blunder from Jose, but one that is at least partially understandable. Even his own manager, John Schneider, said that he was glad there wasn't a microphone in the dugout as it was happening. I sincerely think there's not a single other first baseman in the league who would dare even try that, especially in that circumstance, partially because Vladdy has one of the best arms in baseball among those at his position, and partially because he has a daring personality, fully willing to take chances when it makes sense, and sometimes even when it's pushing it a bit. This would help Toronto go on to allow 0 runs in this frame, before the hulking righty himself would come up to lead off the 10th, and wouldn't you know it, he'd register his second clutch play of the inning when he managed to beat out this off-balance throw from Altuve. Then, after a Dalton Varsho strikeout, it would be Tyler Heineman's turn to send everyone at the Rogers Center home happy, grounding a ball that was stopped nicely on a dive by Christian Walker, but thrown home just late, securing a walk-off win while simultaneously extending their lead in the East back to 3 games. Even after a deadline where they sold a few of their most valuable pieces, the Giants remain on the outskirts of the postseason picture, hanging around 500. That is, at least until the last week or so, when they've proceeded to lose 5 games in a row, go into the negative territory when it comes to run differential, and drop to 5.5 back of the last wildcard spot. And their most recent contest was perhaps one of their ugliest in a while, and it was during this game that they registered a play so embarrassing that their radio team directly called it ugly, as well as adding that the whole team was just unraveling. Striking words, but before we get there, let's examine the events leading up to this. Things would begin well for San Francisco as they managed to face the minimum in the first, courtesy in large part of a double play, then see the second start with the tumbling catch from Heliot Ramos. But this momentum would soon be torched when San Diego managed to load the bases, before seeing what 100% would have been an inning-ending double play ball bounce off the bag at second and ricochet over the head of Willy Adames, scoring 2 runs in the process. That's just straight bad luck. The Padres would reload the bases for Fernando Tatis Jr. just a couple batters later, with the righty punching the ball into center field to score a couple more. After a sac fly, the score was 5-0, already creating a hole that San Francisco's struggling offense was going to have a hard time climbing out of. But the frame wasn't over, as it was Manny Machado's turn to hit, and the veteran would come through with a fly ball down the left field line on a hanging slider. It was then that we would see Heliot barehand the ball off the wall before firing it directly into the dirt, allowing it to trickle back towards the infield, scoring Tatis on a play he wouldn't have even tried it on. It was this moment that was so frustrating it prompted the reaction I detailed in the intro.
Tatis scores at 6-0 Padres, and the Giants, it's just unraveling. Man. Ugly.
You just don't hear that kind of honesty very often, especially in relation to your own team. But honestly, I don't think you can blame them here. That was easily one of the ugliest plays of 2025 overall, and I'm sure part of the frustration came from the fact that it was Ramos that did it, as he's consistently been one of the worst overall defenders in baseball this season with a -10 fielding run value. The Padres would go on to add another run later on in that same inning on a wild pitch, giving San Diego 7 runs in just that single frame. And from here, it never really felt competitive again, eventually winning by a final score of 11-1, which pushed them to 1 game in front of the Dodgers in the West as they look to win their first division title since 2006. And for the Giants, they're now staring down the barrel of a 4th straight season without making the playoffs, after a prior decade in which they won 3 World Series. Jen Pawol officially became the first woman umpire in Major League Baseball a couple days ago, manning first base and turning in a pretty normal performance. But just a day later, she was tasked with the assignment that inevitably defines every umpire's reputation league-wide, working behind the plate. And while things got off to a pretty rough start, she would indeed end up turning in a decent performance. I'll back that up metrically later on, but first let's look at exactly how it went, along with the game overall. Like I said, the first pitch of the contest from Joey Wentz to Xavier Edwards was not the best look for her, as she called this fastball that was easily 2 ball lengths inside a strike. But, I mean, considering this was indeed her first major league call, a little nerves would make sense. And as they showed in a heat map later on in the broadcast, this does seem to be her zone, a bit inside to righties and outside to lefties. There would certainly be some more misses, including this big one to Dane Myers on a 3-1 count, but as the game went on, they became fewer and farther between. Meanwhile, the surprising Marlins, who've managed to in the last few months climb back to around 500, got off to the better start in this one, taking a 1-0 lead in the second inning on a 2-out single from catcher Liam Hicks. But the Braves would tie things up in the 4th on a solo homer from Matt Olson, who's sneakily having a very good year by the way. If you have a second, go look up his numbers. The top of the 5th would end on another semi-low light from Pawol, when she called this fastball, again, well off the plate away, to Kyle Stowers, a strike. Atlanta would take their first lead of the game in the bottom of that inning when Jurickson Profar flew a ball just over the head of the right fielder. Then, after a 3-2 pitch well away that still somehow elicited some belly aching from the Marlins dugout, Profar would score on a wild pitch, giving the Braves a 2-run cushion, and it never really felt competitive after that, as Ozuna from the Braves would add a 3-run home run in the 7th before Michael Harris II would hit one of his own just a couple batters later. And that was that. A line out to left field would officially seal a 7-1 Atlanta victory, and the first home plate performance from Pawol. So, how exactly did she do overall? Well, according to umpire scorecards, which I turn to a lot for umpire evaluation, she was just slightly below average, with an overall accuracy of 93% and consistency score of the same. She certainly favored that zone I detailed before, and correspondingly somewhat neglected the opposite side of the plate, but this is nothing too out of the ordinary for MLB umps. Everyone has their own unique approach. I would categorize it as a nondescript, mediocre performance, which, considering it was her first ever at this level, and the historical gravity of course that came along with that, I would count this personally as a major win. We saw a fan earlier this year reach over the fence, interfere with the ball, and then get ejected for what was revealed to be like the 50th time in the last 3 years. Myself, and I'm sure many others, thought this guy was probably going to take the cake for the worst fan of the season, as that's a pretty high bar to surpass. But I think we just saw something even worse. A grown woman essentially steal a home run ball right from the hands of a young kid. The Phillies were up 4-1 in the 4th inning in this one, with Brandon Marsh just having crushed a 2-run bomb into the second deck in right field before Harrison Bader came to the plate, managing to get his own hanging pitch that he would deposit into the left field stands, 410 feet from home plate. Little side note here, but before we continue, listen to this call from the home broadcast when it happened. Had me cracking up a little bit.
Oh no. Oh no. This isn't good. That's way out of here for Bader.
But yeah, even though the camera would pan away, a later focus on the situation would reveal that after this ball had landed in the stands, a dad came over and managed to get to it first, then take it back to his son. No big deal, right? As this is well within the unwritten rules for retrieving home run balls. Whoever touches it first is the person who gets to decide what to do with it. Yet this didn't sit well for the woman who whiffed on it right before, a fellow Philly fan who raced over to grab the dad's arm aggressively and then started to, I'm assuming, scream in his face based on his reaction. I saw a lot of people clowning on his reaction specifically, but you have to keep in mind that she probably was full on yelling in his face, and that's a completely normal response when you're not expecting to hear that. They then would argue back and forth for a second, with the woman seemingly getting more and more aggressive before the dad decided to just end the situation by giving her the ball and telling her to piss off. Again, I saw a lot of people online frustrated with the dad for this, but you have to remember, he's here to have a good time with his kid, and if it's clear the woman was going to make the rest of their experience hell, he probably just didn't see it as worth it sacrificing their whole night over this home run ball. And while I don't think it's a decision I personally would have made, I also don't think he deserves to be brutally mocked for it either. But thankfully, this is a story with a happy ending, as not only would a representative from the Marlins come over and deliver a goodie bag for the kid, as all of this happened to go down on his birthday by the way, but the Phillies after the contest had a little impromptu meet and greet with Bader and the birthday boy, even delivering him a signed bat. The woman, meanwhile, had been booed out of the stadium after her immature actions, a development that certainly brought a smile to my face upon reading it. Talk about karma coming back to bite you in the bob haircut. While Shohei Ohtani's ERA doesn't look all that impressive so far this season at 3.75 through 36 innings, this doesn't at all tell the story of just how dominant he's been, as in that time he struck out over 6 batters for every one he's walked, maintaining a K rate over 12 per 9 with a FIP of just 2.17. But we got a chance to see something yesterday fairly rare in regards to his presence on the mound, being a version of him that was downright furious. It was something to witness. Ohtani had retired the side in the first inning without much trouble, going 1-2-3 while only touching 100 a single time on a foul ball to Gunnar Henderson. And if only sounds weird there. You'll see why in a second. Because with 1 out in the second inning, Colton Cowser came to the plate, taking a first pitch fastball at 99.9 for a called strike, then a splitter a bit low. It was then on the 1-1 he flipped a curveball right over the low and inside corner, but he didn't get the call, and you could see immediately how much this frustrated him, with a couple of very aggressive shakes being followed by his hardest pitch of the day so far at 100.2 miles an hour. 2 offerings later, he punched out Cowser on a 94-mile-per-hour cutter, quite a bit faster than he typically throws this pitch, and this would be just the beginning of his max effort heater barrage, as he would go on to throw 9 heaters over 100 miles an hour in this one after this, including one just off his career high at 101.5 miles an hour. All of this seemed to be at least partially inspired by the frustration of this single pitch, which I'm assuming he rode the energy off of to a very nice appearance, as he went 3 2/3 scoreless innings with 5 punch-outs, including this one on his final pitch of the day, which was pointed out by Pitching Ninja on Twitter to be the hardest sweeper he had ever thrown with 14 inches of break or more. Certifiably disgusting stuff. Unfortunately for Shohei and the Dodgers, in what has become somewhat of a freefall as of recently, they would not manage to pull out a win in this one, first giving up the lead when a runner scored from second on a wild pitch. Then after they managed to tie it up on a home run from Freddie Freeman in the middle innings, they would have to watch as a pitcher who's been disappointing for them all year, Tanner Scott, gave up the first career walk-off home run to Samuel Basallo, sealing their 4th straight loss, a fact that probably should have resulted in them dropping out of the division lead. But thankfully for them, the Padres seem to be struggling every bit as much as they are at this point, dropping 5 in a row, including a frustrating one to the Rockies yesterday. 26. That is the number of earned runs Devin Williams allowed from 2022 to 2024. In that time period, he pitched about 180 innings, striking out 14 batters per 9 with a whip under 1. The dude was basically unhittable, but that number 26 also represents something else. The number of earned runs that Devin has allowed through just 43 innings this year, giving him an ERA of 5.44, a number in the bottom 10 of all relief pitchers with over 40 innings pitched. The same is also true of his ERA plus, at just 75, 25% below average. So what's going so wrong for him in 2025, and is there anything he can do to fix it? Well, first of all, the elephant in the room is, his stuff hasn't really changed when it comes to his average velocity and movement profiles, as you can see here in this screenshot. In fact, if anything, he's actually getting more movement on his pitches relative to what he was during his last full season in 2023. That year, for reference, he had a 1.53 ERA. Yet, with that being acknowledged, his pitches are getting crushed this year in a way they never have before, with an average exit velocity almost 4 miles an hour harder than back in 2023, and a barrel percent almost 3 percentage points higher. So, while it is obvious that at least part of his problems this year have come from bad luck, as none of his expected numbers are nearly as bad as his real-world ones, that doesn't let him off the hook completely, as they're still nowhere close to where they were during his prime. But even more than the hard contact issues he's dealt with, I think this number is far more concerning. His K percent, which is down almost 10 percentage points from that time period. Now, in conjunction with this, I have to acknowledge that his walk rate has also gone down pretty significantly, from around 12.5% to 9.5%. But, as odd as it may sound, I don't see this as a positive development. In fact, I think this is actually where his issues are largely stemming from. He's actually throwing too many strikes. Take a look at his pitch arsenal heat map from 2023 and 2025. Notice any major differences? Well, during one of his best years, his average changeup location was at the bottom of the strike zone, in fact with a large portion missing below. This probably largely contributed to a walk rate in the bottom 8th percentile of all pitchers, but also a K rate in the top 1%. Now let's look at 2025 a bit closer. Look at how much higher his average changeup is. A huge portion of his airbenders are simply ending up in the middle of the zone, not on or below the edges, which has contributed, I believe, to his rise in average exit velocity of over 2 miles an hour versus this offering, as well as a massive jump in his X stats, while simultaneously tanking his whiff percentage by over 8 points. His fastball location, meanwhile, has only changed marginally, going from middle up to middle in to a lefty, but its performance hasn't been significantly worse than back in 2023, leading me to believe that the main culprit for his issues has to be that changeup. The question is this a conscious choice? Did somebody from the Yankees, or even just Devin on his own accord, decide to try to throw more strikes to get his walk rate down, which ended up resulting in this change? I'm not sure, but I do know that, like many relievers, his best outcomes are usually achieved by limiting contact overall, which helps minimize opportunity for bad luck on balls in play. This means both higher walks and strikeouts. So, to summarize, what Devin has done in 2025 is actually locate more pitches in the zone, resulting in more contact overall, which has come with both some deserved punishment in the harder hit rates, and some of the random bad luck you'll see in the discrepancies between his expected numbers and actual. There's nothing wrong with his stuff, it's just being placed in arguably the wrong spots right now, and he would probably benefit from going back to his old location scheme, changeups lower than low, and fastballs high. Will he walk more hitters? Almost certainly, but that jump in K rate is in all likelihood going to be worth it, as we had seen evidenced in the preceding 6 years of his career. I made a video a few months back where I discussed this play from PCA, where he caught a ball with, by some evaluators, a 0% catch probability based on the fact that there had never been a play like it before in terms of hit peripherals, jump, speed needed, etc. I can say with confidence I didn't think we'd see a play similar for at least the rest of the season, but that's not the case, as a rookie center fielder just managed to track down a ball with the probability as low as 1%. The Angels were facing the Mariners in a game that could push Seattle into a first-place tie with the Astros in the West, and things would start out well for the Trident wielders, who got out to a solid lead in this one after they plated 4 runs in the second inning, with the biggest blow being a 2-run double off the bat of Julio Rodriguez. But Anaheim wouldn't wait long to answer back, with Logan Davidson launching his first career home run in the following frame, then scoring 2 in the 4th on a sac fly and ground out. This brings us to our highlighted play, when, with 2 guys on in the bottom of that inning, Julio would send a line drive to the right center field gap, sending Bryce Teodosio racing over, and, with a full extension dive, making a ridiculous catch while seemingly knocking the wind out of himself at the same time. This saved multiple runs, obviously, and would end up being even bigger when Jose Soriano managed to get Josh Naylor to ground out to second to end the inning. On its face, this play was impressive, right? But it would later come to be viewed as even more so when the Warmonger on Twitter, shout out to him by the way, he's an excellent follow, pointed out that StatCast's internal models had this as a 1% catch probability, though the lowest they post publicly is 5%, going on to add that others had it as low as 3. This is the most impressive I've heard of besides the one from Pete, but that really shouldn't be all that surprising. Despite playing just 292 total innings, Teodosio has registered 9 fielding runs, a mark tied for 5th among all outfielders. In fact, besides Denzel Clark, no one has even come close to his pace of 0.28 FRV per each full 9-inning game played. For a time, this play loomed large, as the Angels went on to tie things on a Mike Trout home run in the 5th, his 399th of his career and first since August 6th. Things would then stay there through the 10th, until Taylor Ward gave his team the lead on an RBI single. But the M's weren't done, tying it up once more on a J.P. Crawford knock. After Naylor struck out to end that frame, Anaheim was right back to scoring in their half, pushing across another on a Matthew Lugo single. But that was the extent of their damage, despite having 2 guys on with nobody out. This meant that when Jorge Polanco lined a ball down the left field line with the guy on third, not only was the game even once again, but the winning run was now in scoring position. 3 batters later, with the bases now loaded, Harry Ford was sent up to the plate to take his 4th ever MLB at bat. And he delivered, flying a ball just deep enough to right to push across the winning run, officially moving Seattle into that first place tie in the West. I think we as baseball fans all enjoy a good hidden ball trick. It's a super niche play and nearly impossible to pull off, which is why you rarely see them. But just a couple games ago, when the Red Sox were facing the Padres, we not only would see one be attempted unsuccessfully, but so badly that it ended up actually resulting in a balk for the pitcher and a run for the offense. Before we get there, let's talk about the overall contest, which began with Michael King, who was pitching in his first game since May, giving up an RBI single to Jarren Duran. But thanks to an excellent play by Manny Machado, who cut this ball off on its way to the infield, and then fired to second off balance, he ended up being out at second. The Red Sox wouldn't manage to add any more on in either that frame or the next, despite loading the bases and then getting to a 3-2 count to phenom Roman Anthony, who ended up striking out on a nasty changeup. This light momentum carried over to the bottom of that frame, when former Red Sox Xander Bogaerts went down and got this changeup, which wasn't even a bad pitch, and golfed it out to left field for a game-tying dinger. But the Red Sox would answer right back in the third when Alex Bregman hit his second double of the game, chasing King as he was on a limited pitch count. This brought in lefty Wandy Peralta, who would allow a base runner before inducing a ground ball back to the mound, which he grabbed and then initiated a rundown, which would result in an out without a run scoring. This takes us to the play I detailed in the intro, as apparently Peralta hadn't retrieved the ball from Manny Machado as he made his way back to the mound. I guess with somewhere along the line them deciding to go ahead and try a trick play. But not only would base runner Duran not be tagged out when Machado attempted to catch him off the base, but because Peralta had actually stepped on the physical rubber, this counted as a balk, which scored the run and pushed Story to third. This is because, if you didn't already know, a pitcher can't actually get on the rubber without having the ball in his mitt. This brain fart gifted the Red Sox a run, and almost immediately after they would add another, when Peralta attempted to redeem himself by firing this chopper off balance to the plate, with the throw skipping in unsuccessfully. But like had been the case in the prior frame, the Padres wouldn't wait long to answer back, with Bogaerts coming through yet again on a 2-out single to center field, narrowing Boston's lead to just 1. Before we go on, I also wanted to shout out this play from Ceddanne Rafaela, who's played like a Gold Glove center fielder for much of the year, but is playing second base right now due to the roster makeup. What a hell of a diving stop. We now come to the fifth, where, with 2 outs, Giolito would walk in the game-tying run, and then proceed to do the exact same thing to the next batter, both on fastballs nowhere close. Things would remain at this 4-3 score until the 9th, when, with 1 out, the future of the franchise, Anthony, proceeded to tie things up on a line drive double to the left center field gap, showing off one of the more beautiful swings you'll see from a guy not even 60 games into his career yet. But unfortunately for the Red Sox, this would be where their luck would run out, as they wouldn't be able to score in their half of the 10th inning after a failed bunt went for a strikeout, and then Jason Adam retired the next 2 hitters. This meant that when recent acquisition Ramon Laureano bounced a breaking ball over the head of Alex Bregman at third, San Diego would be going home happy, and have since managed to ride this momentum to overtake the Dodgers, at least for the time being, in the standings in the NL West. The Blue Jays came into their series versus the Rockies as one of the hottest teams in baseball over the prior couple months, while Colorado, notably, has been, well, let's just call it not good for pretty much all of 2025. As such, it seemed like a foregone conclusion that at least a couple of these games weren't going to be pretty, but I don't think anyone was prepared for the absolute drubbing that would take place over the course of all 3 games, which, by the end of it, had featured an amount of hits over 3 games that we hadn't seen in 98 years. We'll get more into the statistical absurdity later on, but first, let's briefly detail each contest. Things got started fast in the first game, with 7 runs being scored in the 3rd inning alone, with the biggest blow coming off the bat of Dalton Varsho on a 3-run shot to right field. At the time, this pushed the score to 9-0. After a 5-run 7th, during which Bo Bichette hit his 2nd home run of the game, the gulf had grown into double digits, with the final score eventually coming in at an eye-watering 15-1. But again, this was anticipated, right? More than likely at least one of these games was going to go like this. But could Colorado manage to steal even a single contest? For a moment early on in the second game, it looked like that was a possibility, when Hunter Goodman crushed his 22nd home run of the year in the bottom of the first, pushing the Rockies out to a 2-0 lead. And they would manage to hold this until the 4th, when, with 2 outs, it was Varsho once again hitting a line drive missile into the right field seats. 3 more runs would come across in the 6th on home runs from Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Addison Barger, and, once again, Dalton, giving him 3 home runs in the first 2 games. They would go on to add another 3 late on doubles from Guerrero Jr. and, you guessed it, Varsho, with the final score for this one coming in at a more reasonable 10-4. Still not good, certainly, but nowhere near the same level of blowout. This did mean that the Rockies' last chance to salvage even a single contest would be in the 3rd game, and again they would get out to a small lead, with Ezekiel Tovar knocking in a run with a double in the 1st inning. But as in the previous contest, this wouldn't last long, with Bichette hitting his 3rd home run of the series in the 3rd inning, a 3-run shot that gave the Blue Jays a lead they wouldn't relinquish. As they went on to add another 3 in the 4th, 4 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th, and a ridiculous 8 in the 9th, tallying 5 total home runs along the way, including 2 off the bat of David Schneider and 1 each from Guerrero Jr. and Ernie Clement. The final score? How about 20-1? You heard me right. 20. This meant that not only had they swept the series versus the Rocks, they had done so by a final score of 45-6. Truly insane, but arguably not even the most insane fact about this matchup. Because, you see, as pointed out here by OptaStats on Twitter, their 63 hits in those games was the most that any MLB team has had over a 3-game span since the 1933 New York Giants in early August, a full 98 years ago. But those hits weren't tallied in a 3-game series against the same opponent, meaning this was the first time that this specifically has occurred. Ever. With this sweep, the Blue Jays also managed to climb to 20 games over 500 as they looked to win their division for the first time since 2015. While on the other side, the Rockies dropped to 54 games under 500 with a run differential of -316. For a little reference, last year's White Sox, the worst team in the modern era, had a mark of -306 over the course of the entire season. Earlier this year, Wilson Contreras had a bit of a freak out after getting hit by a pitch in a circumstance where it was pretty obvious he wasn't going to be targeted. But at least after the game he apologized in no uncertain terms. However, I highly doubt we'll be seeing the same in the days following his ejection yesterday, when he crashed out in a way you never see on a major league field, exploding so ferociously that at one point he literally tried to hit an umpire with a bat toss, only to clip his own coach. Facing Yohan Ramirez in the 7th inning with the guy on first, Wilson took a breaking ball in the front door for strike 1, a pitch he didn't seem to object to at the time, despite it kind of being borderline. He would then chase another breaking ball, this one with some pretty insane movement by the way, before, on an 0-2, taking a well-located sinker at 98 miles per hour for strike 3. This apparently was enough to frustrate Contreras to the point where he started jawing with home plate umpire Derek Thomas, getting ejected as he went back to the dugout in the process. This infuriated the righty so much he came storming back towards home plate with bat still in hand, having to be fully restrained by his coaching staff, and not in the performative way you often see on major league fields. He then, as he started being walked towards the clubhouse, turned and backhand fired his bat in the direction of a nearby umpire, full-on striking one of his own coaches. The tantrum wouldn't stop on his way off the field as well, with him then firing a bucket of gum onto the field. It is kind of funny to see all this result from a pitch that was quite obviously in the strike zone, but I'm guessing there's probably more to it than just that. Still, I'm guessing this ends up in some kind of suspension for the veteran, who at this point should know better than to fire his equipment at people, especially when his own coaches are in the proximity. Another aspect of this I find unsavory is that his team was actually up in this one 6-5 at the time, making his ejection and subsequent overreaction even a bit more selfish in my opinion. Thankfully for the Cardinals, while they would see this one get tied up in the 9th inning on a Ronnie Simon double, they would still win after Alec Burleson crushed his 4th hit of the day on a slider nearly at his shoe tops, carrying the wall in center field for one of the most impressive walk-off home runs of the year, allowing them to stay on the periphery of the wildcard race in the National League. Since the beginning of 2024 specifically, Will Smith has been one of the best throwing catchers in baseball, ranking 2nd overall in runners caught stealing at 37, along with tied for 1st in catchers caught stealings above average at 14. But in today's vid suggested to me by Thomas Murphy in an email, even with this pedigree in tow, the Padres thought it appropriate to run rampant on the backstop early in the contest, and paid the steepest price we've seen in this regard since 1974, over 50 years ago. Blake Snell, making just his 3rd start since April, began this one a bit sluggishly, giving up a leadoff single to Fernando Tatis Jr. on a 3-2 count. And it was on an 0-1 to the next batter, Luis Arraez, that the lefty would fake a bunt as Tatis Jr. took off for second, getting thrown out on a perfect toss from Will right on the bag. Almost immediately after, however, Arraez would double on a fly ball down the right field line. Then Manny Machado would dribble a ball towards third base, which couldn't be handled. And just like that, the Padres were threatening again. After a routine fly ball to left, it was Xander Bogaerts' turn to try to come through, but he would never really get a chance. Watching a fastball high on a 2-2 as both runners took off with 2 outs for some reason, forcing Smith to put yet another strike right on the bag at second to nab Machado by a fraction of an inch. This meant that 2 out of the 3 outs in the first inning had been recorded on caught stealings, but we weren't done yet, as after the Dodgers managed to push across 3 in their half, with 2 of them coming off the bat of a struggling Michael Conforto, the Padres were right back at it, seeing Bogaerts lace a leadoff single. Just take a guess where you think he'd be going on the first pitch to Ramon Laureano. If you said towards second base, you'd have been right, and if you assumed that Will wouldn't let him get there, you'd have been 2 for 2, with the 3-time All-Star throwing his 3rd dot of the game so far to nab yet another runner. This meant that for the first time since 1974, a catcher had recorded a caught stealing for 3 out of the first 4 outs of a ball game, a truly bizarre accomplishment that you just don't see many opportunities for in the modern game. The Padres would continue to struggle on both sides of the ball, giving up a couple runs in the bottom of the second after Jackson Merrill dropped this routine fly, while not being able to get anything going offensively in the entire contest, eventually seeing things end by a final score of 6-0 after Laureano flied out to deep right. This officially gave the Dodgers sole possession of first place once again, a position they had relinquished to San Diego just a few games before, and one they're going to seek to hold on to for the rest of the season. I've made a couple videos this season discussing the arm strength of Oneil Cruz, as it is, without question, the best we've ever seen from a position player consistently in the StatCast era. But despite the treasure trove of highlights he's already tallied in a season and some change in center, I think he just did something more impressive than all of it, with him making one of the best throws in MLB history, and in a game that would end up being one of the weirdest contests of 2025 overall. Let's start at the beginning, with the Pirates putting up a ridiculous 9 runs before the Rockies ever took the field, highlighted by O'Neill's own 451-foot grand slam that left his bat at almost 115 miles an hour, then Andrew McCutchen's own 3-run ding-dong a bit later. Now, in 99% of games, this would mean the book was largely closed on a victory for Colorado, but we'll circle back to that later, because our play I discussed in the intro, involving Cruz, would come about in the bottom of the second, as Brenton Doyle knocked this ball to left center, sending the tall outfielder over to grab it just before the warning track, before unleashing a missile to third base, a strike directly on the money, nabbing him there. Just look at the unbroken replay. He had to throw that ball over 160 feet on the fly, and did so with perfect accuracy at 96 miles an hour. This reminded me a lot of Rick Ankiel's iconic toss that also came in Coors almost 2 decades ago, which was made in roughly the same spot and more than likely with similar peripherals. Just completely bonkers. This wouldn't manage to deter the Rockies, however, who'd get things back within semi-reasonable territory in the third on a 3-run home run from rookie Warming Bernabel, but the Pirates would answer back shortly after with another 3 of their own, pushing their lead back to 8. Shortly after, the score had become a bit narrower again at 12-6. Cruz again came back to the plate, this time knocking a ball into shallow right center field before turning on the Jets to beat out a hustle double. That gave him, in this contest alone, a grand slam, ridiculous throw, and speedy hit, helping him to show off the kind of talent he's capable of producing. Before that frame was over, Pittsburgh had pushed across another 3, giving them 15 in the game and another 9-run lead. But, as you could predict based on the language I've been using throughout this video, things weren't over yet, as the Rockies would chew away at this cushion over their next 3 turns at bat, consistently pushing across runs en route to entering the bottom of the 9th with a 4-run deficit, which admittedly was still pretty large. Again, however, they weren't discouraged, with rookie Hunter Goodman driving a ball out to left field, Bernabel lacing an RBI double of his own, and then Ezequiel Tovar grounding a single into center field. All of a sudden, the winning run was at the plate in the form of center fielder Doyle, and wouldn't you know it, just 2 pitches later, he would deliver, smoking a slider on the inner half of the plate just over the wall in left field, a 2-run walk-off tater that sent the Colorado faithful home happy. This also meant that Pittsburgh had done something historic, as according to Codified Baseball on Twitter, they were the first team in MLB history to have 15 runs by the 5th in a 9-inning game that they would end up losing. An all-time choke job that also featured one of the greatest throws we have ever seen on a major league field. Earlier this season, I made a video about Tommy Pham getting thrown out at first base from left field. This was obviously bizarre, but at least there were circumstances that actually led to this. There was some confusion after all about whether or not it was a trap play, even if Pham obviously should have kept running. But we just saw something that was similar, only there was nothing fancy about it, and in pretty much the most embarrassing of spots possible. A player just got thrown out at first base from right field to end a game. The Blue Jays were taking on the Red Sox in an important late season matchup for both squads. Things would not begin very well for Canada's team, who watched as Masataka Yoshida lined a ball down the right field line with 2 guys on in the first, getting Beantown out to a quick lead, one that would swell even greater when Romy Gonzalez followed with a 2-run single. And as you'd expect with Cy Young candidate Garrett Crochet on the mound, this would be well more than enough already, as the lefty proceeded to throw 4 scoreless innings to lead off his night, punching out a few batters and getting some help from a diving stop by Gonzalez to rob Vladdy Jr. Still, the game was competitive at this point, but it became a little less so when Yoshida led off the 5th with a solo dinger. Crochet would then hop right back on the mound and get back to work, adding 3 more scoreless innings to his tally. This takes us to the 8th, when with 2 outs and a 2-strike count, 9-hitter Carlos Narvaez would crush a 3-run home run to right field, putting this game firmly out of reach for the Blue Jays, especially after Garrett ended his day on a fastball well above the zone for a called strike 3. 8 innings, no runs, 6 strikeouts, and 0 walks. This takes us to the 9th and our highlighted play, as after IKF led off with a dinger on a 100-mile-per-hour fastball, Peyton Tolley would manage to retire 2 of the next 3 hitters, leaving just catcher Alejandro Kirk, and on a 1-2 count, the stocky righty would line a breaking ball into right field on a hop. Easy hit, right? Well, not so fast, as Wilyer Abreu would load up and fire a 93-mile-per-hour 1-hop missile to first base, ending the contest in perhaps the most embarrassing manner possible. And this was certainly evident from the reactions of those involved, as Boston's own broadcast couldn't help but chuckle after it happened.
Line drive and a base hit into right. So Kirk keeps it going. He's out. He is out. How about that?
And Kirk, a normally pretty even-keeled player, crashed out in the dugout, slamming his helmet like it had weighed him down or something. Still, it does seem like both teams are going to make the playoffs more than likely, even if the Blue Jays do end up choking away the division, as they technically have already clinched a wildcard spot, and the Red Sox really only have a chance of being eliminated this weekend if they get swept by Detroit. There's quite a few single-season records in Major League Baseball that are considered iconic, whether that be for home runs, strikeouts, hits, you name it. But along with the development of new age statistics that help us better understand player performance, new records are set every day, with varying degrees of impressiveness attached to them. But in 2025, as of the completion of the season yesterday, we saw one of the most impressive marks of these emerging stats get broken, and decidedly so by someone who's shaping up to be one of the best defensive players we've ever seen. I'm talking about Patrick Bailey, and him breaking the single-season record for fielding runs in a campaign, which, in my opinion, is the most reliable glove-based metric we have. But it's not just that he did so, it was the manner in which that's so impressive. You see, prior to this year, the all-time record was 28, with only 3 individual seasons ever having been able to surpass 25. Bailey's total this season? How about 31? 3 more than the next closest, being himself from the prior year and Nick Ahmed from 2018. But even this context does a poor job explaining how impressive he's been, so I'm going to do my best here to impress upon you how ludicrous this actually was. First of all, the difference between his Major League leading total this season and second place was 9, as Ceddanne Rafaela finished at a distant 22. That separation of 9 is the same as between Rafaela and 6th place finisher Nick Allen. But it actually gets even crazier. You see, if you take just his framing runs from this past year, at an unworldly mark of 25, it would have been the third highest total in fielding runs ever recorded, sandwiched between Javier Báez and the total performance of Austin Hedges, both coming in 2019. All this helps explain why Patrick is valued so differently by the two principal WAR evaluators in Major League Baseball. As per Baseball Reference, which doesn't integrate fielding runs, he only was worth 1.1 WAR last year, the 125th place total in the big leagues. This was largely due to his obviously bad hitting performance, which featured an OPS just north of 600. But if you take a look at his Fangraphs numbers, which again include FRV as a consideration, this value total goes up all the way to 3.2, nearly 3 times that of BR. This to me is why he has to be considered one of the most polarizing players in baseball right now, because while he would struggle to hit water while falling out of a boat, aside from the occasional insanely clutch home run, he more than likely is going to go down as the greatest defensive catcher in baseball's modern era, as since his debut in 2023, he's leading his contemporaries in fielding runs by a robust mark of 29, despite the fact he's had a lot less playing time than many of the guys behind him. A Marlins team largely made up of spare parts at this point in the season managed to manhandle a Tigers team that seems more than likely to win their division in the first 2 contests of a 3-game series, crushing them 8-2 in Game 1, then walking them off in the 11th inning in Game 2. This gave them a chance to sweep them right out of Miami. And with Detroit set to have a bullpen game with what was, at that point, a pretty depleted roster of hurlers, this seemed plausible. And they might have done it too, if it wasn't for one play in the 2nd inning that featured 3 separate errors. Yes, on a single play. Colt Keith was at the plate versus righty Adam Mazur, and on a 3-1, lined a slider on one hop to first baseman Eric Wagaman, who saw it go off his leg and down the right field line. It was then chased down by Maximo Acosta, who saw base runner Spencer Torkelson trying for third, prompting him to make a 2-hop offline throw to Javier Sanoja, allowing Torkelson to get up and score. It was then that left fielder Trey Johnston went over to cut it off, but instead let it go through his legs, putting Keith, who was going to stop on second, on third. This is obviously a lot to take in immediately, so let me break down the errors if it wasn't already clear. Wagaman got one for not handling the grounder, Acosta got one for his bad throw, and Johnston put the final nail in the coffin by not being able to corral the errant toss. This is obviously horrible, right? Easily being one of the sloppiest plays you'll ever see on an MLB field, but it got even worse when, just 1 pitch later, catcher Dylan Dingler would single into center field, driving home the second unearned run of the inning, putting Miami in an early hole completely of their own making. The cherry on top of the effect of this moment is that these would be the only 2 runs scored for the rest of the contest, as Detroit, who has had a relatively potent offense all year, only managed to register another 3 hits, but due to some pretty good cobbled-together pitching from Cater Montero and a few other arms out of that Detroit pen, including Jose Urquidy, who was pitching in his first game in 2 years, the Marlins would end up getting shut out, dropping Detroit's magic number to 7 to win their first division title since 2014. And now, before we go, I wanted to give a shout out to Junior Caminero for launching his 44th home run of the season yesterday. And as pointed out by Sarah Langs on Twitter, he's going to end up being a top 4 youngest player ever, with 40+ home runs in a season by his age on the final day of the year. That's a truly incredible accomplishment, and gives the Rays a solid superstar to build around for the first time since that guy. We've seen a number of incredible catches this year, including Dalton Varsho falling down and yet still managing to somehow make the play, Denzel Clark pulling off one of the craziest Spider-Man robberies you'll ever see, and the Red Sox turning a potential home run into an alley-oop snag. But I don't think any of these would be in the conversation for the best catch of all time, but we just saw something today that might very well fit into that category, and then the outfielder who made it ended up doing something crazy later as well. Jacob Young was patrolling center versus the Mets in the bottom of the 5th when Brett Beatty sent a fly ball to deep center field, 408 feet from home plate before leaping into the wall, but as he did so, the ball that had come to rest in his mitt became dislodged, and yet he somehow, as it fell, had the presence of mind to kick it back up in the air before catching it for a second time. I want you to see the reactions of 4 different parties when he did so. Himself, his pitcher, Jake Irvin, who might have had one of the most effusive responses to a play you'll ever see, Beatty, who himself was left staring wide-eyed at the whole thing, and then this poor Mets fan, who looked like he was about to end it all. I think all of these do a good job of capturing how ridiculous this play truly was, as the first part of it was already insane, but then to consciously kick it to yourself as it's falling to the ground is just another level of quick thinking and body control, and it led to what I believe might be one of the greatest catches in Major League Baseball history, if not the absolute best. Think about it. When have you ever seen anything remotely similar, especially taking place 400 feet plus from home plate? But, as I alluded to in the intro, he wasn't done yet, going on to rob Francisco Alvarez of a game-tying dinger to lead off the bottom of the 9th, essentially almost beating the Mets by himself in what ended up being a 1-run loss, and in a spot that New York just couldn't afford to take one, as the Reds managed to sweep the Cubs over in Cincinnati. helping them to leapfrog the Mets in the playoff picture. And now, before I go, I wanted to highlight another insane defensive play last night that very well could go down as the most clutch play of the season, when Victor Robles made a diving catch in the 9th inning to help Seattle claim a crucial game versus the Astros, with it turning into a double play when Jake Meyers just kept on running. If things continue like they are, it seems like the Mariners could be on track to not only make the playoffs, but win their division entirely. I made a video a little while back on the debut of MLB's first woman umpire, in Jen Pawol, partially because it felt wrong to ignore such a historic moment, and partially because I saw a lot of people dogging her online for a bad call to start her night when she ended up being overall pretty average. And her next appearance behind the plate would give further evidence to this, as she made 116 correct calls out of 125 chances, with an expected correct call rate of 116.8, this time essentially being exactly average. All these numbers are per umpire scorecards, by the way. But unfortunately, she just registered a performance in a game yesterday between the Angels and Twins that not only was one of the worst of the season, but one of the most biased you will ever see on a major league field. Things began roughly for Minnesota starter Zebby Matthews when he pinpointed a cutter on the low and outside corner to Yoan Moncada, an offering that should have made the count 0-2, but instead it was called ball 1. Moncada would end up singling later on in a 3-2 count. This offering would then be considered a miss to Zach Neto, but I'm going to skip past this one because of how poorly the catcher ended up presenting it. Neto, by the way, would end up being out on a sacrifice bunt. This brings us to, arguably, the most consequential missed call of the night, when Taylor Ward took a 3-2 slider over the high and outside corner. That was called a ball. This loaded the bases with just one out, and to make matters worse, Matthews would end up shortly after retiring Chris Taylor on a shallow fly ball to right, meaning the inning already should have been over. Instead, Luis Rengifo would have a chance to get Anaheim out to a 2-0 lead when he singled. The deficit then grew even larger when Ward ended up scoring on a double steal. Pawol would go on to miss another 4 balls that should have been called strikes for Matthews, including, most notably, this 0-2 pitch on the inner half and this fastball almost a full ball length inside the zone. There would be a couple other misses afterwards, but none significant enough to highlight here. This was part of a night that featured 11 missed strikes for Minnesota and just 4 for the Angels. On the flip side, there would be 7 pitches that were out of the strike zone that were called, with 6 of them going against the Twins. The most consequential of this type being a called third to Johnny Pereda on what should have been a walk. When it was all said and done, Pawol had missed 20 overall calls in this contest. A high total for sure, but not necessarily extremely so. However, it's the next 2 metrics that inspired me to make this video, with her overall accuracy coming in at just 86.01%, the second worst of the year so far. And then, the big one, being the 2.48 runs gifted to the Angels, a mark almost half a run higher than the next closest. Was it the worst performance of all time? No, but it was easily one of the worst of the season, and an especially frustrating one for myself, who was obviously rooting for her to have success at the highest level. But that's going to come from performances much like her previous one, versus whatever the hell happened in the game yesterday. Also, I just want to say before this video ends, that when I say biased, I don't mean that Pawol was intentionally calling the game poorly against the Twins, just that the final result ended up being incredibly biased. Thanks. Putting up a crooked number in the big leagues is pretty tough, especially in a landscape today largely dominated by pitching. But still, it's not too uncommon to see 3, 4, sometimes even 5 runs be scored in a single inning. But you know what is incredibly rare? Putting up 8 late in a contest, then immediately giving up 8 to tie it, yet still somehow coming away with a victory. But that's exactly what just happened in a game between the Braves and Reds, in an outcome that ended up being one of the rarest of the year overall. In this matchup of 2 teams going in opposite directions, with Cincinnati buying at the deadline and the Braves pretty much standing pat as they ready themselves for a run next season, the Reds got off to the hotter start with the score being 3-0 going into the 4th after an Elly De La Cruz home run. Atlanta would manage to push across the run in that inning before tying things up in the 6th after Ke'Bryan Hayes, recently acquired largely for his defense, let this ground ball get past him, knotting us up at 3. But the real action wouldn't take place until the 8th inning, with lefty Sam Moll on the mound, who'd give up a bases-loaded single to Eli White and a 2-run double to Luke Williams, before fielding this grounder, then throwing it a bit wide to the plate, resulting in yet another run scoring. Lyon Richardson would then come on to surrender a flurry of his own hits, with the final blow coming off the bat of Sean Murphy, pushing the Braves' lead all the way to 11-3. But if you thought this contest was over, you'd have been sorely mistaken. The Reds hadn't heard any bell, quickly answering back with a 3-run home run off the bat of Hayes, helping redeem his poor glove work from earlier, and slowly they continued their rally, with the De La Cruz RBI single, Austin Hayes double, then game-tying 3-run ding-dong from Spencer Steer. All of a sudden, we were back to even, with both teams having scored 8 runs in the same frame. According to Sarah Langs on Twitter, this was just the 3rd time that both teams had scored 8+ runs in the same inning, ever. But somehow this wouldn't end up being the craziest fact to come out of this one, as in the top of the 10th inning, Marcell Ozuna would lace a go-ahead sac fly, and unfortunately for Reds fans everywhere, they would not be able to answer back with a corresponding one of their own, seeing Gavin Lux pop out to third base to end it. This meant, as pointed out here by Opta Stats, that the Braves had somehow managed to win the game despite blowing an 8-run lead in the 8th inning or later, and perhaps even crazier, they did so without hitting even a single homer, generating all 11 runs courtesy of small ball. What a bizarre game and start to the post-trade deadline portion of the season. My little bonus play I wanted to include at the end of this video, like I've been doing recently, concerns this swing from Bo Bichette on a high fastball from Corbin Martin, with it not only being one of the goofiest looking you'll ever see, but also one of the worst timed, as it came in the 9th inning on a 3-2 count with 2 outs. If he lets this ball go, its bases loaded with Vladdy Jr. coming to the plate. But honestly, the main reason I wanted to even bring it up was just because of how truly bizarre looking it was, maybe being one of the most uniquely ugly swings I've ever seen live. Cam Schlittler just pitched one of the best elimination games in Major League history, doing something that no one had ever done in the history of the sport, a feat that I'll expand more upon later, that allowed him to bury his childhood team 6 feet deep. But the tall rookie right-hander wasn't satisfied with just dominating them on the field, taking to social media after the game to continue to troll them in a way that I'm not sure if I've seen another athlete do recently. The hard tosser was on the mound for Game 3 of the wildcard series, stalking around the hill to start the night, and it became clear pretty quick that we were in for something special when he retired the side 1-2-3 in the first, punching out Alex Bregman on a high sinker at 100 miles an hour. But he was just getting started. Ceddanne Rafaela and Nathaniel Lowe would go down on high-velocity pitches in the next frame, with the big lefty taking his at 101 at the bottom rail. Then it was Romy Gonzalez's turn to not be able to catch up to 100 right down the middle, before he registered his first K on a non-fastball, punching out Jarren Duran on a 93-mile-per-hour cut slider off the glove momentarily of Austin Wells. Keep in mind, at this point, he was at 47 pitches through 3. Nobody was expecting him to go deep in this one, but after his team managed to rally to get him 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th, it was almost as if he gained momentum somehow, getting back on the mound in the 5th and striking out the side, still ending that frame, mind you, at 78 pitches. Most NY fans, I think at this point, were hoping for one more good inning, but it was then he managed to induce some pretty easy outs, including on this flailing strikeout from Masataka Yoshida, who had been the hottest hitter the Red Sox had all series. This allowed Aaron Boone to allow him to begin the 8th at a little over 100 pitches, a decision I'm pretty sure no one expected out of the manager, but oh did it prove to be the right one when he punched out Gonzalez again on a high 90s heater, before seeing Ryan McMahon make a crazy play tumbling into the dugout. That meant that when Trevor Story grounded out on the first pitch of his AB to Anthony Volpe, Schlittler had pitched 8 scoreless innings while registering 12 strikeouts and 0 walks, making him the first pitcher to ever eclipse these totals in an elimination game. He also added a little F Boston as he came off the hill. After the Yankees managed to wrap it up in the 9th, Cam probably celebrated with the team for a bit, but didn't wait too long before hopping on social media to tweet this: "Drinking dat dirty water." Now, for those of you who don't know, which admittedly was me before I did a little digging, the Red Sox have played a song called Dirty Water by the Standells, written about the city of Boston, after victories since 1997, so this had to cut a bit deep for those from the area. In response, somebody tweeted back, "You're not from Boston," to which he replied, "Went to school in Boston for 3 years, I live in Southie during the off-season. Start preparing for the Bruins season, homie," which is just ice cold from the first-year player. But not content with all the chaos he'd already caused by this point, he decided to respond to a Boston fan who had tweeted "Sox in 3" with a simple "Not this year." I personally love when athletes show a little personality, especially after a performance as dominant as his. I just really hope he can back it up next time he's out there, because if he gets slapped around a bit, this is all going to get thrown back in his face in spades. Alright everybody, if you made it this far, I appreciate you watching, and if you did, consider checking out any of these other videos on your screen right now for other content just like this. Also, if you ever see anything you'd like to see me detail in the video, feel free to reach out to my email, basebpoet@gmail.com, and if I end up using your idea, I'll give you a shout out. Thanks for watching. Have a great rest of your day. The St. Louis Cardinals have been eliminated for a little while now, going on an overall decent run relative to their expectations coming into the year. The Cubs, meanwhile, have already punched their ticket to the postseason, meaning there wasn't a ton of pressure on either squad for today's game. But that didn't mean there wouldn't be some controversy, as Cardinals manager Ollie Marmol did something that has to be one of the most petty Bush League things I've ever seen. Shout out as well to Jackson Oros for emailing me about this play. Prior to the contest, Chicago had already been dealt some bad news when they announced that rookie Cade Horton, who had played a huge part in their pitching success, would be going on the 15-day IL with a right rib fracture. This couldn't have put them in the best mood, and they immediately took it out on Cardinals starter Michael McGreevy, who had to watch as Michael Busch launched a leadoff home run, his 33rd of the year, and what has been a very impressive campaign for the lefty. In the top of the next inning, Nico Horner laid out to rob Jordan Walker of a knock, which would really be the only play of note besides a Busch double until the 4th, when Nolan Arenado crushed a center-cut fastball out to left field. tying the game at 1. The Wrigley faithful wouldn't have to wait long, however, for their team to come right back, with Michael crushing his second home run of the game, an opposite field tank to left center field. Seiya Suzuki followed the next inning with a tank of his own to roughly the same spot, elongating their lead at the time to 3. Back and forth we would go when Walker launched a 2-run long ball of his own that brought the Redbirds within 1 in the 7th. The Cubs offense wouldn't stay down for long though, as in the bottom of that very frame, Bush would answer with his 4th hit of the day. This one an RBI triple to the right center field gap that got past a sliding Jordan, giving his team a little breathing room. And that room would grow even wider when PCA launched his second home run of the series in the following frame, a no-doubter to right field that pushed the score to 7-3. This brings us to the play I alluded to in the intro, when, as the Cubs broadcast was discussing how Bush had become the first player with a double, triple, and 2 home runs at Wrigley since Johnny Mize, Marmol signaled for Bush to take his base intentionally, with a cycle on the line. Sure, there was a runner on third at the time with 2 outs, but in a 7-3 game, this just left a sour taste in my mouth personally. Now, I'm not saying you should groove him a pitch or something, but to not even give him a chance to earn it? In fact, to not challenge your pitcher to be better than him? That's just downright classless in my opinion, and more than likely only done out of pettiness for a division rival. The Cubs would indeed end up taking this one by a final score of 7-3 after Brad Keller struck out Nathan Church to end the ballgame, but I'm pretty sure all anyone's going to remember from this contest was the dominance of Bush and the smallness of Marmol. Trey Yesavage made his Major League debut yesterday in what was one of the most impressive first appearances we've ever seen from a Toronto Blue Jay, striking out a franchise record 9 batters while giving up just 3 hits, 2 walks, and 1 earned run. All night he was pinpointing his exceptional fastball and allowing his nasty AA+ splitter to work off of that, all from the highest arm angle in MLB. But he also had something happen during this appearance that was certainly unfortunate, which was pointed out to me in an email from Brandon R., as he was robbed of a chance at baseball history, all because of a blown strike call. Yesavage was in the 4th inning of his outing, facing Josh Lowe leading off. The lefty would take a first pitch splitter right down the middle, before hacking and missing at a fastball. Trey would then dispatch him on a diving slider in the dirt. 1, 2, 3. Next up was rookie Jake Mangum, a player who's currently striking out and whiffing at rates above the 80th percentile this season. Yet, he too would be powerless in his at-bat, taking a pinpointed fastball, then swinging at a splitter in the exact same spot. Another nearly perfectly placed off-speed pitch would dispatch him on a wild hack. Again, 1, 2, 3. Then it was catcher Nick Fortes's turn to hit, and he promptly took a heater right down the middle for strike 1. Our complicating incident would occur on the 0-1, as Yesavage got screwed when he dotted another 4-seamer a full ball's length inside the strike zone, yet still didn't get the call from notoriously inconsistent ump Laz Diaz. This ruined his run of 7 straight strikes to start the frame, but he was undeterred, coming back with a nasty splitter that would have officially sealed history. It would only take one more offering to dispatch Fortes, another elite split piece for a swing and miss. This was his first career inning where he managed to strike out the side in order, so I guess that's something, but it is a real bummer he didn't even get a chance at registering the 118th immaculate inning in baseball history. A feat, by the way, that's actually far more rare than a no-hitter even, with that one coming in at a tally of 326. The Blue Jays would go on to win this contest in 11 innings by a final score of 2-1, seeing fellow rookie Braden Fisher twice work out of big spots with strikeouts, including on a game-ending slider to Lowe, a performance that, along with Yesavage, helped push Toronto's lead to a solid 5 games over the Yankees in the season's final days. Anthony Volpe made 2 errors yesterday during an eventual Yankees win, with the second one coming with 2 outs in the 9th inning. But this wasn't an isolated incident, being instead a part of a concerning trend for the New York shortstop, who is currently experiencing one of the bigger defensive fall-offs we've seen in recent MLB history. I'll get more into the numbers a bit later, but first, let's go through 3 categories I want to break his mistakes up into: bad throws, bad hands, and bad decision-making. We'll start first with the throws, since this is where the majority of his errors have come from recently. As we saw not only versus the Rays, but also against division leader Toronto, when he directly cost his team a run by bouncing this throw with the runner on second, and then did the same here, only this time with no one on base. The next 2 certainly weren't routine, but still ended up costing his team key outs, on a jump throw off target versus the Red Sox, and then on a ranging play into the hole where he attempted to go to third, which I do think was the right move, but couldn't be completed because he threw a sinker to Jazz Chisholm, who couldn't manage to hold on to it. While he's never had the strongest arm, it's at least been consistently accurate in years past. Not anything like this. Moving on to our second category, bad hands, we see him making a number of defensive missteps on plays that should have been semi-routine for him. And in some big spots too, like on this one versus the Rays when he bobbled this ball with guys on first and third and 1 out, turning what should have been an inning-ending double play into a run-scoring error. This anti-clutch gene in the field was present again versus the Guardians, when instead of aggressively attacking this one-hopper, he allowed it to play him, allowing another go-ahead run across the plate. But at least that one only involved one type of miscue, right? You couldn't say the same about this one versus the Angels, when he again gave an opposing team a go-ahead run late, after bobbling this routine grounder and then throwing it away. For a guy formerly known as a glove-first player to have 3 game-altering plays in a negative way in his first 100 games of the season is certainly a bit concerning. Our last category is probably going to be what has been the single most frustrating thing for Yankee fans, being his outright lapses in judgment at times that we're seeing more and more, like on this play versus the Cubs, when he grabbed an easy ground ball, set his feet, and then flipped to second late when there was an easy out at first, with the call at the bag eventually being overturned. At least that one didn't directly cost his team a run though, unlike this one versus the Reds, when, again, instead of coming in and fielding this ball in a short hop, like you're taught to do at any level of baseball, he backed up well into the outfield, then compounded the issue by making an off-target throw to first, allowing the runner who originally started on second to score. For both of those, however, the thinking was at least understandable. But you couldn't say so much for the last one, when he dove to grab this ball deep in the hole, having no play at first, and really no play at third either based on where he was when he managed to get to it. Yet still he'd tried to make a play that wasn't there, with his desperation throw to third base eventually getting away, allowing the tying run to move up to second. Look at base runner Schneider's reaction immediately after. Even he was confused. All this feeds into what I'm sure Yankee fans have observed with their own 2 eyes, a massive downgrade in performance from prior years, as over his first 2 seasons, he registered 11 fielding runs, including 10 of that just last season, along with a Gold Glove and 21 defensive runs saved. This year, he's actually in negative territory in FRV at -2 and outs above average at -3, as well as seeing his DRS drop all the way to a pedestrian mark of just 1. If he's going to continue to be NY's everyday shortstop, he's going to have to find some way to either drastically improve his production at the plate, or somehow manage to get back whatever he's lost in the field, and to a lesser extent, on the bases as well. Alright everybody, if you made it this far, I appreciate you watching, and if you did, consider checking out any of these other videos on your screen right now for other content just like this. Also, if you ever see anything you'd like to see me detail in the video, feel free to reach out to my email, basebpoet@gmail.com, and if I end up using your idea, I'll give you a shout out. Thanks for watching. Have a great rest of your day.